All right, good afternoon, Derby fans. Am I on? We're on, right? Okay.
I do believe so.
All right, good afternoon, Derby fans. Welcome to Game 31 of Skate Wars 2025 here at the Lansing Center, downtown Lansing, Michigan. I'm Biff Mix-a-Lot, and I am joined by...
Premature Enunciation, and we're here on track 2, getting ready for the kickoff between Team Illowa and Team Ohio.
And how we ended up here, Team Ohio entering as the 21st seed of the 24 teams. They lost their first game to Team API Fury, 118-116. That was a thrilling game. And Ohio bounced back to beat Team Mich again, 158-111 last night. And they will be taking on the 15th seed, Illowa Roller Derby. Lost their first game to the team that pulled the upset of the tournament so far, Florida, 114-169. And Illowa bounced back to defeat Maryland, 233-68. Winner of this game will play the winner of the game between Wisconsin and Jewish Roller Derby at 11:15 tomorrow. I'm not exactly sure when the Wisconsin Jewish Roller Derby game is happening, but probably about the same time as this one. The loser will play the loser of that game tomorrow at 10 a.m. for 19th place in the 2025 edition of Skate Wars. So we get to a stoppage in play. We'll go over the rosters. Ohio skating in white. Illowa skating in yellow, orange, gradient jerseys.
It's a cool-looking jersey, if I do say so myself.
I think both these teams are winning the uniform game so far this weekend.
Oh, of course.
Ohio kind of employing their state flag motif. And we're lining up. Everybody is in position, ready to start. Just got to get make sure the officials are in place.
Well, a little bit of conversation going along. There's the official whistle to get things going. We should hear 5 seconds here any moment.
Should be getting that moment any second now. And we get that from the jam timer. Crouching blockers, hidden jammers from our vantage point here on the dais.
And here we go.
And this game is underway. Roxy Balboa to take the jammer star first for Illowa against Ratchet of Ohio. Roxy Balboa, pretty good game against Maryland last night. Ratchet trying to find a way through. And Roxy Balboa first out, lead jammer.
First
Ratchet,
out.
Yeah,
Ratchet's right there on the heels.
Yep. So Roxy Balboa decides discretion is the better part of valor, calls the jam. No points for the jam number 1.
I think the skaters are still trying to figure each other out. I'm not sure if they've met in any other previous competitions before or not.
Well, this is the first we've seen Team Illowa. Ohio has done Skate Wars before in tournaments like that. So this Team Illowa, kind of a new entity in these tournaments. Chi-Town Choker jamming for Illowa against Stellar Luna of Ohio. Score 0-0, just under 29 minutes in the first period.
I mean, both teams' defenses seem to know exactly what they're doing right now, keeping these jammers back.
Chi-Town Choker gets lead, but was immediately forced out of bounds and has to recycle. Stellar Luna out of the pack and eligible to score points. Chi-Town Choker calls the jam as Stellar Luna approaches the pack.
We're 2 jams in. Score is still 0-0. Lots of strategy going into this game so far.
Seems to be. I mean, Chi-Town Choker did not jam in last night's game against Maryland. So kind of a new face in the jammer rotation for Team Illowa. Ice Hurt had several big jams in the game against Maryland last night. To jam against enemy Lou Harris of, I believe, of Burning River Roller Derby. Jam is underway. Ice Hurt, 2 blockers to beat at the front. Stretches the pack to its breaking point and breaks out. Lead jammer for Team Illowa.
Is that a spaceship on Illowa's jersey? I think it's
I'm wondering if it's something that I thought it was something that maybe is making a crop circle somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like a spaceship and it's abducting a cow, I think, is the front of their jerseys. That is fantastic. Like, I would wear that as a T-shirt Monday through Friday.
I hope they're selling that. I haven't seen it in the merch stands yet.
Oh, what a missed opportunity. That is a fantastic. Now I'm just like in awe of the jersey. I love a good T-shirt. I love a good jersey. Well done from Team Illowa, who came up with that design.
In the meantime, Ice Hurt has collected 8 points. He's on a third scoring pass now. Blockers seem heavily occupied with Enemilu Harris, and that is very much to Ice Hurt's liking as a jammer.
Yet again, Ice Hurt putting up another quick 4-point pass.
So Ice Hurt laying down a big jam for Team Illowa early. That is 20 points on the jam.
Still 30 seconds left. Unless the jam gets called early.
And Ice Hurt appears to be in no hurry to do so. That's 24 points.
I do believe that could be one of the potential largest jams that I've seen being here so far at Skate Wars.
Well, Ice Hurt had a pretty big one last night against Maryland. I don't remember if it was 24 or 26. But Ice Hurt is working on 28 right now. And completes a 7th scoring pass for Team Illowa. Jam time's up before Ice Hurt can accumulate any more points. And
what a
that makes the score 28-0. That ran 2 full minutes.
2 full minutes and 28 points later.
Ohio finds themselves in a pretty big hole early. Murder Line, the jammer for Ohio. Against Dauntless of Team Illowa. Jam is underway.
There's that good defense comeback out there.
Pack is moving in rather amoebic fashion into turn 1.
Hard hit and a quick recycle from Team Ohio, sending Illowa Dauntless back to the jam line.
Murder Line trying to contend with a 2-wall at the front. Dauntless absorbs a block, goes chest to chest with an Ohio blocker, and breaks out. Finally earns lead jammer for Team Illowa. Almost 45 seconds into the jam. Murder Line out as well. Both jammers approaching the pack. Jam is called.
Does look like that was our first star pass as well for Team Ohio.
Yeah, Betty TKO taking the jammer star. And that's 3 points. A modest 3 points for Team Illowa against. That'll extend their lead to 31-0. That'll bring Ratchet back to the jammer line for Team Ohio against Crystallica. Jam is underway. Crystallica finds a path to the inside. Lead jammer for Illowa.
Worked them toe stops right there between the jam and the pivot lines, able to get that lead jammer.
Ratchet breaks out as well.
Ratchet's quick on those wheels.
Ratchet trying to make up for lost time. Crystallica sees that almost barely in time. Keeps Ratchet off the scoreboard. And keeps Ohio on 0 points.
Good team play so far from Illowa. They seem to have that good strategy, and they're holding to it. Seeming to work out in their advantage right now.
I think maybe whoever did the seedings was sleeping on Team Illowa a little bit because they lost last night. They lost their first game to Florida. Florida turns around, pulls the upset of the tournament. Now I find that they find themselves in the semifinals, and we're just now seeing how good this Illowa team might be.
the ability for these teams to be able to continue to get better each and every bout is also a sign of like good coaching, good player ability as well. So I think Illowa's finally coming into their own, it seems like right now, and being able to get another lead jammer status right there.
So Roxy Balboa with lead for Illowa. Stellar Luna, the jammer for Ohio. Stellar Luna still trying to find a way out of the pack. Roxy Balboa on a scoring pass.
Oh!
Ooh.
Down
Roxy
goes
Balboa
Roxy.
took a tumble there.
Made my ankle hurt watching that roll up under.
Carpet Burns assisting Roxy Balboa on that fall there.
I do believe that is our first penalty of the bout.
Yes, that went to the Ohio pivot.
I do believe that
may
was
not have been the first penalty we've, but it may be the first we've been able to see.
First called penalty.
Yeah. Enemy Lou Harris will take the jammer star for Ohio. Chi-Town Choker, her second jam of the game for Team Illowa. Chi-Town Choker sent into the ref lane and drawn back.
Well, sometimes it's easier to skate in the ref lane. There's a little bit more room out there, so I don't blame
Well, that's not necessarily by design, but the refs like having more room. They're not so sure they want skaters in their path. So Ohio loses number 3. That is Betty TKO to the penalty box as Chi-Town Choker picks up lead status for Team Illowa.
Working those toe stops is Chi-Town Choker for another quick 4-point pass.
And that Chi-Town Choker shrugged off the block from Bruta Chris on the way out of the pack. Got Shipwreck anchoring the front of the pack for Ohio.
Do you know if people in Illinois hate people in Ohio like Michiganders don't like people from Ohio?
I always thought Illinois had more problems with people from Wisconsin than they did with people from Ohio.
All right. I just wonder if there was any type of like state hate going on.
I know like Wisconsin, Illinois have a thing going. But
okay. I'm fairly new to the Midwest in general, but I just know that Michigan people do not like people from Ohio for some reason.
So the jam is continuing. Maloik, recipient of the star pass for Ohio, and on the power jam, Chi-Town Choker picking up a penalty. So Ohio with a chance to put some points on the board. Penalty to Chi-Town Choker is expired. This jam will go 2 minutes. Maloik working against a fortress of Illowa blockers at the front. And Chi-Town Choker picking up a second penalty. Ohio will get the benefit of a power jam start the next jam.
I wonder if did you notice that Team Ohio had a skater and you said Maloik, right? Maloik?
Yes, Maloik.
Now,
yes.
Is that a play on Malort, the drink from
I do not
Illinois?
believe so. Malort is a Chicago thing. So, yeah. But no, I don't believe that is related to that.
Okay. I just didn't know. I was like, oh, I wonder.
And we have a team timeout taken by Ohio. And we'll take a minute to run through the rosters. Skating for Team Ohio in the white jerseys, number 0125, Paige Bleed, number 03, Ratchet, number 101, Terrell Hole in You, number 111, Slamwise Gamgee, number 12, Kitty Lickerbottom, number 143, Bruta Chris, number 168, Mojo Andersmash, number 28, Killer Queen, number 3, Betty TKO, number 310, Kristonite, number 333, Stellar Luna, number 4, Coco Sparks, number 66, Shipwreck, number 718, Ghost Grace Killa, number 74, Enemy Lou Harris, number 860, Carpet Burns, number 988, Maloik, and number 99, Murder Line.
You're probably pretty familiar with most of this Ohio team being from Toledo.
I am from Ohio, so I have seen a lot of these skaters before.
I've heard the name Slamwise Gamgee. I believe they have came up to when Lansing Roller Derby had a bout with them. I remember that name pretty clearly.
So Ratchet with is the jammer for Ohio on the power, starting on the power jam. Ratchet stretching the pack, breaking out of the tripod at the front, and is lead jammer for Ohio. Their first lead of the game. Peck sets up the back straightaway. Ratchet on a scoring pass. Hoping to take a chunk out of Illowa's lead here. Penalty to Chi-Town Choker has expired. And Chi-Town Choker completes the initial pass. Ratchet will call the jam after scoring 4 points for Ohio. And they've narrowed the gap to 7-43 with 18-18 left in the first half.
So do you have any favoritism being from Ohio and calling the Ohio game?
It is hard to contain that favoritism, I think. I mean, I try to do so in the interest of impartiality in my role as an announcer.
Okay.
But I'm happy if Ohio does well. But I want both teams to have fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, rightfully so. I do think it's interesting that the Ohio team is wearing blue, because for some reason I didn't think Ohio was allowed to wear blue.
Well, blue, I mean, is part of our state flag. Whether we like it, whether we like it or not at this point. Stellar Icehurt is lead jammer for Illowa. Stellar Luna, the jammer. Stellar Luna picks up lead. Icehurt out of the pack on a no pass, no penalty situation. But Stellar Luna quickly calls the jam after getting lead status to limit Team Illowa to 2 points.
And it does look like Illowa is going to have to start with someone in timeout. It's going to give them a little bit of a power. No, that is a pivot.
No, yeah, the pivot is in the penalty box.
So
The Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. And they'll send Dauntless to the Skatin' Not Hatin' Jam line against Enemy Lou Harris.
Dazzle getting together for it looks like an official timeout.
All right, we run through Illowa's roster while we have this opportunity.
Number 1, Chi-Town Choker, 138. Darth Baber, 2. Jen Raged, 2-1. Trixie Pixie, 2-8. Roxy Balboa, 2-9. Crystallica, 2-2-4. Crash Nova, 3. Dauntless, 3-1-4. Val Raven, 5-4. Penny Payne, 5-6-3. Lady Gotcha, 617. Cruella, 668. Stitches, 777. Rabbit, 81. D-Ride, 85. Ice Hurt, and 970. Jamis Joplin.
Okay. So not entirely sure what the officials are discussing here, but it is not an official review sought by either of the teams.
Maybe they're talking about how much fun they had last night at the line dancing at Lansing Shuffle. You ever line dance before?
No. I mean, unless you count the Cupid Shuffle as line dancing.
Ooh, I could see you being a good Cupid Shuffler.
Okay.
I wasn't sure you had the little, the dad calf going on, the Midwestern dad calves that people are all raving about these days. So I thought you might have got down on a couple line dances here or there in your time.
I don't like country music, so I haven't done line dancing. But
that's fair.
Anyway, Dauntless to the jammer line against Enemy Lou Harris. Enemy Lou Harris recycled behind the pivot line. Dauntless into the pack for Team Illowa. Pack locked down at the apex of turns 1 and 2. Enemy Lou Harris is out, and lead jammer for Ohio.
Able to bounce and slide on the knees like that just makes my hip and my whole body hurt.
Well, I mean, I'm past 50 years old. All of those things hurt when I see
you
things
don't
like
look a day over 27.
Dauntless out of the pack as well. Enemy Lou Harris on a scoring pass. Enemy Lou Harris sees the other jammer approaching, calls the jam. So was Ohio able to get any more points? They did get one more. That brings their total to 8.
Got to crawl back 1 point at a time.
Every point counts. Murder line back to the jammer line for Ohio. Kristalica, the jammer for Team Illowa. Jam is underway.
Kristalica just pushing those defenses out of the way.
But did so in an improper manner, so Kristalica to the penalty box.
I do believe that was a back block. Is that what I saw
That was a back
there?
block call.
Oh, my goodness.
Murder line. Now with the power jam opportunity for Ohio. Murder line thought she had a seam to the outside, gets drawn back. Forced to reset behind the jammer line. And a full set of blockers impeding Murder Line's progress there. Murder Line finally, one blocker to beat, gets out. Finally lead for Ohio. Blockers massed around the pivot line. Murder Line on a scoring pass and on the scoring, a power jam for Ohio.
It does look like Team Illowa also had another blocker go down in the box, so that's going to give Team Ohio a chance to put a couple more points on the board here.
And penalty to Kristalica has expired. Murder Line goes against two Illowa blockers, tumbles to the infield and calls the jam.
But not to be outdone. An incredible apex jump to try to sneak those points in right at the end of the whistle.
But Murder Line able to collect 3. That gets Ohio into double digits. Trailing 11-45. 14 minutes left in the first period. So Illowa leading 45-11. Ratchet the jammer for Ohio. Roxy Balboa immediately out of the pack. Lead jammer for Illowa.
I don't even think the defense had a chance to even see him.
She might have snuck off before the whistle blew. Who knows?
Roxy
it was that
Balboa
fast.
Is working those toe stops so quick on the skates.
Yeah, and Roxy Balboa shrugs off the block from Betty TKO. Completes a 4-point scoring pass for Illowa. Ratchet, helmet cover in hand. Yet to complete an initial pass for Ohio. And Roxy Balboa picking up a forearm penalty. So another power jam opportunity for Ohio. And the helmet cover will be passed to Maloik, the pivot for Ohio. Maloik calling for some offense. Direction of gameplay penalty to assessed
Mojo?
to number 168, Mojo Andersmash. Maloik still working on the initial pass as the jammer. Trying to get some help from Ratchet.
Just a little over 30 seconds left in this jam.
Maloik left to try to engage Roxy Balboa on re-entry, as Roxy Balboa's penalty has expired. And Maloik completes an initial pass.
Maloik's going to have to get it in gear to try to get a couple points here at the end of this jam.
This jam will go 2 minutes. So Roxy Balboa with 4 points in hand.
Hard hit going down right there is Maloik.
Illowa losing blockers to the penalty box. That creates a path for Maloik to complete a 4-point scoring pass. So 4 points for Ohio. Perhaps 8 points for Illowa. Illowa leads 53-15.
It's a good chance for Team Ohio here to try to get an early lead, get some points out there.
So Ohio will start with a 3-on-2 blocker advantage. Ice hurt. Prolific jammer for Team Illowa. Out with the jammer star against Stellar Luna. And Ice hurt easily through the pack. Lead jammer for Illowa. Ice hurt in pursuit. Ohio locking down the front of the pack, mostly by Coco Sparks. Stellar Luna finds a path to the outside, completes the scoring pass. Not quite. And an out-of-play block assessed to the Illowa pivot, number 81, D. Ride. Stellar Luna with 4 points. Ice Hurt was the lead jammer. But Stellar Luna able to collect 4 for Ohio. And 4 also for Team Illowa.
Looks like Team Illowa is reaching for the good old timeout. This will be Team Illowa's first team timeout of the jam, or excuse me, of the bout.
And this team timeout brought to you by Chrissy Crash. Chrissy Crash's Crash Course. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of the Roller Derby Training Club fitness app for just $1. Life is a contact sport. Win.
I think I might make that my mantra, the life is a contact sport.
That was I was an announcer at the Roller Derby World Cup, and that was also a sponsor read there. And yes, we all made that our mantra by the end of the weekend. Announcing isn't necessarily meant to be a contact sport, but
I hope not.
Yeah. Unless you count like the hand slaps, the fist bumps,
the high fives at the end,
skaters after the game,
That's fair. I mean, I'm not
that kind of contact is okay.
You're pretty intimidating, Biff. I don't know if I'd want to do anything more than just high fives with you.
Ice Hurt to jam against Enemy Lou Harris. Ice Hurt picks up lead. Enemy Lou Harris in pursuit. 3 on 3 in the pack right now.
Do you know if they do any analytics on what jammer scored the most points throughout Skate Wars?
I do not know.
Because you had mentioned earlier that Ice Hurt put up a big jam last night and already has a 28-point jam this bout, so we could potentially have the most points from any jammer.
It could be. I mean, it's the biggest jam I have seen to this point.
As for the biggest I've seen, I've only seen a couple 16s, 14s. I've yet to see a 20, let alone a 28.
And still plenty of time in this game for maybe another bigger jam. Hopefully it's for Ohio's sake. I hope it's by Murder Line in this situation. Trailing by 19-59, Murder Line jamming against Dauntless of Team Illowa. And Murder Line.
There it is. You called it.
Quickly to the inside. Lead jammer for Ohio.
But not too far behind is Dauntless.
Dauntless picks up a track cut. Ohio is going to go on the power jam.
I think I just announcer cursed Dauntless. I was excited. Dauntless got through.
So Murder Line, tripod to beat at the front. Murder Line in the power jam, get some assistance.
Looks like another
Shipwreck,
track cut.
among others.
Another track cut being called on Team Illowa. Now, Team Ohio's Murder Line, with this lead jammer status, needs to put some points up here. Needs to start closing that gap before it gets out of hand.
So to Murder Line. Oh, nice hip check to the outside. 4 points for Murder Line. Finally completing this first scoring pass. Ohio, a 4-on-3 blocker advantage for the moment. Murder Line approaches on a second scoring pass. Ohio swings into offense. Murder Line, one blocker to beat at the two to beat at the front. Murder Line calls the jam. That jam was ultimately interrupted by D-Ride of Team Illowa. But Ohio with 6 points. They now trail by 34, 25-59. 7:40 left in the first period.
This is a very good defensive bout so far between both teams.
Illowa jammer still in the penalty box. That's Dauntless. Ratchet with the jammer star for Ohio. And Ratchet picks up a penalty.
Derby's no fun when there's no jammers on the track.
And so Dauntless with the power jam opportunity now for Illowa. Dauntless gets lead and is immediately absorbed into the pack.
Looks like a forearm was called on Cruella for Team Illowa, allowing Ratchet to sneak out again.
Penalty to Ratchet has expired. And Ratchet completes the initial pass, is around on a scoring pass now for Ohio. While Dauntless is bottled up at the front by Page Bleed and Page Bleed among others. And Ratchet picks up another penalty. Did not quite see what that one was.
Ratchet's racking them up.
And in the meantime, we're going to have a 2-minute jam. Neither jammer with lead. Dauntless now on a scoring pass for Illowa. Dauntless picking up another penalty. A forearm call this time, I believe. And that'll bring Ratchet back to the track.
That rhymed. Well done.
Yeah.
Ratchet back on the track.
Pack stopped at the jammer line. Ratchet spins around the outside, picks up 4 big points for Ohio.
Closing that gap, only down by 30 at this point.
So, Pack setting up at the pivot line. Ratchet on a second scoring pass. Ratchet on the toe stops around the perimeter. Falls out of bounds as the jam ends. Dauntless was able to collect some points on that. 2 more to Ratchet and Ohio. And a total of 3 to Illowa. So after all of the back and forth jammer penalties, a 6-3 jam in favor of Ohio. They trail 31-62.
Just a little under 5 minutes left in this first half.
Stellar Luna to jam against Roxy Balboa. And Roxy Balboa quickly establishes lead. Stellar Luna in pursuit. Full set of blockers on the track as the jam ends. Called quickly by Roxy Balboa. No points for Ohio. I believe it's 1 for Illowa. And they marginally extend their lead by 63-31. 4 minutes, 18 seconds left in the period.
A little bit of conversation going on with some of the zebras out there. Not exactly sure what they were asking about, but we're back to the 5 seconds timer.
So enemy Lou Harris to the skatin' not hatin' jammer line against Crystallica. Jam is underway. Looks like enemy Lou Harris making the most forward progress. But both jammers still locked in the pack.
Defensive Illowa getting down low, lowering that center of gravity, not allowing Emily Lou Harris to sneak by to get lead jammer status.
Enemy Lou Harris stuck in a silo of blockers. And enemy Lou Harris is out, and lead jammer for Ohio. Took about 45 seconds, but enemy Lou Harris finally picking up lead. And I think we have the first star pass of the game for Team Illowa to number 224. That is Crash Nova. Enemy Lou Harris on a scoring pass, met by a tripod at the rear of the pack. Crash Nova stretching the pack at the front.
Emily Lou working through.
And that's 4 big points for enemy Lou Harris. Crash Nova stuck at the rear of the pack. Betty TKO working on Crash Nova. Enemy Lou Harris a second scoring pass. Illowa yet to complete their initial. And that's 8 points for enemy Lou Harris.
This is the jam that Ohio needed to get it in gear and get things back moving in their direction.
Crash Nova forced back to the infield. Betty TKO draws Crash Nova back. Enemy Lou Harris on a third scoring pass. Enemy Lou Harris will reset as the jam ends. And Enemy Lou Harris, an 11-point jam for Ohio. That's their biggest of the game, I believe.
I do believe you're correct. Closing that gap.
Margin is 42-63, and right now, that 28-point jam by Ice Hurt is really looming large, because without that,
it's
Ohio
a lot
would be
closer.
leading,
A lot
42-35.
I'm still impressed with how quick you can throw those numbers together like that.
Well, I'm an accountant. I kind of have to be able to do that.
I mean, accountants can use tools like calculators.
Well, yeah, but we got to make sure the calculator's right.
Do you think your other accountant friends would make fun of you if you used a calculator more?
Nah. Ice Hurt, the jammer, lead jammer for Illowa. Speaking of Ice Hurt, Murderline, the jammer for Ohio. And Murderline completes the initial pass. Ice Hurt with 4 points in hand for Illowa. Less than a minute remaining in the period clock. Minute 20 left in the jam. Jam is called. And we have an Ohio skater down on the track. That'll create an official time.
All right, we're back after the quick injury timeout. The skater was able to get off on their own free will, so hopefully nothing majorly is hurt there. Get some ice, some ibuprofen, and be ready for the next bout.
Okay. So we have 40 seconds remaining in the first period. Illowa leading by a score of 71-42. And we get the rolling whistle, 5 seconds to start. Jam is underway, and Ratchet is through. Lead jammer for Ohio. Tricky Pixie, the jammer for Team Illowa, in pursuit. And Ratchet quickly into the pack. 2 blockers to beat, spins out of the pack, calls the jam. That's 4 points for Ohio. And do we have enough time to get one more jam in this half? Skaters seem to think there is. That brings Ohio within 25 points, 71-46.
Looks like they are going to go ahead and go to intermission.
Okay. We go to halftime with Team Illowa leading Team Ohio 71-46. We'll see you in about 11 minutes. We're back for half number 2 of game number 31 here at Skate Wars 2025. Team Illowa, the 15th seed entering the tournament, taking on Team Ohio, the 21st ranked team. Team Illowa leads by 71-46. The winner of this game will take on the winner of Wisconsin versus Jewish Roller Derby at 11:15 tomorrow for 17th place in Skate Wars 2025. So, first jam of the second half for Team Illowa is Chi-Town Choker, Ratchet jamming for Ohio. Chi-Town Choker, first lead of the second half for Team Illowa. All right, so Chi-Town Choker with lead on a scoring pass. Sent into the outside. Drawn back by Slamwise Gamgee of Ohio. And Ratchet has handed off the Jammer Star to number 66. That is Shipwreck. And that jam ends 4-0 to Team Illowa. Roxy Balboa back to the jammer line for Team Illowa against Stellar Luna. Jam is underway. Still no lead. Looks like Stellar Luna making the most forward progress. Roxy Balboa is through and lead. That is true. Okay. I'm sure I'll hear about it on Twitter. Roxy Balboa around for 4 points. Stellar Luna hands off the Jammer Star. This time to Bruta Chris. Roxy Balboa, the apex jump. Sticks the landing, calls the jam. 4 more points for Team Illowa. That's an 8-0 jam. Excuse me. Excuse me. Door or window? All right. Did you guys scooch to the side a little bit? Thank you. So we bring Ice Hurt back to the jammer line. Ice Hurt, 28-point jam at one point in the first half. That's pretty much the margin that Team Illowa has on Team Ohio. Ice Hurt jamming against Enemy Lou Harris of Ohio. And Ice Hurt is quickly through and lead. Enemy Lou Harris in pursuit. Team Illowa skating in the yellow and orange jerseys. Ohio is in white. Ice Hurt enters the pack, calls the jam. Quite emphatically, I would add.
Lots of pizzazz on that one.
Yeah, lots of head, shoulders, knees, and toes action there.
I'm really impressed with the stamina these skaters have been able to put together. Honestly, one bout I'd be done for at least 2 weeks, maybe 3, without being able to get back on a set of wheels.
So 1 point for Ice Hurt, no points for Ohio. Score stands at 84-46. 26 minutes left in the game. Chris Stalica jamming against Murder Line.
Toe stop action there for Murder Line, able to get that lead jammer status for Ohio.
Yeah, first lead of the second half for Ohio. Chris Stalica fighting around the outside of the pack with Betty TKO and Shipwreck.
So one of my favorite restaurants growing up as a child down south was a place called Crystal's. and it's spelled the same way as Kristallika spells their name. And it just makes me think of those lovely little cheeseburgers.
I've been down south. I know what those are.
Oh, they're so good.
Murderline drawn back to turn 4. On a scoring pass now for Ohio. Kristallika picking up a penalty on the way through the pack. So Ohio has a power jam opportunity here. And Murderline escorted through by Betty TKO. 4 points for Ohio.
This is quite the defensive battle going on here. It's pretty impressive when you think about it, to be able to just like keep the teams under 100 points at halftime. Maybe we'll break. Maybe 200 total.
Illowa is well on their way to 100 at this point. But Dauntless jamming for Illowa against Ratchet. Jam is underway. Illowa blocker taking a tumble to the infield. Ratchet suffers the Malachi crunch at the front of the pack. Ratchet almost out.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whoa, wow.
Hopping through the pack. Lead jammer for Ohio.
Jump, Rabbit, jump.
That took a bit of acrobatics on Ratchet's part.
Ooh, and some speed around that corner going into turn 2 just to sneak by another 4 points.
That's a jammer's dream when the pack is preoccupied with the other jammer. Ratchet just breezed around the outside of that. Illowa has passed the jammer star to Rabbit. And that's 4 more points for Ratchet.
This is what Ohio needed.
So pack at a standstill in turns 3 and 4. Ratchet, a third scoring pass, and Ratchet is through. This is the biggest jam of the game for Ohio so far. 4th scoring pass now for Ratchet. And Ratchet lowers the shoulder out of the...
Quick note.
Almost draws the out-of-play block there on number 3. That is Dauntless. Ratchet, 16 points on the jam. Ratchet, 20 points now on the jam.
20-point jam, still about 20 seconds left to go.
And Rabbit wearing the jammer cover as the recipient of a star pass.
Hard hit, and down goes Ratchet.
That jam was on the precipice of timing out to start with. But Ohio has drawn to within 12 points, 22 points for Ratchet. And that is going to force Team Illowa to call a timeout.
That's 2 big jams from leading jammers for each team. 28 from Icer at the beginning, Ratchet here in the second period. This has turned into a lot closer of a bout than I anticipated.
Now, Ohio has had some experience in these types of tournaments. I mean, and sometimes you lose a game early. That's not necessarily a true reflection of what the team's capabilities are.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we saw Illowa, bounce back after losing their first game to beat Maryland.
Do you know how long the teams have been in town for?
Well, probably since Thursday.
Okay. I know I never, played well in any sport after a travel day, so.
I mean, they're playing 2 games after a travel day, so. So Illowa with the timeout. Enemy Lou Harris will return to the jammer line for Ohio at next opportunity. Looks like Ice Hurt jamming for Team Illowa.
All right, looks like we're right back to it. Back to it then.
All right. Jam has started. Ice Hurt sent to the inside. Ice Hurt sent around the outside. Picks up lead for Team Illowa.
Ice Hurt makes this look a little too easy sometimes.
Yeah, they it's almost as if they rarely break a sweat. I mean, it's just so smooth and unbothered. Enemy Lou Harris completes the initial pass for Ohio.
I do believe Emily Lou got a no pass.
That is correct, yes.
The final one there.
Isert is lead jammer. Has picked up 8 points on the jam so far for Team Illowa. And Enemy Lou Harris picks up a forearm penalty. That's going to put Isert on the power jam, and that is exactly what Ohio does not need right now. Isert breaks out of the Ohio tripod at the front. Completes the third scoring pass.
Isert just working through that defensive line of Ohio. Like you mentioned earlier, it just looks all too easy. Not even breaking a sweat, just like it's an everyday thing. Just easy peasy.
It's like,
every day.
I'm just gonna bounce off a bunch of skaters and pick up some points. And penalty to Enemy Lou Harris has timed out.
But with that, Team Iowa. Illowa hits the century mark. It's an all drink.
So Isert locked down with a tripod at the front of the pack. Enemy Lou Harris into the pack. And the jam will end. And Isert responding with a 20-4 jam for Team Illowa after Ohio picks up 22.
Isert's like, oh, Ratchet, you got 22? Here, I'll just put up another 20-piece myself.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me want a 20-piece chicken nugget, though.
It's getting a little close to dinner time for that kind of talk. Chi-Town choker with Team Illowa leading 104-76. We're just under 20 minutes to play in the game. Stellar Luna drawn back into turn 4. Team Illowa setting up the tripod at the rear of the pack.
Hey.
But Stellar Luna sneaks out of it. Is not lead jammer. No pass, no penalty situation there. So Chi-Town choker still has the opportunity to get lead. But Chi-Town choker is mired in the pack behind the jammer line. Stellar Luna on a scoring pass. Stellar Luna with 4 points.
And now I do believe that would make Stella Luna lead jammer now, correct?
It would not. She did not get lead.
So then no lead has been established.
So no lead has been established. That is still available to Chi-Town choker, who is still on an initial pass and has kept the attention of the pack long enough to allow Stellar Luna to easily find a way around the outside. 12 points on the jam for Ohio. A fourth scoring pass for Stellar Luna. That's 16. Jammers trading double-digit jams. Chi-Town choker finally out of the pack, gets lead, and immediately calls the jam to stem the bleeding for Illowa. So no points for Team Illowa, 16 plus maybe more for Ohio. Looks like we are going to the scorers table to sort out matters of scoring here. .5 minutes remaining in the game.
Team Illowa 104, Team Ohio 92.
So we have an official timeout. And Ohio is back within 12 points.
Big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Capital City Market. Capital City Market offers low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. They also feature a full grocery selection, including the Meyer brand and national favorites you already love. Be sure to visit the in-store cafe. Also, skaters on wheels are also welcome to check out the store across the street. So skate on over there.
Now, it is so nice when you're at a derby tournament to have a grocery store basically on the doorstep of the venue.
And it's a nice store, too. It's like, A little fancy, a little too bougie for me personally.
Okay, all right.
I prefer a little bit more dirt on the floor if I go grocery shopping. It makes me feel more at home.
So D. Ride skated off to the locker area, so they may be done for the game. 17:26 remaining in the game. A 12-point game. Team Ohio clawing their way back into it. Ratchet the jammer against Roxy Balboa. Ratchet, one blocker to beat. Gets lead. Is sent, unfortunately for Ohio, recycled into the infield. Roxy Balboa still on an initial pass. Ooh. And Ratchet is through for as lead. So pack reorganizing in turn one. It appears looks like Roxy Balboa incurred a penalty. This is an Ohio power jam. And Ratchet has picked up a penalty. While on a scoring pass. Tough break there for Ohio. Roxy Balboa out of the pack. Completes an initial pass. And is on the power jam for Team Illowa. Pack sets up in turn one. Roxy Balboa on a scoring pass. And Roxy Balboa is through. Ohio reorganizing the pack at the front. Roxy Balboa, a second scoring pass. Penalty to Ratchet has now expired. Illowa picking up a multiplayer blocking penalty. And Ratchet picks up 4 points. Roxy Balboa picks up some points, as does Ratchet as the jam times out. So 8 points for Illowa. 4 and possibly more for Ohio. That's a total of 8 for Ohio. Ohio passed the 100-point mark now.
Quick little all drink for everyone who's watching at home. We have just over 15 minutes left. Team Illowa 112, Team Ohio 100. This game got a lot closer here in the second period.
Illowa has led almost from the start. Murder line, lead jammer for Ohio. Ice hurt the jammer for Team Illowa. Ice hurt. Oh, and Murder line picks up a track cut penalty.
Called for the track cut. Oh.
Shortly, that tough break. She got tripped up coming out of the pack and re-entered improperly. So thus the track cut penalty and the power jam for Team Illowa. Ice hurt. Has completed initial pass and picked up 4 points. Tough break there for Ohio.
Ohio really needed that one.
They gained lead against Ice Hurt. But Ice Hurt now on a second scoring pass and on the power jam for Team Illowa. 8 crucial points now for Team Illowa. Murder line.
Not the skates.
And Murder line gets drawn all the way back to the pivot line. Got Kitty Lickerbottom, veteran Ohio skater, trying to lead her jammer out of the pack. Ice Hurt has 12. Murder line still to complete an initial scoring pass. But this jam going 2 full minutes. Neither jammer with lead. Pack breaks up a bit in turns 3 and 4. Both jammers are struggling. Murder line out of the pack. That's 4 points for Ohio. Kitty Lickerbottom forces out Ice Hurt. as the jam ends. So 12 points for Team Illowa, plus 4.
16.
Yeah, we just have jammers trading double-digit jams here the last few jams. Team Illowa back out to a 24-point lead.
24 points, just over 12 minutes to go.
Kristalica jamming against Murderline. Or Enemy Lou Harris, excuse me. Scoreboard is updated. And Ohio locking down on Kristalica at the front of the pack.
Ooh, quick move on
Enemy
the inside.
Lou Harris. Oh, track cut.
No. Oh.
Jammer penalties at crucial times for Ohio. That'll allow Kristalica to pick up lead.
That jam ref is making it difficult, keeping them all in check, making sure everyone's skating nice and clean.
So Kristalica with lead on the power jam. And a first scoring pass now for Team Illowa. Kristalica beating the last 2 blockers at the front. That's 4 points for Team Illowa. Blockers reorganizing in turn 1. Kristalica, second scoring pass. The penalty to Enemy Lou Harris is over. And Kristalica will call the jam. So no points for Ohio there. Just a total of 5 for Team Illowa. They lead by 133 to 104. We are at 11 minutes remaining in the game. And a team timeout called by Ohio. Their second. We'd like to thank the Lansing Sports Commission. Lansing Sports Commission is your resource for sports tournament and event planning in Michigan's capital region. As a full-service sports commission, they will work with you on every aspect of your event, as dedicated to its successes as you are. Located in the heart of Michigan, Greater Lansing is convenient to reach and easy to navigate. The region is full of well-equipped lodging, first-rate athletic venues, entertainment options for the team, and so much more. No matter the size of your event or the sport you've come to play, the LSC is ready to help you plan and support your event. Yeah, Lansing, great place to have a derby tournament. We have, the convention center. We have the hotel that is directly attached to this venue. We have another hotel down the street. We have a grocery store. We have restaurants. You have a really nice, newish, pretty new baseball stadium right next door.
Yep. The old lug nuts.
Great. So, Lansing, great place to have an event. Stellar Luna. Jamming is lead jammer for Ohio against Roxy Balboa of Illowa. Ohio down by 29 points with 10:42 left in the game. Stellar Luna on a scoring pass.
Stellar Luna going to get called
Stellar
for the track
Luna
cut.
picks up a track cut. That's 3 jams in a row. The Ohio Jammers picked up a penalty. Or maybe not.
Yeah, because I do believe both skaters stepped out of bounds on that hit.
So a bit of confusion there. That might cost Stellar Luna here in the long run. Stellar Luna drawn back behind the pivot line. Roxy Balboa yet to complete an initial pass. And Roxy Balboa is out. Stellar Luna on a scoring pass. Stellar Luna breaks through, calls the jam. And that's 4 crucial points for Ohio at this stage.
They needed those.
Score stands 133 to 108. 9:45 left in the game. So, as a reminder, winner of this game takes on the winner of Team Wisconsin versus Jewish Roller Derby. That game is just now getting underway over on track number 3. Although we hope you stick around to watch the end of this game. Ice Hurt jamming against Ratchet. Ice Hurt breaks out simply as you like. Lead jammer for Team Illowa. Ratchet. The jammer for Ohio. Ratchet thought they had a path to the outside. Ooh, little nice little apex skip for Ice Hurt there.
Almost like they were walking on air. Just toot, 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 toot.
Yeah. Forearm penalty assessed within the pack to a Team Illowa skater. Ratchet out ineligible to score points. Ice Hurt has picked up 8 in the meantime. And Ratchet breaks through for 4 points.
Looks like Illowa has someone else going to the timeout.
Now that is number 2. That is Enraged. Jam ends. 12 points for Ice Hurt. It boggles the mind how easily Ice Hurt racks up points. I mean,
a 28-point jam, a 20-point jam.
Boom, double digits, no matter what. Murder line.
I mean, if I was a betting man, I would bet money on Ice Hurt scoring the most points at any jammer here this weekend.
You wouldn't be far off on that, probably.
At least from the games that I've seen so far, just incredible.
So, Team Illowa, a more comfortable 33-point margin to start this jam, as Murder Line will take the jammer line against Chi-Town Cruiser Choker. Murder Line is out first, lead jammer for Ohio.
Little jammer on jammer violence going into turn 4.
Yep. Little jammer to jammer combat. That's going to force a quick call of the jam for Murder Line.
Uh-oh. Looks like an OPR saw something.
So a brief officials conference in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Team Ohio is going to start with one in the box.
Not the jammer, though, fortunately for them. Enemy Lou Harris, the jammer for Ohio. Kristalica will be the jammer for Team Illowa. Kristalica, one blocker to beat at the front. Kristalica spins out of the pack, but committed a forearm penalty in the process.
Oh.
So penalty drawn
Ohio
there by
chance.
Tara Hole-In-You of Ohio.
That's going to give Ohio a chance they need. They're going to really need to
If
put some points
enemy
on the
Lou
board
Harris
here.
can re-enter the track successfully, she was drawn back into turn 3. So Team Illowa smartly drawing the Ohio jammer back.
Just keep going backwards.
Pack in retrograde to the back straightaway.
You know, pack direction's all irrelevant, just like time.
Yeah. Enemy Lou Harris breaks out, lead jammer for Ohio, but it took a while.
At least a minute to get through the pack there.
Yeah, it was enough time for Kristalica to serve her penalty. So enemy Lou Harris on a scoring pass. Betty TKO trying to draw back Kristalica. Enemy Lou Harris picks up a track cut. So another jammer penalty at an inopportune time for Ohio.
It does look like track cuts seem to be the penalty of the game. Lots of track cuts getting called out there.
Yes, seems to be. So Kristalica on the power jam, not lead jammer. This jam with less than 10 seconds to run. And that'll end the jam. What's that? The Salam game, first one today, was somebody from API. Yeah. Right, yeah.
Looks like Emily Lou Harris is going to stay out there for Team Ohio. Right there starting in the box. Ice Hurts back out there from Team Illowa. Got sent right down.
Team Illowa, 32-point lead. They send their most prolific jammer out. But the penalty enemy Lou Harris is now over. Neither jammer has yet established lead. Ohio loses their pivot. That's Stellar Luna.
There it is. Ice Hurt gets that lead jammer status. Oh.
So enemy Lou Harris still on an initial pass. And Ice Hurt. Ohio could not engage. They were out of play. Enemy Lou Harris, still the jammer for Ohio. And Ice Hurt, 4 points in hand and on a second scoring pass.
Able to sneak through. Just like we mentioned earlier, makes it look all too easy.
Ice Hurt, a third scoring pass. And Illowa definitely frustrating enemy Lou Harris at this point. But Ice Hurt sort of locked at the front of the pack, not doing, but Ohio doing their best to lock down on Ice Hurt.
That's a tough task to try to get done because everything
But
I've
less
seen.
than 10 seconds left in the jam. Ice Hurt may just be trying to run out the clock. And it does. So an 8-0, 8 maybe more for Team Illowa. No points for Ohio.
Another another double-digit scoring run for Ice Hurt.
Yes. So we are at 2 minutes, 5 seconds left in the game. Team Illowa leading Team Ohio 158 to 114.
2 minutes.
Roxy Balboa now to the jammer line for Team Illowa. Ratchet the jammer for Ohio. Ratchet is out and lead jammer for Ohio. So maybe too little too late for Ohio, but stranger things have happened.
It's
Roxy Balboa
late.
struggling to get out of the pack. Ratchet gets out, picks up 4 points. And calls the jam.
A little confusion there going on between
Yes.
lead calling it or...
Excuse me. Excuse me. Yep. All right. Murder line back to the jammer line for Ohio against Chi-Town Choker. And this will be the final throw of the dice for Ohio. Down 40 points. Less than a minute in the game. Chi-Town Choker with the most forward progress, backed up against the outside line. Chi-Town Choker fully out of the pack and lead jammer for Team Illowa. Murder line out of the pack as well. Pack sets up in turn one. Chi-Town Choker tries to find a path to the outside. Is held up. Murder line on a scoring pass for Ohio at the front of the pack.
These skaters are giving it their all the way down to the last 10 seconds.
Less than 10 seconds in on the period clock. A minute on the jam clock.
No easy routes
Chi-Town
here.
Choker sees the period clock hit 0 and calls the jam. But Ohio able to pick up 4 points the last jam. They closed the gap to 162 to 122. And that is our unofficial final score. Illowa 162, Ohio 122. Illowa will return tomorrow at 11:15 to play for 17th place against the winner of the Wisconsin versus Jewish roller derby bout that has just started over on track number 3. The Ohio will come back at 10 o'clock tomorrow and they will play the loser of that game happening on track number 3 right now. So, final score, Illowa 162, Ohio 122. I have been Bifix-a-lot.
I've been Premature Enunciation.
And we will see you later.
also got stomped over here on this one, too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, yeah, I think that.
All right. Looks like we're ready to get back to some Derby action over here on track 2. I'm Premature Enunciation, joined by the lovely.
I am Lexi Pro, or Lexi the Luscious Loudmouth, if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Oh, and it looks like we got a nice little bout coming up on our hands. We got the Jersey All-Stars taking on Team Indiana. Team Indiana was the 14 seed coming into this year's Skate Wars, and Jersey All-Stars were the number 24 seed.
Jersey in yellow, Team Indiana in black. And Team Indiana's got roulette wheels on the jam line. We're watching Cargo Riot down the star for the Jersey All-Stars. And I've seen a lot of Jersey this tournament, and Cargo Riot is fast. And his lead jammer.
Speaking of fast, there Cargo Riot goes.
Yep. Roulette wheels still stuck in the pack on that initial pass.
It's a good defensive start by both teams here. Cargo Riot squeaked through in the beginning, but not quite. Oh, I spoke too soon. Able to sneak by and get a little something going here.
And Riot goes slide into the ref lane and calls it off.
Well, it is more open in the ref lane.
Jersey.
A little less congestion.
A little less congestion, you're right. And Jersey is on the board for 3 points. Team Indiana scoreless.
A little bit of a slow start here. I'm wondering if up there is the 5 seconds. I was starting to worry.
Yeah, so was I. I thought maybe we were going to see an official timeout. Oh, yeah. And we've got Janet Skatehole jamming for Team Indiana, but Janet Skatehole's going to be lead jammer.
Ran across those toe stops right through the jam and pivot line like it was nothing.
Horror Quinn stuck in the pack. We saw a lot of Horror Quinn has been jamming quite a bit this tournament, and would you look at that, Indiana on the board for 4 points, and we've got our first lead change of the game, sports fans. Team Indiana now in the lead with 4 points, Jersey trailing at 3. Horror Quinn looking to get the star pass in the pack, past the star over to Lady Speedstick, number 902. Speedstick currently at the front of the pack. Janet Skatehole going for a second scoring pass.
Well, there's a little congestion going on right there into turn 3. Looking for an opening. I'm just not sure. It doesn't look like there's any. Oh, there's a little bit of a hole for Janet Skatehole. That's a fun name to say.
Yeah.
Janet Skatehole.
Janet Skatehole. That's another 4 points going on the board for Skatehole, bringing Indiana's total up to 8. We got a scar pass to Lady Speedstick of Jersey All-Stars. Speedstick finally out of that pack, but before she can reach the pack, Skatehole calls it off. Skatehole picking up 3 more points, bringing Indiana's total up to 11. Jersey scoreless in that jam, still at 3.
Half Pipe Dynamite. Oh, I'm excited to read through these names later. That's another fun one. And Pixie Stick, too.
Yes, Pixie Stick is, we've seen quite a bit of Pixie on the jam line this tournament. I don't know why, but this is the 3rd game with Jersey that I've announced so far. So I feel like I'm getting to know these skaters pretty well.
Maybe they just picked you as their favorite announcer.
I have no idea what it is. Boner at the front of the pack holding together that 3-wall for Jersey All-Stars. Yeah, half pint. Forced to the back of the pack.
Forced to the back of the pack, but Team Indiana didn't let that slide easily and sent the Jersey right back on her behind as well.
Jersey recovering after a crushing defeat to Skatanic Temple earlier this afternoon, or morning actually.
Stretching the pack out here.
And no pack has been called. Half Pint's going to be lead jammer. Pixie Sticks for still at the back of that pack. That strong Team Indiana defense. Pixie trying to get the star pass. That was Half Pint's first scoring pass. and they're picking up all 4 points, bringing Indiana's total up to 15.
Oh, half pipe with a nice little spin move going into turn 1. Doing the old dishwasher on him.
Indiana's got good defense, too. I'm looking at number 42, Schlitt Throat at the front of the pack. See how she's working with her pivot to hold back the Jersey Jammer. And we have a star pass, Smashing Pumpkin, number 1979, taking the star for Jersey. Star not quite on her helmet yet.
Ooh-wee. Some of these hits are just already hurting me in my soul. The game's just getting started.
I know. Should I call you preemie? Because premature enunciation is very long. I was about to say, and these teams have both skated at least. I know Jersey skated at least 4 bouts.
I think this is their 4th game for everyone. I think.
Yes, I think you're right. Jersey might have had 3 yesterday. I'm not sure.
Whew, that's a long day.
Especially
tell me
after
about traveling too.
Yeah, and then some of these skaters are also dual rostered.
I did see that. Some of them on different teams.
We have multiple borderless teams at this tournament, in addition to a number of state teams. So lots of skaters doing double duty, representing 2 teams at this tournament. But right now, we're only worried about Team Indiana and the Jersey All-Stars. And Ricky Bobby for Team Indiana, picking up lead jam. Ricky Bobby calling it off.
Ricky Bobby wanted to go fast and got a couple of points there.
Looks like
2 points for Jersey and 2 points for Indiana.
A 2-2 jam, bringing Jersey up to 5. Team Indiana at 25.
And call that jam a wash because no points really mattered there.
Yeah, I would agree. 2-2.
You start calling it tied when that happens.
So, quick shout out to one of our sponsors, Gillespie Group. Gillespie Group specializes in the management, development, and reimagination of residential and commercial real estate properties. They credit quality people, a relentless creative spirit, and a passion for reinvention in their ability to leave a lasting impact on Michigan's landscape. On the Derby landscape, Cargo Riot's wearing the star again for Jersey All-Stars, joined by Roulette Wheels jamming for Team Indiana. Oh, Cargo Riot was so close to being out of the pack. Just took a big hit from Shauna the Dead of Indiana.
I wonder if Cargo Riot likes like cargo pants and cargo shorts.
It's a very practical item of clothing. I wouldn't blame her.
Plenty of pockets or plenty of spaces.
I think cargo pants are finally making a comeback. Remember the 90s? Everybody had them?
Oh, I still have my cargo pants. I don't wear them very often, but when I do, I have plenty of spaces for things.
Hey, Roulette Wheels picking up lead jam here. Cargo Riot almost there she goes. Cargo Riot out of the pack.
It's hard to say that, Cargo Riot. That's like
I had to ask their coach how to pronounce it.
Cargo Riot. Well, between that, then you got hooting and hollering going on over here on track 3.
Team Indiana picking up 3 points. That's going to raise their score to 28. Jersey at 5. I wonder if Cargo Riot is like Zoot Suit Riot.
Ooh, Riot. Throw a na 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 na. I like what you did there. It's a great way to associate things. I was thinking cargo pockets, and you're over here thinking musical talented from their late 90s.
Yeah, I was about to say it's another 90s reference for all you Gen Zers listening in YouTube land. We got Sarge on the jam line for Team Indiana. Horror-Quinn taking the star again for the Jersey All-Stars.
Oh, what a quick move on the inside.
Horror-Quinn picking up lead jam, more than 50% of her jams against the Skatanic Temple earlier this morning.
Yeah, we'll reach out to the analytics team so they can go and get us those full stats. So we'll get those back to you here momentarily, and we'll get the exact percentage.
Yeah.
The It Man will be on it in no time, I promise.
You know, once you've watched a team enough times, you get a feel for who their jammers are. You know, most teams put out maybe half a dozen skaters on the jam line fairly regularly.
I will say I'm noticing the teams that seem to have a full roster of 18 players with a couple extra backups seem to be performing the best at these type of events. The couple teams I've seen that had a little less than 14, they get kind of start getting lethargic and tired the longer the tournament goes on.
I think you've got a point there, and I don't definitely for the last bouts, Jersey's a little bit short rostered. 4 of their skaters not present at this bout. So we'll have to see how that impacts how they do. Jersey now up to 9 points, picking up 4 points that last jam. Indiana 28. We've got Pixie Sticks, number 88, back on the jam line for the Jersey All-Stars, joined by Thunder, number 13, jamming for Indiana.
Ooh, hard hit right there between the pivot and jam lines.
I see that. Oh, and Pixie Sticks finds a hole on the inside, picking up lead jammer. Thunder out of that pack. They will not be lead jammer, but those of you watching at home probably figured that out by now. Indiana. Nice hit there from number 168, Shaun of the Dead.
All right.
Team Indiana.
What's it called? You hit it and quit it.
Hit it and quit it.
That is like your go-to phrase.
I know it.
I thought you were set up for that. I was looking forward to it.
I was watching Shaun of the Dead's defense and marveling in amazement.
I was like, oh, here it comes. And then it didn't. And I was just like right there at the edge of my seat, and it never happened.
I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Premature.
It's okay. I've been disappointed a lot in life.
Until you found Derby.
There we go. And then we're back at it again with Queen of Hurts. I do believe this is their first jam for tonight. In this bout.
I believe you're right. Janet Skatehole back on the jam line for Team Indiana. Skatehole falling right into that deadly Jersey trap. Knox holding down that defense for the Jersey All-Stars. Queen of Hearts picking up lead. Jam, little apex jump there from Queen of Hearts. That's 4 points going on the board for Jersey.
Flying through the air like the Jersey Devil around that corner.
I know. Team Indiana scoreless that jam, so we've got a 14-point game. Jersey trailing at 14. Team Indiana 28.
As soon as we get a good break here, we'll read out the roster. I was doing a quick overview to try to see if there was a Jersey Devil on the Jersey team, and I don't see one.
Sadly, no.
I really anticipated a good little, creature feature coming out tonight.
Quick shout out for the Lansing Sports Commission. Lansing Sports Commission, your resource for sports tournament and event planning in Michigan's capital region. As a full-service sports commission, they will work with you on every aspect of your event as dedicated to its successes as you are. Located in the heart of Michigan, Greater Lansing is convenient to reach and easy to navigate.
The Cargo Pocket Monster themselves, Cargo Riot, is back out in front with another lead jammer status for Jersey.
Ricky Bobby still working their way through the pack. And Cargo Riot picking up all 4 points there on that first pass, on that first scoring pass. Ricky Bobby still caught it. Ricky Bobby going for the star pass. They're trying to get the star over to their pivot.
I'm not going to lie. I really hope Ricky Bobby has a super secret handshake with Shake and Bake on their team. I'm looking forward to it if it happens.
Oh, I'm sure they do. Cargo Riot. This is a power jam for Team Indiana. Cargo Riot cooling her wheels in the penalty box. The Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. And we've got a star pass from Team Indiana and over to Roulette Wheels. Cargo Riot flying out of the Roulette Wheels penalty box. Big hit there from number 42, sorry kids, Schlitt Throat of Team Indiana.
I felt that in my soul.
These are the moments where I almost wish we had NFL money so we could do slow-mo instant replay.
Oh, the slow-mo. I don't know. I'd love to hear if the officials had a microphone or something like that to get that full smack of the body hitting the ground.
Speaking as a former jammer, Premature, I can assure you it doesn't hurt as much as it looks. At least maybe not till the next day.
Hurts me on the inside just watching it, just to know that a body can take that much punishment and then be able to bounce up so quickly like it was nothing. I mean, I get it when you're a small child because, you get thrown around
Well,
really easy when you're a kid, but these are grown adults.
Well, when your coach yells 1, 2, 3 up, 1, 2, 3 up at you repeatedly for 2 hours straight in practice, you learn how to get up fast.
As long as you never slow down, you never grow old.
That's right.
And that's going to take us into our first, I believe, an official review, if I'm not mistaken, or an official timeout.
This is an official. Yeah, the board says timeout, but I definitely saw one of the NSOs doing the official review signal.
Breaking out the YMCA on us. So that'll give us a chance to announce some of these teams real quick. Over in the yellow, the Jersey All-Stars, we have 010, Neon Lights Out, 022, Arcana Tarot, 13, Horror Quinn, 1313, Moulin Munster, 15, Rolls Joyce, 1979, Smashing Pumpkin, 200, The Queen of Hurts, 206, Windy Skulls, 3, Knox, 4, Hermes, 679, Sissy Slammer, 7782, Cargo Riot, 88, Pixie Stick, 902, Lady Speed Stick, and 91, Boner.
Also, quick shout out. This is a crash course team of team timeout. Got to get these sponsor mentions in somehow. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com. That's Chrissy and Crash, both with a K. For a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Trading Cup fitness app for just $1. Life is a contact sport. Win.
Oh, looks like the step-in ref's going to come let us know what had happened here. What you got there? Important? Okay. Ooh, okay. Would you like to take that one, or would you like me to take that one?
You go right ahead,
All right,
Premature.
so it looked like Indiana wanted to go ahead and get an official review onto the Jersey Jammer, looking like they knocked out of play, but in turn, the Jersey Jammer was knocked into the Indiana player, so then no penalty was called because it was unintentional, and Indiana has now lost their official review for the remainder of the game.
But Indiana has one lead jammer for the remainder of this jam. It is half pint of dynamite out there, number 39. Pixie Sticks, number 88, still caught up in the pack there for Jersey All-Stars. Nice defense at the front of the pack. Number 6-7, LC Hammer for Indiana, doing a nice job holding things together there at the front of the pack for Indiana.
You're a school teacher. How does it feel to say 6-7 in a environment? Have you noticed actually you teach adults, right?
Yeah.
So I've noticed the younger generation is saying the term 6-7 all the time now.
Really?
And I have no idea why, outside of it being some internet meme.
Nah.
And it's a new little catchphrase, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I like teaching adults. My students, they've got jobs, they've got kids, they don't keep up with memes, but we can almost keep up with the action on the track. Their half pint just took a big hit from a Jersey blocker, and there she goes again. That hit was brought to you by number 15, Rolls Joyce of the Jersey All-Stars. And Rolls-Royce gives half pint another hip ride almost into the ref lane.
Looks like we're back to an all skate now. All seats over there in timeout are clean.
Out of nowhere comes 6-7 LC Hammer.
Oh, another good name,
Indiana.
LC Hammer. That's probably one of my favorite things about Derby in general. Is just the way people come up with names and mix things together with numbers and puns. It's kind of neat.
I'm sorry. 6-7 is Huntress. 6-8-7 is LC Hammer. Apologize to any family that my Indiana family members that may be watching this. Did not mean to misname your friends. All right. Quick shout out to our Jammer Line sponsor, Skatin' Not Hatin'. Skatin' Not Hatin' has been around since 2014, owned and operated by Javelin, who skates for Kalamazoo Roller Derby Team Michigan and coaches Kalamazoo's Killer Bees, Kalamazoo's junior team. This small shop has huge heart, huge appeal, huge inventory. Skatin' Not Hatin' offers skate packages, protective gear, wheels, accessories, and full sublimation apparel.
Quick move on the inside of Queen of Hearts to get that lead jammer status for Jersey All-Stars, trying to close that 10-point gap. Looks like was able to hit it just in time before Indiana could put any more points on the board. That's going to put Jersey up to 32 and Team Indiana 38.
Jersey catching up to Indiana. We now have an 8-point game.
Well, that's because math is not my strong point. It is 30 points, not 32 points.
No, it's all right. It's not my strong point either. I can do derby math. And we've got just under 12 minutes left to go in this first half. We've got Neon Lights Out returning to the jam line for Jersey. Janet Skatehole wear the star for Indiana, and Janet Skatehole is going to be lead jammer.
Yeah, it's hard for me to start keeping up with points when I have more points on the board than I have toes and fingers. So, excuse me if I get a little off sometimes. Oh,
that's
quick
okay.
move.
Look at that. Look at the way Team Indiana opened up that outside lane for Janet Skatehole, and Janet took it. 4 points going on the board for Team Indiana. And Indiana does it again, this time opening up a hole in the inside of the pack. Skatehole goes cruising through, picks up all four, calls it off like a boss.
Skate hole goes through the hole.
Yeah.
That's hard to say. Skate hole.
It
Janet
is.
skate hole through the hole.
It really is.
The hole on the track.
But, it's important to, think about, a lot of times fans and announcers can do this too. You just focus on the jammer. And it's true, the jammer's like the ball in football. That's how you score the points. But no jammer can score points like that without a good, solid team of blockers. And once you've watched Derby 5, 6, 7, or like 10,000 times, you'll start to see how much of an impact a team's blockers can really have on a jammer's ability to score or an opposing jammer's ability to not score.
And it's like a good fluid moment between the jammers and the blockers to be able to find those openings.
Right.
And the synergy, I guess, is a good term to use there.
So you look at the way number 12 on Rogue. Rogue's holding the pack together in the middle like that, but she's in a position to swoop back and play defense, or swoop front and play offense, helping Ricky Bobby get through that line of defense. See, that's exactly what Rogue was watching for. It's exactly what she's trying to do. Nice little love tap there.
Oh, it does look like
a
Cargo Rad got sent to timeout, so that's going to allow Team Indiana to get their jammer out front and try to put some more points on the board.
That's right. Those of you watching at home, a lot of times if you see a pack slow down for what seems like no reason, a lot of times the reason for that's a power jam. It's common for both teams to slow down on the track when there's a jammer in the box.
I just thought it was because they were tired.
I would not blame them if they were. This is Jersey's fourth game of the tournament, second bout of the day. And both teams held scoreless of that jam. Jersey still at 30, Team Indiana at 46. We've got just 9 minutes left to go in this first half.
Oh, I do believe this is our first appearance of Sarge.
Yep, Sarge on the jam line for Team Indiana. This is a power start for Team Indiana. Cargo Riot, jammer for Jersey, is still in that penalty box. Sarge looking for that hole in the pack. Nicely done. Two of Team Indiana's blockers opening up the inside there for Sarge. Sarge picking up lead jammer. Any Derby fan can tell you, power jam is absolutely no guarantee your jammer will get lead. Sarge not only picked up lead, just picked up 4 points for Indiana. Cargo Riot still trapped in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box.
Sarge quick on the feet going into turn 3.
And that's going to be
think that's up to 12 points for Sarge this jam so far.
I think you're right. I'm not seeing him on the scoreboard yet, but that's my math.
Yeah, that's 3 full passes.
And that was Cargo Riot's first pass, which is, of course, not a scoring pass. Well, that's going to be the jam. And I think we were wrong about that 12 premature. We're only seeing 9 on the scoreboard. 9-point jam there.
We're never wrong. What do you mean?
That's going to bring Team Indiana up to 55 points. Jersey still at 30. Jersey now has Horror Quinn, number 13, on the jam line. Team Indiana Batty, number 765, wearing the star. We've got 7 minutes left to go in this first half.
Ooh.
Nice hit there from Boner of the Jersey All-Stars.
Yeah. I'm a child. It makes me giggle. I can't help it.
Yeah, it makes me giggle too, but I've gotten used to saying it by now. Beautiful defense there from again 91, the pivot, Jersey's pivot, and Horror Quinn's going to be lead jammer.
Little spin move and a call off. Oh, I thought it was a call off.
It was a call off attempt, and Horror Quinn getting called off for what I believe was a track cut. This is going to be a power jam for Team Indiana. Oh, cruel misfortune. Exactly what Jersey does not need. Another power jam for Indiana. And Batty picking up 4 on that pass. Batty looking for the hole in the pack. Jersey practicing their defense. Number 679, Sissy Slammer, holding down that defense line for Jersey All-Stars. Maulin Monster also going to assist. Oh, but what is this? The turns have tabled. It is now a power jam for Jersey. Batty going to the penalty box on a penalty. I didn't see the jam ref's hands. I don't know what penalty that was.
I can't.
Oh, this is madness. Horror Quinn going back to the penalty box. This means that Batty will be released and Horror Quinn will serve the exact same amount of time that Batty was in there.
Was that an illegal re-entry? I don't know what happened.
I'm not sure. It's happening at the opposite end of the track from where we're sitting, so we can't see everything the refs can see down there.
Yeah, but Derby's no fun when the jammers are in the box.
Speaking of, Batty's going out again on a penalty, and that's going to be the 2-minute mark. This is going to give. Batty has just been seated in the penalty box, so for about the first 20-25 seconds of this next jam, Jersey will be in the power position, and this is a chance. This is what they desperately need at this point in the game. We've got 5 minutes to go before half, and Jersey is 27 points behind. And
looks like we got a Team Indiana timeout here. In that case, we're going to run through the team for Indiana real fast. We have 0-0 Roulette Wheels, 0-7-3-4 Higgs Bosom, 1-2 Rogue, 1-3 Thunder, 1-6-8 Shaun of the Dead, 1-8 Smack, 2-05 Ricky Bobby, 2-2-2 Bangs McCoy, 3-08 Sarge, 3-9 Half Pipe of Dynamite, 4-2 Schlitt Throat, 6-7 Huntress, 6-8-7 LC Hammer, 7-6-5 Batty, 8-0 Janet Skatehole, 8-9 Bon Appetit.
Also, another quick mention for our team timeout sponsor, Crash Course. Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. Visit ChrissyCrash.com for dates and details. Now the jam timer has called 5 seconds. We're back into action here. We've got Batty again cooling those wheels in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. Queen of Hearts wearing the star for Jersey. And that is some nice blocking going on at the front of the pack by Team Indiana. It's number 89, Bon Appetit. Queen of Hearts sucked back into the pack. And Batty back out of the penalty box on the track. And Batty is going to be lead jammer. Queen of Hearts picking up a penalty there, so this is now a power jam for Team Indiana. That was a nice hit there from Arcana Taro of Jersey.
There's a lot going on right now, and I keep finding myself getting distracted by hand movements and wheels flying in different directions.
There is always a lot going on. I know.
Hey!
But Queen of Hearts is out. Now look at the way Boner, number 9-1 of Jersey. I know that was funny, but there's nothing funny about the way she was blocking. Did you see the way she had a teammate on either side of her, and they were basically building a cage for Batty, the Indiana jammer there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're a blocker, your eyes have to be on a swivel. You got to know where your teammates are at all times. You got to know where that jammer is. Forget teachers, forget parents of young children. It is a roller derby skater that truly has eyes in the back of their head. So Pixie Sticks, number 88, back on the jam line for Jersey. Janet Skatehole, number 80, jamming for Indiana. We've got just under 3 minutes left to go in this first half. Time for at least a couple of more jams. Nice bridging there from number 4, Hermes of Jersey All-Stars.
Ooh,
Maybe.
high steps on the inside. You know who did the high steps there?
Yes.
Boner. Ooh.
And Janet Skatehole is out. Janet Skatehole going to be lead jammer. Nice blocking there at the back of the pack from, I believe that is 222 Bangs McCoy of Team Indiana. Pixie Sticks has her work cut out for her. Bangs McCoy not giving an inch there in the pack. Bangs McCoy, of course, getting some support there from her teammates in the pack. Pixie trying to get the star over to Boner. Now look at where Boner's eyes are. She's got her eyes on her jammer. She knows the jammer's trying to pass the star. That's just another. That's just another thing that you have to keep watching for if you're the pivot. You know, you also have to see where your jammer is, see if they're trying to get the star to you. So that Team Indiana scoring 2 points in that jam. That's going to bring their score up to 67. Jersey trailing at 34.
How many seconds?
5. Cargo Riot returning to the jam line for Jersey. Roulette Wheels wearing the star for Indiana.
Cargo Riot running into a little bit of defensive trouble there. Indiana is not giving any inch out there on the track today.
Indiana's pivot, recycling Cargo Riot to the back of the pack. Roulette Wheels coming out, lead jammer. Nice defense there from number 15, Rolls Joyce of Team Indiana. Ooh, big hit. From that hit brought to you by 0734 Bosom of Indiana.
Pig's bosom. I felt that in my chest, in my bosom.
Cargo Riot looking to get the star pass. But Roulette Wheels getting hung up on her first scoring pass. Almost. Oh, Number 15 does not want to let Roulette Wheels go. And the star pass attempt failed. Cargo Riot still a jammer of record. And Jersey's pivot called out on a penalty. So no star pass now for Cargo Riot. But Roulette Wheels still stuck in the pack. That would have been Roulette's. That was a scoring pass for Roulette. She called it off. But it looks like Roulette did pick up. I cannot see how many fingers their jam ref is holding up.
It's so hard to see with those design on that back wall.
I know.
It looks like I'm assuming 4.
Wait, so it was intermission. Now we've got an official timeout.
Well, maybe we're not going to an intermission. We're just going to hang out here the whole time. Who needs a break?
I know. Nobody needs a break. Just more derby, more derby, more derby.
Yeah, we're just going to say it's an intermission, and they're going to put a couple more points on the board, it looks like, for Team Indiana. 4 points there. It's going to put them up to 71 Team Indiana. Jersey All-Stars, 37.
Yep, that is
Jersey All-Stars, we have a score of 71 Indiana, 37 Jersey. And we're right back to it. Some more Derby action here on track 2, Skate Wars 2025.
And the winner of this bout will next play tomorrow noon on track 1. That's going to be game number 46. They'll be taking on the winner of game 33, which is currently in progress. And the loser of this bout will take on the loser of game 33. We can't tell you who that'll be because that game is in progress. That'll be game 45, taking place at 11:30 on track 2 tomorrow. Horror Quinn will not be lead jammer. Horror Quinn out of the pack.
Horror Quinn finally get up and make that initial pass.
Nice blocking there by number 3, or that's Knox of Jersey.
Ooh.
Roulette Wheels picking up 4 points with that pass. Jersey yet to get on the board in this jam. Roulette Wheels coming in for the second scoring pass. Kind of pushing aside Horror Quinn almost on the outside lane. And Horror Quinn out for 4. And then Roulette Wheels calls it off, picking up 8 more for Indiana. That's going to bring Indiana's total up to 79. Jersey 41. So we've got Janet Skatehole returning to the jam line for Team Indiana. Cargo Riot, it's number 7782, jamming for the Jersey All-Stars. Oh, nice. Janet Skatehole stuck in the pack there. Nice job by number 4 of the All-Stars. That is Hermes holding together that defense for Jersey. Ooh, Cargo calling it off from the inside lane. And double goose egg on that jam. Quick sponsor shout out, Tom's Food Center. It's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocery store, providing you with a great selection and friendly service, while at the same time always looking for ways to make your dollar go farther. Locations in Okemos and Portland, Michigan.
I do like it when my dollar goes farther.
Yeah, so do I, man. Inflation. Ricky Bobby's on the jam line for Team Indiana. Pixie Sticks wearing the star for Jersey. Ricky Bobby skating to the infield, entering behind the pack.
Ooh. Taking the star off to do a little misdirection play. In a
Star. Uh-oh. Looks like we have a skater down. Big shout out to our medics. We really appreciate all of the medics that have donated their time this weekend. Haven't seen a ton of injuries so far, thankfully, but we're really glad you're here when we need you. And we're also glad you're here because we literally can't skate without you. It invalidates our insurance. But the officials have now called a timeout.
We've been discussing whether it's going to be like a forearm or direction call right here in between turns 1 and 2. I keep seeing some of the hand movements.
What?
Looks like they're discussing points. It looks like no points were awarded, so looks like we're right back to Derby action.
Quick shout out to Capital City Market. Capital City Market offers low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. We also feature a full grocery selection, including the Meyer brand and national favorites you already love.
It's called the Urban Meyer if you're local.
I see. The Urban Meyer.
We're in downtown.
So Team Indiana has Smack on the jam line. Smack jamming for the first time this bout. Queen of Hertz wearing the star for the Jersey All-Stars. Smack almost at the front of the pack. Jersey walling up to the front. Nice defense there from 1313 Maulin Monster of Jersey.
Almost able to push out Queen of Hearts there.
Queen of Hearts pinballing from one side of the track to the other. Number 88, and that's 89, Bon Appetit doing some nice bridging there, Team Indiana. And we have a lead jammer, and it is Queen of Hearts of Jersey. We got a star pass to half pint to Dynamite, Team Indiana. Oh, nice call off from Queen of Hearts, shutting out half pint there right at the end. Queen of Hearts picking up 6 points there for Jersey. Team Indiana scoreless. That's going to bring Jersey's total up to 50. Team Indiana 79.
Only way to get that lead back into your control is 1 point at a time.
Kind of like life. One step at a time. Derby, it's more like 1 point at a time. We got Cargo Riot returning to the jam line for Jersey All-Stars. Sarge out there wearing the star for Team Indiana. Sarge retreating to the back of the pack. And that is Sarge coming out on top. Sarge will be lead jammer.
Sarge stepped right under all those blockers and able to sneak through.
And that pack is moving fast. Oh, and the Jersey pivot coming in with the swoop, forcing Sarge to call it off. Sarge did pick up 1 point in that jam, so that's bringing Indiana's total up to 80. Jersey's still at 50. Still 30-point game, and we still have just under 25 minutes left to go in this second half. Horror Quinn is on the jam line for the Jersey All-Stars. Roulette Wheels taking the star for Team Indiana.
Jersey's got about a 30-point difference to make up right here. This needs to be the point where they turn it on. If they don't turn it on here, Indiana could potentially run away with it.
Agreed. Boner doing her thing, holding the pack together there at the front. Nice assist for Maulin Monster of Jersey. Roulette Wheels trapped by that strong Jersey defense. But if we look at the back of the pack, Horror Quinn held in place there by half pint of Dynamite for Indiana. This is exactly where no jammer likes to be. And we see a last-ditch effort. And Horror Quinn attempting a star pass, and Indiana coming back to block that star pass. Roulette Wheels at the front of the pack calls it off. So Team Indiana did pick up 2 points on that jam, bringing their total up to 82. Jersey still hanging at 50. We got Janet Skatehole coming back to the jam line for Team Indiana, joined by 010 Neon Lights Out of Jersey. Yes, it is.
Potentially the whole game. I don't remember hearing that name in the first half.
See, I'm not sure because Neon Lights Out did jam several times when they were playing against the Satanic Temple this morning.
I think they're blending together for you.
Yes, especially since this is the third bout I've announced with Team Jersey. Again, look at the way number 168, Shauna the Dead, is at the front of the pack. See, she's trying to bring together her teammates, so they can catch Neon Lights Out when they get to the front of when they get to the front of the pack. And you can see Team Jersey All-Stars trying to break up that wall while simultaneously walling in the Indiana Jammer. Again, that's a very, very challenging thing to do. But what they have, there's Team Janet Skatehole coming around. Only Neon Lights out of the pack, did not get that star pass achievement.
Janet snuck on through for a quick 4-point pass. Called the jam off before Neon had a chance to get back up to 30 points up for Jersey.
Okay, that was a hit it and quit it, Jam.
Yeah, there it is.
I see I got it that time. Quick shout out to Lansing Sports Commission. Lansing Sports Commission is your resource for sports tournament and event planning in Michigan's capital region. As a full service sports commission, they will work with you on every aspect of your event as dedicated to its successes as you are. Also, real quick, this team timeout is brought to you by Crash Course. Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Training Club Fitness for just $1. Life is a contact sport. Win.
Keep getting distracted. I'm hearing some cheering going on over here between Jewish roller derby and Team Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's what.
A
Oh,
couple people watching that. And the tracks are so close together, we can actually see 3 games at once from where we're sitting.
see.
Cheering section over there is really getting involved.
And the jam timer has called 5 seconds. Team timeout's over. We're getting back to the action. Team Indiana has Ricky Bobby on the jam line. We'll tell you who's jamming. It's Queen of Hertz wearing the star for the Jersey All-Stars. And Ricky Bobby is going to be lead jammer.
Lead jammer. I know there's an 80s rock song that's like Queen of Hearts, and it's like
Yeah.
on the tip of my tongue. And I
Juice
can't think of
Newton playing with the Queen of
it.
Hearts.
There it is. Thank you. I knew it
That
there.
was a big hit right into the ref lane.
Yeah, can you say they were playing with the Queen of Hearts there?
Ba-dum-bum. We did not see who delivered that hit since it was at the exact opposite end of the track from the announcer's table, but it was still a big hit, and that's what we love in Derby. We love big hits. We love big heart.
Big safe hits.
That too.
Big safe hits. That's the important thing. A little bit of congestion right here in turn 1. I can tell these skaters are starting to get a little tired as this game is progressing.
But who wouldn't, though? You know, this is...
The stamina these skaters have to be able to go through this day after day after day. Multiple games is
Right.
incredible.
Right, because generally speaking, a team might have one bout a month, if that, right? Maybe 2, maybe a home, maybe an away. But at a tournament like this, you know, each team is playing at least 4 bouts this tournament. That's 4 bouts in a single weekend, multiple bouts a day. And a lot of these skaters are multi-rostered, right? That means they're skating for multiple teams at this tournament. Yeah, that is a lot of derby. It's like trying to sip from a fire hose if you're a derby fan. Right now we're watching Cargo Riot on the jam line, tangling with number 222, Banks McCoy. Banks has to let her go. Cargo Riot will be lead jammer. Sarge. Ooh! Sarge taking a little bounce there off of a Jersey blocker.
Was that a short joke?
No, I'm 5'3". I never make those. Nice recycling there by Team Indiana. I believe that's Shaun of the Dead there at the back of the pack. And we've got a star pass from Team Indiana. Banks McCoy now taking over as jammer. This is Cargo Riot's first scoring pass of this jam, and Cargo calls it. Cargo picking up 3? Is that 3 points on that jam? Team Indiana scoreless. So that's going to bring Jersey's total up to 53, Indiana at 90.
Slowly closing the gap that way. Still over 18 minutes left to go in the second period. for Jersey. I believe that is the first time they'll be jamming in this second period as well.
Roulette Wheels is jamming for Team Indiana. That's actually Indiana's captain. And would you look at that Jersey defense at the front of the pack? That is Maulin Monster and Lady Speedstick holding together that line with Boner at the front of the pack. That's a formidable defense, but Roulette Wheels finds her way through, picking up lead jammer status.
Looks like Sissy Slimer, I believe, pulled off a multi-player,
Right.
so that got Sissy in the bench.
We've got a star pass over to Lady Speedstack of the Jersey All-Stars.
I do believe they just said the bar is open until 10 p.m.
I think they did.
There's a bar here?
Yeah. We'll have to check that out next time we get a break. Roulette Wheels almost all the way to the front of the pack.
We are approaching the century mark.
We are approaching the century mark. We're
That's
to
an all drink.
Team Indiana now at 94. At 6 points to go before we can drink. And Lady Speedstick getting called out on a penalty. This is going to be a power jam for Team Indiana. We've got two Jersey blockers and one Indiana blocker in the penalty box. Roulette Wheels calls it. So 4 point. Let's see. I see both refs' hands in the air. That's 7 point jam there for Team Indiana. That's going to put their total at 97. Jersey at 53. Again, and then power start for Indiana going into this jam. They've got half pint of dynamite, number 39 on the jam line.
Ooh, quick toe touch work on the outside. It's half pint dynamite. Able to get that lead jammer status for Indiana, which is not a good sign for Jersey All-Star.
No, not at all. But we can see Jersey setting up their defense at the front of that pack with number 13, Horror Quinn, as the linchpin, holding together that blocker line for Jersey.
Looks like we're back to an all-skate now. And then blocking the back, I do believe is called.
Yeah, that was
another.
a back block on Lady Speedstick. Still a power jam for Team Indiana. Lady Speedstick just loves that Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. She just can't get enough of it. Violet Spicy Designs, they make shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much more that you want to say but can't. From fun, sarcastic, to cute and clean, we have it all. We have all the customization for your derby needs. Tag all of your clothes to show your derby pride. We have armbands, temporary arm number tattoos, and water bottle stickers. Come to us for all your derby needs.
We just hit the century mark, and it's the perfect time because the bar is now open.
15 minutes premature. 15 minutes till this bout's over.
Being premature, so
Hey. So we're on a team timeout right now. This team timeout is brought to you by Crash Course. Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends. On the coast of Nicaragua, visit ChrissyCrash.com for dates and details.
Derby in Paradise. That sounds fantastic.
It really does, yeah. But you know, I hung up my skates 12 years ago now, actually. I've been announcing ever since. And 5 seconds has been called. We're back into action. Timeout over. Lady Speedstick still in the penalty box for Jersey, but she is standing. That means 10 seconds or less left to go on her penalty. Ricky Bobby jamming for Team Indiana. And Jersey focused on defense now. Number 679, Sissy Slammer. Well, Sissy Slammer was just blocking a little bit too well right there. Mullen Monster goes tumbling, and that gave Ricky Bobby the chance they need to come out on top. Ricky Bobby's going to be lead jammer.
Ricky Bobby went fast. Speedstick still looking for an opening. Trying to get that initial pass.
Oh, Mullen Monster hits the floor again. It's a Jersey pileup on the turn. And Speedstick barely out of the pack before Ricky Bobby calls it off. Ricky Bobby did pick up 4 points in that jam. That's going to bring Indiana's total up to 109. Jersey All-Stars 53. Five seconds. We've got Neon Lights Out returning to the jam line for Jersey All-Stars. Janet Skatehole wearing the star for Team Indiana. Arcana Tarot holding down that blocker line. Ooh, but Janet Skatehole just a little bit too slick. Janet Skatehole picking up lead jammer.
Janet found a skate to hold through.
Nice. Very nice. Janet Skatehole on that scoring pass now, or attempting a scoring pass. Neon Lights Out attempting a star pass. I saw the helmet cover fly off. I see the refs' heads tap their helmets. When the refs' hands tap their helmets like that, it means there's a star pass in progress or a star pass attempt.
I thought it meant their head was itching and they couldn't scratch it through the helmet. So they tried to scratch it.
No, that's why they all do it at the same time, right? It's a signifier. And the star is lying on the track. That means no one's the jammer. That means no one from Jersey can score points. That's not good. Oh, it's a pivot. It's a pivot helmet cover. Well, we can't tell from here. Arcana Tarot wearing the star for for Jersey. Taro's got some friends in the stands.
Neon Lights Out looks at the pivot cover and was like, wait a minute, what is this?
And Tarot picks that up. They're like, give that back. I do not want to be jamming. So Indiana picking up another 4 points on that jam, bringing their total up to 113. Jersey at 53. Quick shout out to our track 2 sponsor, Chrissy Crash Course. Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. Visit ChrissyCrash.com for dates and details. And if you're sick of hearing me talk about Chrissy Crash and you're wondering why I'm not talking about your small business instead, contact your local roller derby team. I am sure they would love to have you as a sponsor. And we love seeing roulette wheels on the jam line picking up lead jammer.
Cargo Riot right out in front as well. And we get lead jammer stats.
Oh, never mind. Cargo Riot was lead jammer there.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Names are about the same.
I saw Cargo Riot kind of get out in the front and then fall and then call it off from the floor.
It's hard to tell the difference. They both have skates on. They
Yes.
both have helmets on.
That they do.
And then
They do.
also both have knee pads and elbow pads on.
Yeah,
So it's easily to get them confused. I
it
understand.
really is.
And I do believe they all are wearing wrist guards, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you just mansplain derby uniforms to me? Neon Lights Out is back on the jam line for the Jersey All-Stars. Sarge wearing the star for Team Indiana. Neon Lights Out just a little quicker, but Sarge is right on her heels, forcing a call-off. Double goose egg on that jam.
Canadian goose egg.
Yeah.
Oh, something was found on the ground. Not sure what that was.
Well, they haven't called a timeout, so it must not be too bad.
Yeah, it must not be nothing too important. Like a wheel or something.
Maybe a toe stop. Oh, the jam timer has called 5 seconds. We've got Queen of Hearts returning to the jam line for the Jersey All-Stars. Smack will be wearing the star for Team Indiana. And would you look at that? Queen of Hearts putting on the afterburners, picking up lead jammer. Indiana keeping this pack moving fast to keep up with the Queen of Hearts. Queen of Hearts trying to take a ride on a blocker, taking a hit to the outside. That hit was brought to you courtesy of Huntress of Team Indiana. Calls it off. Jersey picking up 1 point that jam. Indiana stealing 2 points. That's going to bring Indiana's total up to 116. Jersey trailing at 56. If you're having a good time, you want to watch more Derby after this, stick around because the next game coming up on this track starts at 6:30. You can watch Texas take on MORD, that is Missouri Roller Derby, right here on track 2. Right now we've got half pint of dynamite wearing the star for Team Indiana. Horror Quinn returns to the jam line for Jersey, number 13. Horror Quinn, lead jammer. And half pint of dynamite has landed in the penalty box. This is a power jam for Jersey All-Stars. And LC Hammer is lying in wait for Horror Quinn there on the track. Number 12, Rogue, also going to assist. Horror Quinn sees a teammate open a hole on the inside and takes it. 4 points for Horror Quinn.
Quick hard hit from Bangs McCoy being delivered to Arcanatero.
Half pint out of the penalty box, skating right into that Jersey defense. Nice hit to the inside from Knox. Horror Quinn still going. Team Indiana a little bit spread out there in the pack, still holding down, still keeping Quinn pinned. Jersey not taking it any easier on half pint there. Oh, but half pint is out, and that was half pint's initial pass. No points yet for Indiana. And Jersey calls it off. That 8-point jam there for the Jersey 10-point. Make that a 10-point jam for the Jersey All-Stars. That's going to bring their total up to 66.
6 more 10-point jams, they're right back in this. There's still enough time. It can happen.
Team Indiana in the lead at 116. But yes, that is a 60-point game here. We've got 6.5 minutes left. So many sixes flying around. I feel like the Skatanic Temple should be here. Yes, because that's at least 3 sixes.
Well, hey, they're on the right way to do it now. Cargo Rag back up in front. If Cargo Rag can put up another 10 to 15-point jam here.
Roulette Wheels, not lead jammer, out of the pack. Nice hit from Huntress there of Team Indiana. And that is Cargo Riot picking up all the points there, calls it off.
Looks like a 0 point for Team Indiana there, which is exactly what Jersey needs here. They keep this pressure up and keep it going. This game's going to get real interesting these last 5 minutes.
That is right. We have just over 5 minutes left to go in this bout. Just a reminder, the winner of this game is going to take on the winner of Game 33 tomorrow at noon on Track 1. The loser will be playing the loser of Game 33 at 11:30 on Track 2. So we got Thunder on the jam line for Indiana. Neon Lights Out wearing the star for Jersey. And there is Thunder. I believe this is Thunder's first time on the jam line this bout.
I think I heard an AC/DC song earlier.
Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Thunder coming into that pack at full speed. Neon Lights Out going for a star pass. Not Arcanatero once again holding down that blocker line for Jersey All-Stars. But Bangs McCoy trying to make a hole for her jammer there. Oh, and Lady Speedstick had the jammer cover in her hand. That means this is a power jam for Indiana.
Thunder can just ride this out here.
Well, I heard Indiana's bench coach yell "Thunder, call it" right before they did. So Indiana's going to have the power start going into this jam. And Indiana has called an official review. This official review is brought to you by Crash Course. Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. Visit ChrissyCrash.com for dates and details. Also sponsoring this tournament is Modern Skate and Surf. Modern Skate and Surf has the best inventory of skate gear for sale in Michigan, and we also offer a place for our customers to show off their new gear. Our world-class skate park in Royal Oak was created to meet the needs of every skater, biker, inline skater, and scooter who walks through our doors. For those of you watching who are here at Skate Wars, just taking a break to tune in on YouTube, make sure you check out Skatin' Not Hatin'. They are here at this tournament. They have a booth or table or what have you. Skatin' Not Hatin', been around since 2014, owned and operated by Javelin, who skates for Kalamazoo Roller Derby, Team Michigan, and also coaches the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. This small shop has huge appeal, huge inventory, huge heart, huge love for derby. Skatin' Not Hatin', offering skate packages, protective gear, wheels, accessories, and full sublimation apparel. We've got Rogue on the jam line for Team Indiana. Lady Speed Stick still jamming for Jersey All-Stars. Again, this is a power jam for Rogue. Speed Stick stuck in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. Oh, and Rogue finds a hole on the outside and takes it. Rogue going to be lead jammer. I think you're right. We've seen a lot of great defensive play from Rogue. Now we're seeing her on the offensive.
Delivering the hits. Now it's time to take some hits.
And just ducking around the Jersey defense. Rogue's coming around for 4. Lady Speed Stick. And this is something you see a lot with jammers that go to the penalty box, right? They're going to go for a star pass as soon as they're out because they know they're pivot may be at a more advantageous position. And now the Stars going to Queen of Hearts of Jersey All-Stars. And Rogue scoots through the pack. One more scoring pass, calls it off. That's an 8-point jam for Rogue. Team Indiana now at 128. Jersey All-Stars at 70. So we've got a 78-point game and just 2.5 minutes left to go in this bout. And again, you're watching at home. Make sure you stick around. Coming up at 6:30, we're going to have Texas taking on MORD. That's Missouri Roller Derby right here on track 2 at 6:30. And we have a team timeout. Quick shout out to Gillespie Group. Gillespie Group specializes in the management, development, and reimagination of residential and commercial real estate properties. They credit quality people, a relentless creative spirit, and a passion for reinvention in their ability to have a lasting impact on Michigan's landscape. Also want to give another quick shout out to the Lansing Sports Commission. Lansing Sports Commission, LSC, your resource for sports tournament and event planning in Michigan's capital region.
Looks like we're right back to it. Just a little under 3 minutes left.
Ready to roll. We've got roulette wheels. Number 00 on the jam line for Team Indiana. Cargo Riot coming back to jam for the Jersey All-Stars. And it is Cargo Riot, number 7782, picking up lead jam. Roulette Wheels, hot on her heels. Roulette Wheels trying to force a call off here. Cargo Riot's taking a chance. Oh, Cargo Riot's timing it just right, just before Roulette's hips got past that last blocker. Cargo calls it off, 0-0 on that jam. No points for anybody. And Jersey has now called an official review.
I'm assuming they're trying to look for that one extra point coming in right there, I think. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong a lot.
Official review, of course, brought to you by Crash Course. Want to make 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCrash.com for a 1-month free trial of Roller Derby Trading Club fitness app for just $1.
Is this your last game for the night?
No, I've got, I'm going to be announcing game 38. That's the last one on track 3.
Okay, that's the one that's right there.
Yeah.
They're starting in 4 minutes.
No, it's 7:45.
Oh.
So, yeah, that one. So I get a little break. You're,
I'm done
oh,
for the night.
yeah, I was going to say, this is you.
For the night.
Yeah, I saw. I don't know. Like, I don't know when Danny Mac will have the tomorrow's schedule up. Like, I went to bed at like 9:30 last night. Just woke up at like really early this morning so I could see it.
It just looked like I think my mic was off for a really long time or not plugged in correctly.
All right, we're back into action here. Just 2 minutes left to go on the period clock. We've got Horror Quinn on the jam line for the Jersey All-Stars. Smack wearing the star for Team Indiana. Ooh, Horror Quinn called out on a high block. It's going to be a power jam for Team Indiana. Smack currently getting hung up on a Jersey blocker at the front of the pack. That's Smack breaks through, picking up lead jammer.
We got about a 10-second difference between the period clock and the jam clock, so that means at least going to be one more jam after this one.
And that's 4 points going on the board for Smack. Horror Quinn standing, meaning she's got 10 seconds or fewer left in the penalty box. Nice little love tap there from Sissy Slammer of Jersey. And here comes Horror, ready to make up for lost time. Oh, and Smack saw her coming, called it off before she could have barely even got to the pack. So Smack picking up 3 more points there for Indiana. 7-point jam. That's going to bring their total up to 135. Jersey at 70. We've just got 44 seconds left to go on the period clock. Time for one more jam. Oh, and we've got an official timeout.
This official timeout is brought to you by every volunteer here that makes these possible. Events like these wouldn't be possible without people that are volunteering, taking time out of their day and their weekend to make sure these skaters have the best and safest time they can be, whether you're a medic, whether you're an NSO, making sure the track's taped down, whether you're running the scoreboard, keeping up with tracks, just everything in general. Is a big shout out to everyone that makes these kind of events possible.
Oh, absolutely premature. And a big shout out to our hosts, Lansing Roller Derby. All of the teams you see here, and a lot that you don't put in tons of work behind the scenes, but Lansing Roller Derby did take on a lot as our host, and we can't thank them enough. And Neon Lights out of Jersey coming out of the pack, going to be lead jammer. Sarge, meanwhile, stuck behind that Jersey 3-wall. Number 3, Knox, doing a nice job at the front, holding down.
That defensive pyramid is holding Sarge in place.
Sarge taking a fall there on the outside. Nice bridging there from number 67, Huntress of Team Indiana. Huntress moving back now, trying to contain Neon Lights Out. Neon Lights Out tumbles into the ref lane and calls it off. That's going to be the bout, sports fans. And it looks like Jersey picked up 3 points that last jam. So our unofficial final score is Team Indiana picked up 1. That's 136. Team Indiana, Jersey All-Star 73. That is our unofficial final. We will have the official final in a couple of minutes, couple of seconds. It has to be quick because we got another bout coming up on this track. All right. So what do you? I'd like to pick a Jersey MVP because already a couple people from Indiana have gotten it.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, hey.
I am Belligerent Bex.
And I am Cricket.
You are joining us on Track 2, Day 2, Skate Wars 2. Not the second game for either of these teams. This is Texas All-Stars versus Mord, M-O-R-D, game number 37.
Oh, and it's been a good 37. I've been getting all my derby fixed in at this point already.
If we have a clock stoppage before we even start, I'm going to crack up. This track, prior to this, if you were joined with us, we had Indiana playing Jersey All-Stars. That game seemed to come to an end at a normal time. We've had a little bit of delay on the other tracks. Hopefully we stay on track here. I will take this opportunity while we have a second to tell you a little the history of this matchup. So Texas, 5th seed here, they beat API Fury yesterday, and Velocity Raptor was named MVP of that game. And then earlier today, they had a close loss to New York after beating them by 1 last year at Skate Wars to land in this game against MORD. I'll tell you more about them later, but they have been incredible. I've had the privilege of calling them a couple times already. This is going to be a super fun game, but we are off with Ericus jamming for Texas All-Stars.
And a great tripod stance already.
Ooh.
Number 16 causing some problems inside.
We got Kwoo jamming for MORD out maybe 20, 30 feet there behind Ericus. Kwoo was our MVP of Game 14 when MORD played Kansas. Very well deserved. Team USA player. Been a blast to watch. This is going to be a good matchup.
And it is already. It looks like both tripods defensively staunch. Not letting anything through, but looks like Jammer found some space. 8-10.
Texas All-Stars here opting not to call it off after that first completed pass and seeming like they're not going to now. Having a lot of faith. All right, so now these two teams with 2 scoring passes apiece choosing to keep it going. We'll see if they're going to do it a third time. Bold choice there against Kwoo, a very competent blocker. They go for the last 2 on that last one. So we're going to have a 10 to 8 point jam to get this game started. Both teams on the board immediately.
And Bex, that was a good point about because I've been seeing a lot of hit it and quit it. Quick 4 points to start up, get off the rink. But yeah, 18 points between the two, 10 for Texas and 8 for Missouri. Big first jam.
Like I said, well-matched teams here. We have our second lead in a row here for Texas All-Stars. That is Velocity Raptor. We have Uhura Bell of Death for MORD jamming. Got all 4 to beat here, it looks like. Looking for a little bit of offensive help from teammate Queen of Hurts. Texas All-Stars, of course, in your blue here, MORD in white.
Cycling well, picking up the jammer. 32, sheesh. Doing work back there, effectively knocking out 113 Velocity Raptor.
A little bit of clotheslining from a friend. Nothing wrong with clotheslining among friends. I do hear a whistle on the track. Or maybe it was a whistle on another track. We are very proximate to some other tracks here.
Friendly clothesline. Velocity Raptor able to absorb those hits and still get through.
Ooh, sheesh. Who is your jammer of record now after taking the helmet cover? Now seated in the penalty box.
The
So,
Violet Spicy Designs penalty box.
the spicy penalty box.
It is a spicy
I want to
one.
just call it that.
There.
But it's Violet Spicy Designs. So, big jam there for Texas, unopposed at the very end. So, I said big jam. That was a long jam
That was a
to
long
beat 10-0. 10 is a bunch of points, but that's only 2 and change in scoring passes. So, some impressive defense there from MORD. It was a truck. No, it's happening. It was a track cut assessed there to Sheesh, who's still sitting in the penalty box. I'm getting to the point in the day where I start saying truck cat. And it is Catterday, so we might have to stay with it.
I've been tripping over my lips all day.
We have something is happening on our. All right, I'm going to change that. We have Malice in Wonderland jamming here with lead for Texas All-Stars.
Ooh, pack
Sheesh is out
moving.
of the penalty box. Takes a big jammer on jammer hit, my favorite flavor there on the outside.
Hitting the pavement quite hard. We got right back up.
Sheesh. Nice little backward skate out of the pack.
Ooh, and another 4 points real quick.
Oh, you know what I didn't put? Oh, no, I did put it in my notes. So, Texas playing their third game of the tournament here. MORD playing game number 4. 9th seeded team. They beat Maryland yesterday, and then they upset Kansas. Lots of friends on both those teams. A lot of them play on the same teams. A lot of them play on both teams. All those people that are kind of concentrated around the Kansas City area. Then this morning, they lost to Florida. Florida are 17th seeded team of this tournament, and the absolute Cinderella story. They took down MORD. They took down Black Diaspora. They have been a force. So that is how MORD lands here. 2 powerhouse teams taking on other powerhouse teams. And we have another lead. I believe Texas has owned all the lead jammers so far in this game. That's going to Buzzkiller.
That is correct.
We do have KWoo half a track behind. KWoo, just a blast to watch. I've really enjoyed the privilege of watching KWoo throughout this tournament.
And I have this urge to K-woo.
Woo! MORD, of course, having both K-woo and sheesh.
That's sheesh. Oh, and K-woo heading to the penalty box. The Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. And Bex, I am sure, you being well-traveled, I'm sure you have lots of friends everywhere. On every team.
So. Friends in my head, at least. That was a forearm assist to KWoo. Throughout the weekend, I'm going to take a stab and think that that's probably KWoo's most frequently assessed penalty. That is one of the dangers of being one of those really physical jammers. But KWoo is just a pleasure to watch. But another big, I think the biggest so far in this game jam there for the Texas All-Stars. 16, MORD putting up 3. We're at 42-11 with 23 minutes remaining in this first half.
What a 16-point jam there. Really extending that lead. That's a big haymaker so far. I have yet to see anything more than, at least that I've announced, anything more than an 18-point jam. Have you seen any really super large jams yet?
36 on the first day.
Really?
Yep. 36-0.
Oh,
that was in true JRD. Great game.
Wow.
That was crazy. It was my first game of the weekend, too. Oh. Ukulele was able to stay in on some hit, but then get hit to the infield. What happens then? KWoo, I believe, out of the penalty box, able to establish lead status here. And both of these teams played this afternoon.
Oh, they already played together already.
Not even this morning. They played this afternoon. MORD played at noon. And the Texas-New York game was around the same time. Either started a little bit earlier or a little bit later. So both these squads probably pretty exhausted.
And at this point, yeah.
The outcome of this game is pretty significant. The winning team will play in Game 50 tomorrow at 2:45, and that'll be to determine who is 5th or 6th place in this entire tournament.
Oh, that's
it's a
gigantic.
Huge tournament.
That's huge.
Really good team. So significant game here.
Wow, 5th with, what was it, 30 teams total? Yeah,
I don't know.
That's pretty good. That's super.
I've lost the plot on that one.
Yeah, 30, 28, something, but that's still amazing.
Whoa.
Great balance there.
Straightaway step there. That wasn't even an apex jump. That
Wow.
was just a big step over on the straightaway. Uhura Bell of Death here, still looking to complete an initial pass, I believe,
Ooh.
but taking a little shoulder action from Metallica Breath of Texas, but completes that initial pass. See what Texas chooses to do here. in terms of clock management. I do hear a whistle on the track being assessed to the MORD pivot, who is she's taking a couple sits so far this game.
Metallica breath. I am still amazed with some of these names. It's awesome. I love that. I had to take a double check when you said that. Ooh, and we have a scrum and freed up.
And Uhura Beladeth here is just caught up. I'm looking. It's a little hard to see from our vantage point who that is. I know.
Ooh, a
that's got to be Peace War. Maybe. And I think Violent Viking, when they get all wrapped up and slow there on turn 4, it is the farthest away from the dais. So it's not always obvious who exactly is doing what, but I will tell you that was definitely Ericus. Arrakis doing a bunch of toe stop work there. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Cut track assessed to Uhura Beladeth, headed to the penalty box as the jam ends, meaning Texas All-Stars are going to start with a power jam. If I were MORD, I would probably be thinking about using one of my team timeouts pretty soon. It seems like Texas has all of the momentum. It seems like MORD might need a minute to just cool down, slow things down.
And that would be a good. That's a good tactic to slow them down. Really, just to stop momentum and stop that groove of sorts.
The penalty box not empty at all for Texas so far this game. It just has not been so many jammer penalties, so haven't had the chance to mention it much. But we do have Velocity Raptor, MVP from an earlier game, jamming unopposed already with lead. JD playing a little offense by taking the MORD pivot out. Little bit of goat action here on turn 3. Dizzy Aster, who's played as a jammer a lot for MORD, was the victim of the goatening. No longer now.
Malice in Wonderland. Getting all that smoke up the middle.
Black Mamba headed to the penalty box. But with a grin on face, Black Mamba, another tournament MVP after the game against Florida earlier today.
So definitely one to look for the checkout during this match. 8-point jab. Texas All-Stars. I think you're right there, Bex. Regrouping would be a good idea at this point. But it's still so early, 18 to go. But you would definitely know more about this than I would at my early stage of this sport.
53 is only a couple jams. 53-point differential.
True that.
It is an official timeout, our first Crash Course official timeout of this game. As the way the past couple games have been going on a couple of these other tracks, might be first of many.
And Crash Course,
is that a rolling
speaking
whistle?
of the Crash Course timeout, Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Do you want to become a 2-minute jammer that makes the 2-minute jams feel easy? Visit ChrissyCatCrash.com with a K, ChrissyCrash.com for 1 month trial for $1. Check it out.
Back in action here. Kwoo getting knocked to the inside. Malice in Wonderland earning lead status. Thought I heard a whistle, but not sure who is headed to timeout. Kwoo out on the initial pass. Another whistle on the track. Oh, okay. So that was Malice in Wonderland for Texas All-Stars, who was your lead jammer, headed to the penalty box there. That does mean that we are going to have a 2-minute jam. Big old drawback here. Texas using these drawbacks against blockers, opposing blockers a bunch. You see that a lot on opposing jammers. I've seen it both defensively and offensively, these jammer drawbacks here. Really impressive penalty kill
Yes.
Impressive
agreed.
in general to kill a penalty now that we have Malison Wunderland coming back. All the more impressive when it's Kwu, who has been one of, I assume, the highest scoring jammers of this tournament, has just been out there a lot, solid jammer.
And I've watched a lot of excellent jammers this weekend so far. That's quite the compliment. Malison Wunderland getting by and absorbing the hit from 086. Black Mamba. I'm sorry. I apologize. We were just speaking on Black Mamba.
We have the jam clock there winding down, jam coming to its natural conclusion.
Well, going back to that Chrissy Crash program, I myself have checked out the Chrissy Crash program. I was impressed. I saw the program on Facebook and couldn't help but to make a comment about how impressed I was being a personal trainer myself. And it really does help. A lot of great instructionals by Chrissy Crash. That'll definitely get you strong, balanced for your lower body and core.
Back to action here. Buzzkiller jamming for Texas All-Stars up against Dizzy Astor. I think maybe taking the start for the first time for MORD, but has been jamming a lot for Mord this weekend. Got a whistle on a track. A Texas blocker headed to the penalty box.
It was quite the scrum, but with a little contact. And good pickup there, but that tripod moving awesome by MORD. Tenacity paying off, though.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
We are right down. The dais is around the fan. Someone just walked by and goes, I misplaced my disco ball, and I totally lost my focus for a minute there. That is a roller derby tournament quote for sure. Lots of whistles on the track. The box was clear for a moment there, but we do have the Texas Pivot Violent Viking sitting there now. Meanwhile, Buzz Killer completing another scoring pass, and Sheesh, I think, receiving a cut track penalty. Indeed, I did see it happen. Sheesh looks a little confused, but it's really easy to get puzzled by cut tracks, or perhaps you think the blocker went out or is out of play in some capacity. Regardless, taking a seat.
Going back to what you were saying about the mirror ball, I can't even lie. I may or may not have a mirror ball as a chandelier in one of my rooms at my house.
Love it.
It's a party every time. Turn on the lights.
13 minutes remaining in this first half.
Oof.
Big 12-2 jam there for Texas All-Stars. Are we going to get a team timeout out of MORD?
Exactly.
Or it's an official timeout. No, that is a team timeout. It's MRD calling a team timeout. It's just not reflecting on this. Oh, it's an official review. I lied. I've lied, and I lied so confidently. I do see our alt ref headed to the middle. What that likely means is that they're going to be able to come over to the dais and let us know what's going on so that we can let you know what's going on. Yeah, no promises.
And while we're waiting, I'd like to talk real quick and then mention Capital City Market. Capital City Market offers low prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. They also feature a full grocery selection, including Meyer brand and national favorites you already love. Be sure to visit their in-store cafe. And skaters on wheels, welcome. You don't even have to take your skates off. Skate right across the street. Check out the store. Open daily, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Looks like officials now having their discussion about whatever the request was. It is MORD using their official review for this half. I do wonder if it's related to that cut track penalty that was assessed to Sheesh, who looked very confidently annoyed with the call. I don't have a perfect vantage point of that cut track from here. We got a couple people in front of us, and it's just hard to see. So it is entirely possible that the blocker who hit Sheesh out maybe went out of bounds or out of play. I don't know if that's what they're challenging. Of course, also using an official review to try to get a penalty rescinded has maybe not the most beneficial outcome. Regardless, the clock stoppage, definitely good timing for MORD, who I think needs a second to set.
That is a very good point.
The other factor that makes me think that it might be related to Shisha's penalty is that with 13 minutes to go in this first half, Shisha is in some penalty trouble.
Oh, wow.
Which is always a risk. If you're jamming, pivoting, and blocking, doing it all, you're going to have a lot of ref eyes on you.
Oh, great shoulder. Oh, called off for it, though. But that was a stiff shoulder there by Kay.
Hopping
Woo!
off the track before the whistle finished blowing. One of those where you say, yeah, I know I did it. Maybe it was worth it. Ukulele wearing the star for Texas, jamming unopposed with Shisha getting ready to come out of that penalty box.
Oh, great blocking there. Basically untouched through there.
Pack advantage there for Texas working out in their favor. They are ready for Shish returning to the track. And unfortunately, Kay-Woo received that,
wow,
I believe it was direction, I can check, penalty, Kay-Woo being the pivot. Woo! Kay-Woo very smartly getting in front of, or now adjacent to, that Texas wall before taking the helmet cover. It works out an initial very quickly.
Ukulele doing great work up on the toes. Calf work, like what? K-Woo approaching
It was
the
a
Texas
direction that K-Woo received.
I was
I'm
wondering, we
tapping
never
back
got
and
a,
forth.
yeah.
And we'll have to check at the half. I did not have, because these games have been bumping up against each other. The game on track 1 was an awesome game, went super long. Didn't get a chance to check in and see what the deal was with our ref's bandwidth to let us know what's going on with the official reviews. Working like crazy. So we are not the priority when it comes to getting information about the official reviews. We'll find out at halftime what the best procedure is here. Another big jam.
Looks like a Texas coach may have some issue. Trying to get some clarity, maybe.
Big jam. Another big jam for them there. 12-4.
Yeah. Yep.
MORD getting most of those points, I believe, not with lead. A bunch of them there were from one of those power jam scenarios, but it's a bunch of pivot points up on the board. Still good effort there.
Quickest team to 100 by any team that I announced for this tournament. And with only 11 and a half gone, or to go rather, in this period.
On the out, nice quick hit there. I think it was Zombina with a nice, well-timed hit for the drawback. That's what MORD needs to keep locking down on, as they are able now. Their walls are coming together. They're able to slow down those really fast and strong Texas jammers.
Well, Beck and Call, number 16 in the tripod, doing awesome work to curtail Arrakis since coming back.
AK, little quick footwork there to put up another 4. And we do have Zombina as your jammer of record now for MORD, up against a pretty tight 3 wall.
The Texas seemingly in very good control. Again, another 8-point jam. Waiting for an answer from MORD.
AK having a very, very strong game here for Texas. I am not scorekeeping because it's hard to do 2 things at once. Some of these announcers are really good at it, not me. But I suspect just from the eyeball test that AK is the highest scoring jammer of this game so far for Texas, for both teams. They did cross the century mark there, so if you have a drink, don't forget to take it. Oh, nice. Big hit to the outside. That's Dizzy Aster. Sometimes
Dizzy
jammer
Aster.
current pivot.
Great tracking here by Dizzy Aster, keeping.
I hear ref voices. Oh, I love this.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate very much watching Black Mamba Jam. Had the opportunity to witnessed her jam a little bit in that earlier game today. I didn't see her jam yesterday. I think maybe a couple of start passes, but they did start Black Mamba a little bit earlier today, and they were awesome.
Well, it's good to see at least try making adjustments. Something has to happen.
And Texas here with the rest
quick.
advantage, having only, I say in air quotes, played 2 games. Prior to this, MORD on their 4th game here.
And Black Mamba was stood up still and went from 0 to like 60 real quick.
And once again, big smile headed towards the bench. Good to
That's
see these
awesome.
skaters having fun.
And that's what it's about, really. But you really have more fun when you're winning, but still.
This game chugging along at a decent pace. We are 8 minutes remaining in this first half. 127 for Texas All-Stars to MORD's 34. As a reminder, you can catch both these teams play again tomorrow. We don't know who they're playing yet or when they're playing yet because this game is still in progress. But make sure you tune in again tomorrow to catch all these folks again. A little hug on the track there. Last minute effort on Malice and Wonderland, but able to secure that lead. Kwoo, who I'm not sure has sat on the bench. I think Kwoo's only time sitting so far this game was maybe on a penalty. I feel like every jam's been a Kwoo jam.
Kwoo doing work, and we have return was at Malice coming off the Violent Spicy Designs penalty box.
Keep being a Kwoo jam because Pivot, Queen of Hurts, sitting in the penalty box. I didn't know. I think all 3 tracks just ended at the same time.
It got a little quiet all of a sudden, didn't it? And speaking of the penalty box, Violent Spicy Designs penalty box, and they make shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much, much more that you would want to say, but just can't. From fun and sarcastic to cute and clean, they have it all. They have the customizations for your derby needs. Tag all your clothes to show your derby pride. We have armbands, temporary and armband tattoos, water bottles, and stickers. Come get what you need.
Back in action here, Buzz Killer and Uhura Bell Death jamming. We do have a lead. Going to Texas, putting up 4 on that first scoring pass. These packs have been really interesting.
They have, haven't they?
Really physical. A lot of the story of this game is happening
Wow.
between the blockers as much as it is with the jammers.
The Jammer's able to get around blocker number 37 for MORD, Lenevo Knievel.
Just under 6 minutes to go here on track 2 until we have halftime.
And
I felt
there
that
we go.
coming.
I felt it, yep. Team
Another
timeout.
clock stoppage there. Team timeout being used by MORD. They do have 2 more remaining after that. They used their first half official review. Plenty of time for more clock stoppages, stop clockages.
Well, while we have a little bit of time, we're going to have to mention Tom's Food Center. It's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocery store, providing you with the great selection of friendly service, while at the same time always looking for ways to just make your dollar go further. Locations in Okemos and Portland, Michigan. And also, check out Modern Skate and Surf. Modern Skate and Surf has the best inventory of skate gear for sale here in Michigan. They also offer a place for our customers to show off their new gear. Their world-class skate park in Royal Oak was created to meet the needs of every skater, biker, inline skater, and scooter who walks through our doors. And that's actually on my list of places to go and skate.
I gotta get through the vendors today. I've barely had a time, and there's so many good vendors that we have here at the
There
Lansing
are.
Center.
I went and picked up some awesome jam straps over with the
One of our many gear vendors. There's a bunch. I gotta go. I need some what are they called? Easy Fits.
EB Fits?
Easy Fits. They're the little sleeves for your ankles. I've had the same skates for like 10 years. I'm not sure why they're hurting me now, but got to protect my ankles. I've heard some whistles on the track. I'm not really sure what's being assessed here. We do have ukulele up on the line. Beck and Call jamming for MORD. First time as a jammer that I have seen so far this tournament. Love to see some new faces pop up here.
Ukulele.
Getting a whole bunch of piece war.
Yeah. Huh. Nice offensive blocking there by 100. Vanna trying to create some space.
Dizzy Astor, who is the MORD pivot, is in the penalty box. So Beck and Call, not going to find any help there, at least not for now. Somewhat of a higher penalty first half in this game than other games that I've seen. Nothing too crazy. A little bit spread around, but I suspect we'll keep seeing that as this weekend goes on. These skaters are tired.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams are playing 5 games this weekend, and most of them are completing 4 today. So pretty crazy. Take this quick second to let you know that the winner of this game will play for that 5th place spot. Like I mentioned, they are going to play against the Game 39 winner. Game 39 happens, I believe, on track 1. It does at 8 o'clock. And that's going to be Team California versus Team Philippines. So the winner of that game will play the winner of this game. The losing team from that game will play the losing team from this game. So we're looking at Texas, Missouri, California, Philippines, some combination of that tomorrow on our last day of Skate Wars 2.
Either way, super exciting as Arrakis, once again showing the speed, agility, power up the middle once again.
AK having a great game, certainly making an argument to me as we start to consider our pick for MVP of this game. Definitely on my short list. AK having a breakout game here.
And there are reasons, but just besides AK's great skating ability, a bunch of great offensive blocking to boot.
AK fantastic, but of course it is a team sport and a contact sport. Win.
A lot of contact going on this weekend. It's the starting of the football season as well. I'm going to be all full of contact with this tournament, and then the rest of the football too.
Something pretty cool about Lansing. So I've never been here before to Lansing. So we're in Lansing, right by the Capitol building, and East Lansing is Michigan State University. Boston College and Michigan State University have a football game that I think is going on right now about
7:30.
Yeah, okay. Kickoff's coming up. So in the DoubleTree Hotel that is the hotel block for this tournament, ended up being a bunch of the folks who were in town for that game. And a lot of them I spoke to around the hotel. A lot of them decided to come check this out, ended up staying for the weekend, stayed all day, got totally into roller derby.
Oh, no
Are going to
way.
go home to where they're from and go see their local team. So really great job by Lansing Roller Derby and the city of Lansing and Lansing Center hosting this. It's brought a lot of really great attention to our sport, which we always appreciate. Nice Black Mamba hit there.
You know, that's a good point. Great timing by the people setting it up. By the
Jammer penalty on Velocity Raptor. So Zambina now jamming unopposed.
Zambina, I was going to say, I believe that was driven out and was. Tried to keep going, but was notified.
Are we in switcheroo? We are in switcheroo here. That was a cut track that was assessed
Mm-hmm.
to Velocity Raptor before Zambina headed to the penalty box. Will not sit very long because Velocity Raptor was still seated, so it's not going to be a long penalty. Couldn't tell you. Yeah.
What
And
a
just
move.
like that, Zambina's
What a
out of the
move.
box.
Yep, and you're
Both
right.
of those
Zambina right
skaters
back in.
with cut tracks there.
But
So,
good.
2-minute jam. We have 43 seconds to go. I'm pretty sure both, don't quote me, but I do think that both jammers are on scoring passes now.
Mamba taking a
was-
seat for a little while.
I love a juke that includes the arms.
Oh, a little push
When
up
you do the little, no, just the miming, the wiggling arms.
Oh, yes.
juke.
Yes.
Zambina headed back to that Violet's Spicy Designs penalty box. Unfortunately, almost definitely heard me say that, and I always feel really bad when that happens. I am so sorry. I do have to let the fans know
And again, what a move there.
Does end with Zombina in the box, so Texas. I do think that this period clock's going to run down. Oh, this is the one piece of math I cannot do.
I see.
I'm going to let it happen by itself. I'll take a look at the penalties. So, zoinks. Zombina, is it going to happen? Oh, it is going to happen. Okay, I just couldn't do that math right. So there were 2 seconds on the period clock when the jam began. So we do get one more jam this half. And it does start with Malice in Wonderland jamming unopposed with Zombina in that penalty box there.
I wasn't sure if I was on camera. I was going to use my fingers, but I was going to hide them underneath and maybe
when
do
the
my
one's
math.
going up and the other one's going down, I tried all. I can never quite figure it out.
No.
A loud whistle on the track there. Somebody's getting issued a forearm, and it's Malice in Wonderland. Going to serve the full 30 because Zombina was up by the time that whistle blew. So Zombina's still eligible for lead here. I do not think that lead was assessed to Malice in Wonderland, who was still in the pack when that whistle was blown for the forearm call.
So there's an opportunity for lead Jen Mercedes here. Oh. High hit.
Someone's getting a high block on that. I did not quite catch it.
Leave inadvertently, it seemed like. Oh, yep.
Said it in the last game I called. I'm a big fan of letting the kids play. I do think it's important that every single time these refs, and they do a great job of it, call every block with the head and every high block. We got to keep people's heads safe.
Yes, yes. A lot of science went into determining causes, and it doesn't take much. And a lot of these skaters have long careers.
Whew. Malice in Wonderland, I'm going to step back on the track there, which you can do as long as you hop right back off. You are now, that wasn't always the case. In modern derby, if you step out, you think you can step back in, you step back in, you realize you had to not get back in yet, you weren't behind
Right.
a player you had to be behind, you can step back out as long as you do it quickly.
Good D there.
MORD has really locked down their defense this jam. They should, this particular wall really was able to hold Malice in Wonderland. Rough to have a 2-minute jam going into intermission.
Yes, and K, woo, having a good.
Another great game by K Woo. So, heading into halftime, we have Texas All-Stars 186, MORD 34. We'll be back in about 11 and a half minutes. Enjoy your break. I'll enjoy mine. I am Belligerent Bex.
And I am Cricket.
I think I'm live. If you don't hear me, tell me.
Wubba, wubba.
JK, you can't because you don't hear me. We are back in action here on track 2. Getting to be the end of the day. It's not the last game on this track, but last couple games on each of these tracks here at Skate Wars 2 Day 2. We're looking at Texas All-Stars versus MORD. Texas All-Stars came into this ranked or seeded number 5, MORD at number 9. Both these teams play to advance to the 5th place game, which will be against the winner of Philippines versus California, which is happening. Looks like those teams are huddling behind me on track 1, so we will know the outcome of this game before that one. That's going to be tomorrow at 2:45 on track 3. The losing teams from these games will play each other tomorrow at 2:15 on track 1. We are back into action. If you're just joining us, my name is Belligerent Bex.
And I'm Cricket.
We do have lead jammer status for MORD. That was K-Woo. Not a ton of lead jammer statuses over there on the first half of the game, which is kind of reflected in the score. And unfortunately this time, both jammers out and eligible to score. K-Woo there, choosing to end it. Let's get jam number 2 going. Fresh start.
And we do have someone starting up in the penalty box already as well. Was that...
Looks like JD
Was
from the
that
eyeball test. I can look at the actual penalty tracker. That is Jackie Daniels. Some people have been around the Derby spheres for so long that I can sense their corporeal form from across the room.
Well, I can
mean,
even notice it, like some from the stuff I've announced as well. Noticing a lot of people too. I can understand for sure.
Jackie Daniels has had that beautiful mane of hair for as long as I've been skating. And so that's one person who I can tell from a while away.
Ooh, and like great hair and great blocker. Look at that.
A little bit of offense.
Look at that
Whoa.
D by
What is going on?
Yes.
I can't even figure out what's happening in this wall right now. Texas is playing a heavy hitting game.
Yes, hard to articulate. I'm thinking which way when I say what, which in turn I trip over these big lips.
So pivot, Queen of Hertz holding the jammer helmet cover in hand. That jam comes to an end. 10 on the board for Texas All-Stars.
Every jam seemingly for Texas is about 10. It's pretty close, 8 to 10. Well, we had a 16 and 18 as well, I think.
Yeah, they've been not running the full 2 minutes. I'm not sure if that's to box out MORD completely. I'm not sure if that is to keep their jammer rotation rotating to keep everyone as rested as possible for the final game of this tournament tomorrow. I had to make sure. I'm losing where we are now. There's so many games.
Well, whatever strategy, Texas All-Stars really doing a number on the Missouri Roller Derby. A lot of spirit with Missouri Roller Derby, though. No quit.
MORD's game against Kansas yesterday, where they upset them, was definitely one of my favorites of the weekend. It was so close, so good. If you're going back to watch the games that you missed, definitely recommend that one.
Oh, I will be checking that one out then.
Texas beat API Fury in what I heard was a great game. I did not get to watch it. I was on another track, and we can actually see the Black Diaspora API Fury game to our right on track 3. Very close there, 103 to 92 API up. We got Derby happening in all directions. And we have Violent Viking making a work there of the top 2 blockers for MORD. I do hear a whistle. That's going to be the MORD pivot headed to the penalty box. That's going to be Zombina. We've seen lots of Zombina in this game. Had some great jams before.
Oh, hard fall.
Oh, all right. We do have a jammer penalty being assessed to Violent Viking of the Texas All-Stars as they hit an even 200. So if you have a drink, take a sip.
And jam penalty to Violent Spicy's design. Penalty
Hot
box.
track there. Violent Viking was lead there, but there was not a lot of time left on the clock, so we will have a power start coming up for MORD. I believe, oh, maybe I'm wrong. Hard to see from over here. No, full slate of blockers for both teams. So penalty box clear, but for the Texas Jammer, who's an important part of the game, we have the Educationer jamming for the first time for MORD on this power start opportunity. I really like to see teams start busting open their jam rotation, especially in a case like this where they can have at least start the jam with full dedicated offense.
Yes.
Violent Viking, however, out of the box from that track cut, picks up quick lead. We do have an MORD blocker now sitting in the penalty box.
And I do think that's very important to give, especially when the game is a little out of reach, to be able to give some experience to up-and-coming jamming or jammers.
Educationer handing that helmet cover to Kwu, who clears the pack, forces the call off there. Again, Texas could choose here to run these jams long when they're in charge, even if MORD is out and scoring. They do have that big of a differential here. I'm not seeing that. My guess is that it's to keep the rotation going so that everyone's able to get in some time of rest.
Makes sense. Five-second call. And we're off. Wow, good O blocking. That's a, wow, quick.
Dizzy Aster just, I don't know, one stride behind Malice in Wonderland there. Looks like the...
Powerful.
Oh, okay. So what I think
what
was happening
happened?
there, it looked like, so Dizzy Aster overtook the Texas Jammer.
And
It was hard to tell from this vantage point who it was that was making the pack run that fast.
what did they, was there track?
Well, at that point, right, you have two jammers out. Your jammers are in close proximity to each other. If your jammer is out in front, theoretically, if they're controlling the jam, that wasn't what was happening there. You want to get to the top. You want to stop that other wall so that jammer can steal a point and call it off.
I see.
So generally, when you have two jammers out, ready to score, they're very close to each other. Both of those packs are going to be racing to try to get control of the top, because whoever has control of the top is providing at least one easy point to their jammer to get before the jam ends. It was hard to tell there who was initiating it because of the formation of it.
Yes, that's a good point. I initially saw I thought it was the Texas.
Two up there for MORD holding Texas scoreless.
That's a good job.
Much needed
Still
there
working
for
at
them.
it. Still working at it.
We see, if you watch roller derby a lot, if you watch tournaments a lot, you already know this. If you're new, I'll tell you this right now. Roller derby is a sport where the fans, the players, the volunteers are always going to root for the underdog. It is just our nature.
It is.
What you hear in games like this is fans going crazy every time the underdog team gets lead or scores points. Texas All-Stars, the higher-seeded team here. So, game so far playing out as predicted.
Yeah, being last bout, I have announced it was a Michigan, local squad when I knew some players on there, but against Maryland, and I couldn't help but to root for Maryland, honestly.
Well, in a close game, too, then you end up just back and forth. when that...
But just getting good derby overall.
Oh, yeah, all around. Dizzy Aster has been really, really good this weekend and keeping that streak going. Curious to see what the decision-making is here. Had a face on. Like Dizzy Aster was going to play a little jammy. But we're seeing MORD here picking up some momentum. Dizzy Aster, multiple scoring passes here. We're looking at 7 points. I guess there was a no pass somewhere on that most recent pass through, I think. I didn't see. Keeping that going. I think that's what you want to do,
Pack's
right?
moving,
Even
yeah.
if you're going point for point, I think we got one in a call. We'll see. I'm looking for fingers. I do see one up in blue, though. So that's going to be a 7-5 jam in favor of MORD. Would love to see this trend continue.
Yes.
Dizzy Aster definitely starting to figure out those Texas walls and the way that they play their game.
I give all credit for keeping at it for MORD. No quit. I haven't seen any quit in any of these teams today or yesterday.
MORD has had such hard games. See, this is what I like to see. This is a selfish.
Mamba
this is not
getting loose.
a strategy call. This is fully a entertain Beck's call. I really appreciate the way that Black Mamba jams. Thoughtful,
Wow.
powerful, agile. And you can see Mamba as the three-way player that she's been this weekend.
Yes.
In the way that she jams.
Mamba surveying the pack.
We do have now our third consecutive lead, I believe, for MORD. So as I thought, they're starting. They definitely talked over halftime. Seems like they have identified maybe some weaknesses in the Texas walls, or at least ID'd what strategies they're using so they can work around them. Called it off there, I do believe, holding Texas scoreless.
Yep, Texas actually eventually slowed Mamba down, but Mamba had a lot of momentum going in with that jam.
Yeah, Black Mamba is an excellent. I was on their MORD's game against Florida, so not gonna lie, Black Mamba's MVP was partially with my influence. It was a team effort on the crew, and it was a pretty obvious pick. MORD didn't take the win in that game. They played Florida, who's been our Cinderella story, but Mamba just was a standout player. Speaking of standout players, the standout player of this game for me, AK, now headed, I believe, for the first time to the penalty box.
I was curious, was it a track cut, I believe?
It was a track cut per our penalty board here, and it was also AK's first. So AK played a clean game. There have been a lot of penalties this game across the board, across both rosters. AK, one of the few clean skaters. If you get one penalty, if you get two penalties, you're still a clean skater in my book. If you wait until the second half to get one penalty, you're solid.
That's doing pretty well.
Especially as a jammer, there are so many ways you're getting looked at the closest by the refs. So
yes.
You really have to play a clean game. I mean, the refs are looking at everyone, right? But in a pack, when you have a bunch of blockers, there are little things that might happen that never really happens with jammers. AK out of the box, took those 30 seconds, and knew exactly what to do.
It was amazing.
It was. We do have an empty box.
And again.
Still working behind. I believe that's Peace War back there. Can't tell who that other Texas blocker is. Peace War, another fantastic skater to watch.
Very quick. Unstoppable virtually. Inside, outside. In the middle.
AK definitely having a dominant game, dominant performance, playing clean, playing smart, playing
good block there by
fun
Texas.
to watch.
That,
I think that was natural conclusion there.
Brute opening it up.
I see two fingers in the sky there. So that is going to be a 15-0 jam for the Texas All-Stars. MORD is gaining some momentum there, and they can certainly get it back. But I will say most of that momentum did not come while AK was on the track. AK just seems in general, in this game in particular, to be playing a different game than truly anyone else.
Yes.
Sometimes you just have these games where you see these standout performances.
able
Velocity
to
Raptor there,
got around that shimmer.
absorbing that hit and like it was nothing. Staying in. We are looking at Dizzy Aster, who has been also fantastic this game. Still
Good.
working on the initial, looking for the MORD pivot, who is Baby Buster. Still has the helmet cover in hand, and so that was a little
blocking.
jammer on jammer love. I've noticed the MORD jammers, while they are jamming, are really into also playing defense. I've really enjoyed. Someone's going, oh yeah, that was. That's gonna be a low
jamming
block.
and blocking. Oh,
I believe that was a low block there. Cess 2 Velocity Raptor, who was our lead jammer. So with a minute left on the jam clock, Dizzy Aster is jamming. Well, jamming unopposed, holding, standing, hanging out.
and we're still okay. I was thought first, okay, play called. Gotcha.
That's smart derby.
Yes.
These teams are exhausted. It has been a long tournament. Take a second, look at each other. We're also, most of these players playing on these state teams are very experienced veterans. You can't, it's hard to pull a fast one, you know? When you're
Right.
jammer skating unopposed, the other team knows you're going to play offense. It's not a secret.
Great move, stop, stutter, step, hesitation. Their Velocity Raptor.
No way. All right, so I'm looking here. We do have some roster with some information. I don't know how accurate all of it is. For the most part, I've noticed looking at these rosters that most of the skaters here, not most of the skaters here, the majority of skaters here, yes, I stand by it, have a lot of experience under their belt. Of course, we're playing high-level derby. These are some of the best skaters in every state. So you're going to see people at the decade, 15, 20 years. Derby's been around that long now. Malice in Wonderland, who has been a absolutely fantastic jammer on the line currently for Texas All-Stars, per the spreadsheet that I'm looking at, has been skating since 2019.
Oh, okay.
That is not a lot of time. That is 6 years, and, you know, Derby was not being played for at least a year of that.
and that was, yes.
So
and then
that
a
is
slow
a very
restart.
green skater to be playing, not just at this level, jamming at this level, playing with some of the best against some of the best. Really fantastic. Looking at these years here, yeah, we got JD playing for 20.5, so big span of time. I don't see yours skated on MORD, so I can't tell you about that. But
Bex, what would be your go-to exercise or your, go-to exercise to, condition yourself for jamming?
one big thing for jammers is mental game. Truly.
Oh.
Jammer, it's the most punishing role mentally, I think, in roller derby, right?
Right.
Anytime you get a penalty, no matter what role you're playing, it crushes your soul. It's dehumanizing. Being the score earner on your team
Correct.
and not being able to do that for 30 seconds, crushing.
Yes.
Whether
Yeah.
it is you're fooled and you step into a track cut, whatever it is, it's crushing. It's a lot of pressure. I am not a jammer, so I'm saying this also respecting with my whole heart and soul the way that blockers and pivots
That's excellent
work.
and appreciated.
But there is a ton of pressure on jammers. It's physically a challenging role. The reason why I don't have a physical answer for that is because the beautiful thing about jamming, I mean, of course, you need endurance, you need agility, you have, most importantly, I would say, strong skating skills. There's so many different ways to jam. So many different ways. You can be agile, you can be jumpy, you can have some of the greatest jammers of all time who have never jumped an apex in your life because that's not a requirement. You can be strong, you can be pushy.
Yes.
The most important thing is to be smart, to learn how to think in the moment, to learn how to take the pressure, and to know what your strengths are, to know how to read, and, you know, in general, you want to be ready to play those long games, ready for 2-minute jams,
Right.
ready for a 2-minute jam where you get a penalty at the end, and then you come in and it's another 2-minute jam.
I've noticed to where, I mean, when a bout is close and you're called upon to be a jammer, and they're going to call you multiple times to be that jammer, and near the end of the bout, and you're having to really suck it up, so to speak, it can be difficult. No energy in the tank.
And especially in close games or, you know, in a number of scenarios, let's say you don't get lead, you're looking for your pivot. Your pivot's role is to get back to you, right? But what if your pivot's holding the jammer? They're not going to leave.
Right.
So sometimes you're just out there by yourself and your pivot's doing what they're supposed to do and they can't be there for you. So it is, I really think, mental game. I also think jammers are the most successful when their team is closely bonded, on the same page, on the same strategy page, because so much of jamming is unspoken communication with your teammates. That's another big thing. I'm a big mental game fan.
Oh, great pickup and hustle.
Nice. I know that feels good. After that jammer thinks they're free to hit him out. No call on that cut there. I did not see who was where to determine whether that pivot call for the cut is right or not.
K-Woo to the inside. Good move. Owen calls it.
Game 14 MVP there.
You're a couple of woos from the crowd.
Like the beginning of I Want to Dance with Somebody.
Are you talking about Whitney Houston reference right there?
Always.
Oh.
Only. Always and only. We are on track 2. Taking a look at all these sketchies here. We do have more games coming up on every track. Wow. Do we? I might be lying.
Wow, great burst of speed up.
You know how I feel about this.
No, yeah, Black Mamba.
New jammer out for Texas.
Wow.
Working against that strong 2-wall up
Look
here
at
from
that.
MORD.
Almost just as quick. Where are they finding all these jammers? Look at spirited jams. Oh, called
I
up.
think Dizzy Esther has been out for every jam, at least for the last several. That's very impressive. Texas jammer headed to the penalty box. That means Black Mamba skating unopposed, looking to pick up some points here. Nice hit there by the pivot. Is it going to be a cut? It is going to be a cut.
Oh, so you can...
So we're going to have the jammer switcheroo. Texas jammer not yet standing, so going to be a short penalty there for Black Mamba, maybe 20 seconds. Oh! I have no idea what just happened. I think it must have been the jam coming to its natural conclusion, because I saw Black Mamba stand up in the penalty box and tap their hips, and I was like, wait a minute, you're in the box. I was not looking at the jam clock.
I want to real quick mention the Gillespie Group. Gillespie Group specializes in the management, development, and reimagination of residential and commercial real estate properties. They credit quality people, relentless creative spirit, and a passion for reinvention in their ability to leave a lasting impact on Michigan landscapes. And that is your Gillespie Group. And an official timeout.
We have not had many clock stoppages here in the second half on track 2. This is a crash course official timeout. I am looking at the track and trying to figure out if I can figure out what's going on here. For a moment, I thought it could have been an official review. Sometimes that gets put up as an official timeout at first. It
And while we wait,
is not.
I'd like to mention the Lansing Sports Commission. Lansing Sports Commission, the LSC, is your resource for sports tournament and event planning in Michigan's capital region. As a full-service sports commission, they will work with you on every aspect of your event, as dedicated to it as success as you are. Located in the heart of Michigan, Greater Lansing is convenient to reach and easy to navigate. The region is full of well-equipped lodging, first-rate athletic venues, entertainment options for the team, and so much more. No matter the size of your event or the sport you've come to play, the LSC is ready to help plan and support your event. Lansing Sports Commission.
Still trying to figure out what our officials are talking about here. See some non-skating officials talking to some skating officials, which is always a little funny because the skating officials are so tall with their skates on. So you see.
Oh.
They're talking now to the Texas coaches, it appears, from here. So I'm not sure if a penalty is being assessed after the jam, if they're just trying to clarify something if we have like a captain's penalty being served. I do see a skater headed into the penalty box for Texas. This not being an official review, we're not going to get information about what just went down. Looks like I'm confused. We're still in a break.
Well, I have a little bit of time left. I'd like to mention Skatin' Not Hatin'. Skatin' Not Hatin' has been around since 2014. Owned and operated by Javelin, who skates for Kalamazoo Roller Derby, Team Michigan, and coaches the Kalamazoo Killer Bees. This small shop has a huge Skatin' Not Hatin' has a huge selection. Skatin' Not Hatin' offers skate packages, protective gears, wheels, accessories, and full sublimation apparel.
I did hear a rolling whistle there, so I doubt the mystery will ever be solved for us.
Right.
But it does appear that, well, now I can't tell because that OPR. Yes, indeed.
K-woo.
K-woo jamming unopposed Texas jammer in the penalty box. Now standing and about to re-enter. I didn't see anyone go to the box that wasn't already there, so I have no idea what just happened, but that's fine.
K-woo getting some blocks. What emerges? 1-3-3-7 for Texas. Largo.
What K-woo chooses to do here, gonna call it off. Let's see. Full 4 though, full 4 up, so that's a 4-0 jam in favor of MORD. Specifically, K-woo putting those up, but great team effort all around there. I saw some really good defense. I've noticed this game, fast-moving packs. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say this game. I was just talking about this with someone else, and I'm going to really lock in on it now. But I think the general trend, talking to some folks around the room, of this tournament that we're seeing, I think that in state and borderless tournaments, you tend to see these teams trying out some new stuff. I see Derby being played pretty fast here. I see fast, aggressive packs in a way that feels a little different than it's been for the past few years. So it'll be interesting to see if these observations, a few of us who have been closely watching have made, hold true for a trend in the sport generally. There was a lot of slow Derby for a long time. It's been getting faster and faster, but it does seem you're not seeing these super organized packs that we had for years.
Right.
It's very mixed up.
Male scoring points.
Tomorrow the medal ceremony is scheduled for 6:30. So
Ooh.
there's only 12 games.
Nice attempt.
That was
Sheesh. But
that was a little bit of a scary knock together there. But no whistles.
I'm seeing some new skaters out for Texas as well.
That was so many whistles. Was that 2 tracks
Yes,
at once?
I didn't know if it was.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, that was all here. All right, we got lots of jam ending whistles there. That was a 16-0 jam in favor of Texas All-Stars. We have 5 minutes and change left on the clock here. As a reminder, the team that wins this game will play tomorrow on track 3 at 2:45 for 5th place against the winner of Team Philippines versus Team California, which I think is up next on track 1, if I'm not mistaken.
There we are, Black Mamba.
My favorite. I just get a kick. I really, really enjoy both of these teams in general. I'm not, they're 2 of my favorite teams to watch. Dynamic play. They use a lot of 3-way players. Both of these teams have a lot of triple threats.
Right.
You see
Which
K-woo
is
out there now. No helmet cover on
Yes.
at all. Pure blocker.
And blocking quite well, too.
I think K-woo is probably... No, I'm right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, K-woo out there, pure blocker. We've seen Dizzy Astor there, who's a pivot right now. Dizzy Astor's been out as everything. We see Black Mama being a 3-way skater, and we see the same on the Texas side. What I have noticed in this second half, and I don't know if you have, we're looking at 268 to 74. Someone is missing, and it's AK.
Yes.
AK with a tremendous first half, jamming for Texas. Couple big jams in the second half, too. Begs the question, are they looking at that fifth place game tomorrow?
All right.
Seeing how much of a role AK was on today and letting her rest for tomorrow? I don't know.
That was my thought. Just giving her no risk of injury, rest up.
Oh, cut track assess to Ace in Texas, so that's going to let Black Mamba take the 30 seconds left on the jam clock here to try to put up some points. Means Ace will get out before the end of the jam, but it does mean the majority of the rest of this jam, Black Mamba will be skating unopposed.
Noticing a lot of players hitting the deck here recently. I know it's a little bit of a sign of being tired. And it has been a long couple days.
So higher seeded teams playing 4 games. This will be the third for Texas. They'll play their fourth tomorrow. The lower seeded teams in for 5, and most of them doing the 4 in the first 2 days. That is crazy. This tournament does allow for some larger rosters, as it should. 4 or 5 games, you need a lot of people.
Yes.
And then also, submit these rosters in advance. It's a big travel. It's a big trip for a lot of people, I should say. So you want to keep those rosters big, regardless.
What are the
5 games.
normal roster size? I guess like 15 versus I think is it?
They're
12?
doing well, now I don't want to say it definitively because we're late in the day, and what if I'm wrong? I hate being wrong. I believe 18.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. It is larger than a traditional roster is the moral of the story there. So you do see these teams mixing it up a lot. What is not being mixed up right now is Kwoo, who has been out nearly every jam, has been dominant nearly every jam.
All avenues of this.
Really fantastic work. Okay, we're raising the roof there. We got a 3-0 jam for MORD.
Yeah.
I have said this several times. I want more of jammers being flashy. I want jammers looking at the crowd, looking at the camera.
I love that swag when the jammers come out. And everyone dance and have fun.
We currently have Beck and Call out as a pivot for MORD. Beck and Call had jammed for MORD in their last game and decided to get lead and then row a little canoe. That's what I want. But we have Buzzkiller, I believe, for the first time for Texas All-Stars. They're throwing out a lot of new faces to jam, out with quick lead. We got Leneval Knievel jamming for the first time this game for MORD. Beck and Call, your pivot over there. I do see the hat off. I do not see a successful handing over of the hat yet. We got another scoring pass completed there by Leneval Knievel.
Number 40, Mount Crushmore, trying to slow that jammer down for a moment.
Little party here, approaching turn 2. Texas
Following blocker
using
as well.
all of their energy here to keep Leneval Knievel as far away from Beck and Call as possible. Beck and Call at this point not going to go behind those Texas jammers and get caught in the same spot.
No.
Beck and Call is going to want to stay in front of the Texas blockers to not also be stuck there, of course, unless Leneval Knievel said, I'm actually dying. I don't care if you got stuck. All that to say, period clock, for some reason, frozen at 1 because, we did get a team timeout in time.
Oh, right. Oh,
a time timeout. Team Truck Cat. I love this. MORD using their second team timeout. We got 2 seconds here added to.
They want to play a little bit more.
And I love it. I think that is great. I think in most games generally, if it's super close and you're winning, you obviously don't want to keep the game going. But in general, I'm always down for one more jam.
Yep. Always down the kick to the last second. Yes, just like you, I've always been a fan of full speed through the finish line. Yeah, sure. I know the score is a lot to a little, but yeah, pride's a big thing.
81 up for MORD, no small feat, especially considering they are the disadvantaged team when it comes to energy. They have played more games here.
Yes.
And tough games, too. Florida this morning, and Florida, if you've been paying attention all this weekend, they're the team to beat here. Yes, and last jam is controlled by MORD, who wanted to make this last jam happen. It is
very
Kaywu, who's just
excited
been
about it,
putting
too.
on a clinic this weekend, not just on jamming, blocking, being a pivot, not just on jammer, but also on putting on a show.
Yes, I was just good call on that. Putting on a show, doing it all.
And just brilliant when it comes to controlling the clock, controlling the time, controlling the jam.
Look at that.
Pumping up the bench.
Love
Come
that.
pump up the crowd. Pump up track 3 next to us. I have to say, though, Texas All-Stars, what a game.
Yeah.
Using a very deep jammer rotation in that second half off of a tough loss earlier today to New York. I know that loss was tough in a lot of ways. They're kind of rival state teams at this point.
I see.
Not kind of. They very much are. They faced
Right.
each other. They have faced each other at skateboards. They face each other at Y'all Stars. They bump into each other over and over again, and the pendulum swings back and forth in each team's favor. So the fact that Texas came off of what I know was an especially brutal loss against a rival and to come in and dominate in this way is just awesome.
Yes, agreed.
It's
goes
Kaywu
out on a
sent into the
penalty.
penalty box. We got 30 seconds left on the jam clock, 35. And, of course, the period clock wound down pretty much as soon as the whistle blew.
I do. I love this.
MORD bench on their feet cheering to Kaywu, who's taking a seat in that penalty box. Ukulele now letting this clock wind down, going to try to put up as many points as possible. I would love to see 2 more scoring passes out of Ukulele. We got 10 seconds to go. I think it's possible. Come on, grab some more, grab some more. I want more. You have 7 seconds. I know you can do it. Does not look interested in trying that hard. Very valid.
No, trying to
There's
get
another
past
game
that
tomorrow.
3 century mark. No reason, but wow. That energy by Kaywu, it was inspiring right there, though.
Amped up this crowd in this room, too. We have an unofficial final score of 297 for Texas All-Stars, 91 for MORD. Texas going to go on to play either Philippines or California, Team Philippines or Team California, tomorrow, 2:45 on track 3 for 5th place. MORD going to play the loser of that game tomorrow on track 1 at 2:15. That will be for 7th place. So both really important games. We do have a final score. Do not leave yet. We need to tell you who our MVP is, but I'm going to take 1 second to make sure we're still on the same page. All right. We had talked about this at halftime.
Yes.
We're giving
it was
it
apparent.
to Texas. Number 89, AK. We did not see a lot of AK in the second half. AK still gets the MVP because AK was the reason
Yes.
that AK didn't play in the second
That
half.
is exactly
AK
the
made
reason.
that lead and said, I'm sitting until tomorrow. Both these teams fantastic, though. Thank you so much for joining us. We got
Thank you. I
no
appreciate
game yet
it.
on track 3. Where's my... Here we go. I'm looking for what's up after us. We are on track 2. Up next, we have Michigan, Pennsylvania. That's another big game. 2 powerhouse teams. Don't miss it. I have been Belligerent Bex.
And I am Cricket.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, hello, Derby citizens, and welcome to the game of the day, in my opinion.
Oh, mine too.
Absolutely. It's Team Michigan going up against Team Pennsylvania. This is going to be for the semifinals, and it's going to decide who goes and plays in the finals tomorrow. Once again, I'm the King.
I am Aria Kidding Me from Derby Date Night. These two teams have battled it all the way to get here, and we're going to let you know who you are going to be seeing in this semifinal.
Yeah, for Team Michigan, you're going to see 00 Mangler, 05 Skater Boy, number 10 Swift Justice, 1331 Blue Eye Bruiser, 14 Oi, 179 Sydney Bean, 22 Yar, 28 Racer McChaser, 32 McDonald, 33 Javelin, 333 Cookie Rumble, 66 666 Sandin, 775 El Toro, 800 Terminator, 85 Matitude Adjustment, 89 Skatin' Not Hatin', 92 Jawbreaker Jose, and 97 Smarty Plants.
And for Team Pennsylvania, we have got 00 D-Rex, 105 Misery, 12 Zora, 131 Thunder Crusher, 2 Stark Raven, 24 Jalapeno, 25 Allie McKill, 282 Dash Ketchum, 36 Meanie, 387 Razzle Dazzle Basil, 43 Bessie, 66 Riptide, 666 Lollyrot, 77 Rocky Galboa, 81 Veronica Getzberger, 83 Grit and Barrett, and 99 Russian Bayou.
Well, I am expecting a tough game, especially in the first 15 minutes of this. I expect both defenses to feel fresh, coming off their wins. I expect them to literally shut down the jammers that get thrown at them. Watch them prove me wrong. But because we've had some of those jams where they run out in the first 3 seconds of the jam.
These two teams came in seeded number 1 and number 2. Michigan number 1, Pennsylvania number 2. Last year, I do not think these two teams played each other, so they never got a chance to play each other, and they both did so well in this tournament.
Yeah, there's been no upsets on both of their paths to this game, and this is really going to be the exciting one, in my opinion. It's really going to decide, probably, in my opinion, who's going to be the favored to win the title this weekend.
I agree, and they are fighting for a chance to play against either New York or Florida, who are playing on the other track. So these two teams are, don't watch this one. This one is the one you want to watch.
I'll give you updates.
We'll give you updates as it's happening. Just so you know, right now, Team Florida is winning against New York, but they just started, so.
All right, well, we got everybody on the track. We are looking ready to go. And everybody's rolling back to the Skatin' Not Hatin' jam line, and this jam is on. McDonald
for Team Michigan and Zora for Team Pennsylvania on the line for both their respective teams. And it is McDonald who is coming to the front first, but Zora is also trying to get out, and it is McDonald who comes out with lead jammer for Team Michigan.
You know, that was so good. They played offense going into turn number 2, but everybody caught their respective jammers. McDonald was able to find an opening and jump free.
Beautiful straight pecs jump there by McDonald. Zora doing a great job chasing down McDonald to force that call off, and Michigan takes the first 4 points on the board for this game.
That was quick.
That was quick.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be quick.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very hit it and quit it at the beginning as they kind of figure each other out for these two teams that have not played each other before.
Yeah, Jawbreaker Jose is down there for Team Michigan. Everybody, weirdly, is starting up at the jam line.
And D-Rex for Team Pennsylvania. Two smaller jammers going up against each other. I've seen both these jammers a lot, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out victorious with lead jammer.
Everybody's stuck at the jammer line right now. Both jammers are hiding behind the walls. We've got basically 8 skaters in front of them.
We're just not moving at this point, so... You're right. This is exactly what you predicted, that defense. D-Rex with a spin on the inside comes out as lead jammer for Team Pennsylvania.
That was a great move. The blocker came out to hit D-Rex. They literally put the hips in front of the other hips and use the momentum to go forward.
Beautiful. The star was not passed. Jawbreaker Jose was able to get out and is going to be chasing down D-Rex, who's currently in the pack on a scoring pass. Getting by Blue Eyed Bruiser. And a high five to Blue Eyed Bruiser after grabbing that point to bring this to a tie in the second jam.
Yeah, that was an impressive swing and a miss, but I will credit T-Rex for the speed to get away from that. In both instances, they liked using that line. They liked turning their body towards the blocker and trying to get around those hips, and they were very successful on both those occasions. Michigan's need to make a change when they're dealing with T-Rex and those lines.
Absolutely. Skater Boy on the line for Michigan and Jalapeno for Pennsylvania as we get started here. They're all jumbled up between the jammer and pivot line right now. It is Jalapeno who's pulling that pack forward behind a tripod of Michigan blockers.
Both these jammers have very different styles in how they
do.
jam. Jalapeno just muscled their way through the apex to get lead jam.
Skater Boy with a tumble in the middle of the pack is trying to take that opportunity to get out and is able to do so. Jalapeno, meanwhile, is approaching the pack on a first scoring pass. Jalapeno with a spin protects those points and is able to get
Two, I do believe, but they're going to talk about it.
Yep.
They held him up, and now they're like,
Wait,
I'm
let's
going to
talk.
make sure.
Yeah, I think these refs are going to be really making sure that they are getting the right amount of points here because these teams are going to be fighting for every single point in this game.
Yeah. And again, the transition, there was very quick offense to help Skater Boy get out of that pack, and it was effective at kind of negating some of those points. In the case in point, they only got two.
Sydney Bean jamming for Team Michigan and Bessie for Pennsylvania. Bessie is in the back, and it is Sydney Bean who's trying to pull the pack apart at the front, has got 1 to beat, 2 to beat, sweeping from side to side. It is Bessie who comes out as your lead jammer for Team Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Aliyar was up there trying to hold on during that thing. They had two, but they kept going from line to line. Sydney Bean was able to finally get around on the inside.
The star was passed, and now the pivot for Michigan is the jammer of record as Bessie is in the pack on a scoring pass. What a hit there.
Yeah, that was really impressive defense by number 99, Russian Bayou, to throw out that pivot who's got the cap in hand.
That is Cookie Rumble, who is now the jammer for Team Michigan, stuck at the back of the pack. However, Bessie, who has been on that first scoring pass, has been having a really hard time getting out of the pack. Ooh, beautiful offense coming in to help. Michigan ready right there to swallow Bessie back up. And a penalty is going to be pushing Cookie Rumble. That was a back block. And we are going to start this next jam as a power jam with Cookie Rumble as the jammer for Team Michigan.
Yeah. So that's going to put 4 points on the board. Pennsylvania right now sitting at 10-4. Yeah, that's misfortunate that their pivot now is sitting there as jammer in the violent designs, I should say, penalty box.
For 30, it's going to be full 30 seconds.
I'm interested to see who that. It's the attitude adjustment. I was wondering who the pivot was going to be, and wondering if they're going to make a quick pass.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Okay, quick lead jammer there by Zora from Team Pennsylvania, who is going to come around and try to score some points.
Pennsylvania swarmed and capped everybody, making it very hard for them to move defensively to get to that jammer in that initial pass.
Zora is in the pack on that scoring pass right now. Oh, beautiful move to the outside, narrowly avoiding a hit to grab 4 points, and is going to be coming around on that next pass.
Blue Eye Bruiser picking up a cut track penalty. That's going to put one of their great blockers down for 30 seconds.
Cookie Rumble is in that pack now, out of the penalty box, but still on that initial, so no points able to be scored right now by Team Michigan. And you were right. The star was passed an attitude adjustment, who is now the jammer of record for Team Michigan. Zora is in the pack on a second scoring pass and decides to call it. But Matitude did the job.
Yeah, Matitude is one of those skaters, an incredible blocker, an incredible jammer. You're all around utility player.
Love the triple threat.
You plug them into wherever they need to be, and they will do the job and do it beyond recognition.
Yes. And what I mean by triple threat, for those of you who don't know roller derby, because for the two of you who don't know roller derby, I mean pivot, blocker, and jammer as a triple threat.
They can do it all.
They really can. Team Pennsylvania at 17, Team Michigan at 4. We are 7 minutes into this game. McDonald jamming for Team Michigan and D-Rex for Pennsylvania. D-Rex quickly. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Thought that they got lead jammer, but are being sent to
Nope.
the penalty box.
No, they put a foot out of bounds, and they tried to do that same move that I was talking about, trying to bounce up that inside line, getting their hips in front of the opposing blocker, but that time they did put a foot out of bounds, and that's what put them in that penalty box.
That is not what Pennsylvania wanted, as McDonald has gotten lead jammer and is now in the pack on a scoring pass, getting some offensive help from Blue-Eyed Bruiser to grab 4 points while D-Rex waits in the penalty box.
And McDonald is fast. When they've got momentum, they are going to come in hot. Pennsylvania's got to figure out a way of negating some of that speed and inertia that they come in with.
D-Rex now out of the penalty box and joining the pack. This is still D-Rex's initial. Even though D-Rex made it through, they've got to make it through all over again. But now D-Rex is out and eligible to score points. McDonald on a second scoring pass sees D-Rex coming, and looks like we're going to run it, as D-Rex is able to score points but got pushed to the inside and is going to be pulled all the way to the back, with McDonald getting 4 more points.
I don't mind this choice right now. You trust in your blockers. You've got really good blockers on Team Michigan out there. Both these squads have excellent blockers, but you've got a chance now to put some points up on the board.
Yep, D-Rex has gotten 4. I would be, personally, just having watched D-Rex skate before, D-Rex is one of the stronger Pennsylvania jammers, and I would be a little bit nervous, but it did work out for Michigan in that instance.
You know, if anything, it's herky-jerky and just agile.
Yes.
The ability to be going one direction and bounce, hit them toe stops, and go a different direction immediately.
One of the things I love about D-Rex is their ability to be in the air pretty much like 30% of the time.
Bounce off the back or side of the people, and then just keep right on going.
Right.
We got to score 21-14. 21 minutes left in this game, or in this half.
We have gone back behind the penalty, back behind the jammer line to turn 4 at the beginning of this jam.
Racer McChaser with a nice hit out and drag back.
And it is Michigan and Jawbreaker Jose coming out with that lead jammer, hoping to get some more points and turn this game around. This is low scoring.
Again up,
Racer
doing the work.
Ooh, beautiful work.
All by themselves.
Just gonna stop. Stop, Pennsylvania.
Yep, Racer McChaser was the last person, and you didn't need a wall for that. All you got to need is Racer McChaser.
And it is Veronica Getzberger, who is currently the jammer for Pennsylvania. First time jamming in this game. Jawbreaker Jose scoring 4 points for Team Michigan. Veronica is continuing. Oh, a giant hit.
Yeah.
Slowing down Veronica Getzberger. That was from Racer McChaser again.
There. Yep. Pack is in back. They got a bridge, or let them go.
Now we're doing that grinding. Look at these tripods.
Yep.
Oh.
Mangler. Oh, Racer McChaser again. Last line of defense. They're bridging it out.
Yep. And
Racer.
Abel, is that Racer again? Racer McChaser pulling Getzberger all the way to the very back
That's
of
a
the
one-man
pack.
wall.
It is. I mean, wow.
It's not like we haven't seen it before, but it's still amazing.
Right, it's true. Jawbreaker Jose has scored another 4 points, bringing Michigan's total to 8, and that is what I call a lead change.
Yes, indeed.
Cha-ching. That's my sound of loose change.
Now, talking about jammers, Jawbreaker Jose, very capable of scoring quick points. They're explosive. They're
Absolutely.
aggressive. So as we are rolling down on this time clock here,
5 seconds left.
Yeah.
The pivot now has the star, and that is...
They went ahead and called it, but just like you said, we have a lead change. 12 points put up by Jawbreaker Jose with 19 minutes left in this first half. We got a score of 26-21. I ain't going to lie. I was a little worried for Team Michigan. They came out maybe a little flat, or they weren't expecting the Pennsylvania.
They were not
expecting.
They were not expecting Pennsylvania at all. Oh, this is a great time to take a timeout for either team, really. Michigan having just taken it is. I'm not surprised. That is Pennsylvania taking the timeout. They're like, wait a second, we have the lead. Let's stop. Let's take a break. Let's have a conversation. Michigan ranked number 1, so I think they do not think they were expecting to start this game with being behind.
Right, but as we get into Jam 7, normally that's where you start shaking off whatever expectations you have, and you settle into the game plan that you came in with. There's mistakes that you made when you nerves the game or whatever it may be. But right about now is where you say, okay, this is it. This is what we're going to do. And I actually expect this kind of a grinded out game for the rest of it. I can't tell you who's going to win this.
No idea.
Yeah. The way they're both playing, Pennsylvania's defense is rough.
Well, I wasn't sure what to expect, and it was only in that last jam where it started to fold into those like hard defensive pivots. The first 6 jams, it really was a little bit of chaos, everybody everywhere, and really everybody just fighting and doing those things. So I'm not even sure what kind of a strategy we're going to see because I've seen multiple different strategies in all of these jams.
Yeah, and I can't say enough about Racer McChaser in that last jam. That last jam would have not ended up like that without Racer there.
Nice job there from Racer McChaser. I completely agree. Bessie jamming for Team Pennsylvania and Skater Boy for Team Michigan.
Cookie Rumble with a nice hit out and drag back on the jammer from Pennsylvania.
They are all kind of mushed up there. It looks like Pennsylvania has formed a tripod at the back to hold Skater Boy. Bessie finding a tripod of her own at the front.
Wow, there is no movement.
There's no movement.
Yeah.
We have not. They're not. They are just at the pivot line, but they haven't crossed it.
We're over We're 35 seconds into this jam, and we haven't gone past the pivot line.
No, you were right. We are getting into that defense focused. 3 Pennsylvania blockers just holding Skater Boy, who is trying to go to the inside, down to 2, down to 1, able to stay inbounds on the inside line to become lead jammer.
In that exchange, we just saw Rocky picking up a cut track penalty. They're going to spend some time in the penalty box.
Skater Boy coming in on a scoring pass, finding 3 Pennsylvania blockers, 1 Michigan offense doing some of that offense for Skater Boy, trying to open up the outside. Bessie is just stuck, sees the pivot, is trying to pass the pivot.
I don't know who makes them toe stops, but this jam is brought to you.
Did you see that hit from 85?
Oh, that's Maddie.
Was that Maddie?
Maddie does that all the time.
Well, okay, that was just, I don't usually get to see it in person.
That's just Maddie. It's Maddie doing Maddie things.
I see it on TV, but seeing it in person is a completely different thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, every time, it's the soul-crushing effect of Maddie. Every time a jammer thinks they're free, all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
that's exactly
bam!
It was like that.
And you're out, and you're going, what was that? Oh, it was just a Maddie.
Just Maddie. That's it.
By the way, Maddie was the MVP blocker at World Cup, and really, they are just that amazing.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have already played 1 game today to get to this spot in this semifinal championship. McDonald coming out with lead jammer for Team Michigan as they are trying to extend upon this lead they've created. Zora finding, is that Racer McChaser again?
It is. And Zora, oh man. Zora, A, staying in bounds, and B, running off of every white shirt that she banged against. Absolutely amazing.
All right. The call-off happened. Very good awareness there from Michigan to be able to see Zora coming. They were able to grab 3 points, bringing them to 37. We are almost halfway through this first half.
I'd like to thank Gillespie's group. They specialize in management, development, and reimagination of residential and commercial real estate properties. They are credit quality people, a relentless creative spirit, and a passion for reinventing their ability to leave a lasting impact on the Michigan's landscape. That is the Gillespie group.
We have got Swift Justice jamming for Team Michigan and D-Rex for Team Pennsylvania. Have we seen Swift Justice jam yet today?
I don't think we have. I do believe this is the first time we have seen them in this game.
All right,
wow.
Almost out at the front,
Beautiful.
Taking a hit to the outside from Team Pennsylvania. Beautiful hit there.
Yeah.
D-Rex trying to find any sort of space that they can, but there is a blocktopus of 4 and getting chased down by Maddie, who's just grinning. It's like, okay, I'll let D-Rex go. Let me come back and help my team.
I think out of everybody, D-Rex could have handled Maddie.
I would like to see that, but Maddie did not get the chance there, so maybe we'll see it later. Maybe that collision will happen, and we'll see if D-Rex can stay in.
So right now, Pennsylvania is working with a 3-wall and a single blocker coming up to play offense. It's working really well.
Michigan's got a 4-wall with 1 offense helping. Maddie took that star pass and will now be, immediately D-Rex knows how fast Mattitude is and said, I'm calling it right now.
You have 5 seconds.
Got my 4 points, and I'm going to call it.
D-Rex is fast, and they got through there very, very fast. That was a great jam by them. They really needed the points. Right now we got a score of 37-25, 14 minutes and 35 seconds left in this first half.
All right, we are getting ready for the next jam. Is this a pivot line start? Is this the first pivot line start I have seen in this entire tournament? It's a pivot line start.
Oh, yeah.
And we have got Jawbreaker Jose as lead. Jalapeno is following Jawbreaker Jose as these two are going to race to the pack.
You know, as they do these pivot line starts, is giving all that momentum to these jammers that come in there. I'm kind of blown away that both teams are like, sure, let's give it to them.
Right? These jammers want that space to run, and they are more. Did you see how fastly they both got out?
Twice as effective with all that speed.
If they continue to do that, we might see some shorter jams.
All right. So, as we're looking at the scoreboard next to us, we've got a score of New York All-Stars at 54 and Team Florida at 64. So we have another good, tight game for basically the 1, 2, 3, and 4 positions.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness. But stay on this one. We'll keep giving you updates. Bessie jamming for Team Pennsylvania. Trying to stay inside, getting pulled all the way to the back there by Cookie Rumble with that hit out, and keeping Bessie from grabbing lead jammer. It is Skater Boy in the back who's trying to find any space they can to become lead for Team Michigan. We have decided to just stop.
Wow, once again, Pennsylvania's wall.
Right?
Lock down D.
Now that jump over that skater, if you could have gone a different way, that's going to be a penalty. So
all right.
I think Skater Boy just got a penalty for that jump.
It was the forearm.
Oh, it was the forearm.
It was the forearm is what they showed. So it was a little aggressive going through there, and I do feel the arm did come out and affected the skater as they went through there.
Yep.
So that was actually, in my opinion, a good call. And so that's going to give an opportunity now for Pennsylvania, who's only 14 points down, to get lead, control this jam, and rack up some points.
That is not what Michigan wanted.
And Zora is at the helm right now, ready to go.
And we've got on Team Michigan the blockers ready to stop. Mangler and Yar and Sandin are out there.
Oh,
and
man!
Zora is able to get through as now we have all 4 blockers out there for Michigan as Zora comes through with a little shimmy shake.
Veronica Getzberger was the illustrator of that. They came up and played amazing offense, opening it up and dropping that last person that was holding onto their jammer to get that quick offense.
Zora just pulling everybody out and doing some great one-on-one blocking there was Racer McChaser up there at the front holding Zora, but Zora was able to get through to grab those 4 points. Zora's in the pack again on a second scoring pass now. Skater Boy back in the pack, looking for any sort of space.
Wow, and again, the defense for Pennsylvania, yes, there was offensive help, but they enveloped the help, and they kept that Skater Boy in there for quite a while.
Yep, and Zora calls it, but not before scoring all 8 points. 33-39. It is a 6-point game right now between Team Michigan and Team Pennsylvania.
And speaking of close games, we've got a New York score, 60, and Florida is at 64.
Well, Florida came into this tournament ranked 17th, I believe.
Not no more.
Last year, Florida kind of struggled in this tournament. Their roster has changed so much, and Florida is here to show up.
Yeah, they came in swinging. All right, we're back on this. D-Rex and McDonald, both very high-speed, squirrely jammers. McDonald right now, again, struggling behind that strong Pennsylvania wall.
Look at that tripod, able to hold McDonald, who's doing a great job of just kind of trying to pull that pack apart by going from the outside to the inside, but having no purchase here.
No, and they're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, look at that spin. How did McDonald stay in bounds?
That's a Matrix move.
Right?
There was a glitch somewhere.
There was a glitch in the Matrix because I don't know how anybody could stay in bounds for that. a pass happened for Team Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania was able to get out there as McDonald is in the pack on a scoring pass.
Maddie was trying to play offense, hit D-Rex. D-Rex took out the jammer.
But my favorite thing in the entire world, they both gave each other just a little pat on the back and said, "You good? I'm good.
Yep.
Cool."
Yep, it was a good chain reaction that had an unfortunate reaction for Michigan.
Yes, I love seeing that sportsmanship and collegiality between the two teams.
Absolutely.
Always a good thing to see.
High five for good play.
Absolutely.
I don't care if you're playing against me.
Watching at home, give that person near you a high five, or give your pet a high five, or do a self high five, because you're doing great too.
All right, this jam is on. Jawbreaker, Jose, and Jalapeno. Those are your jammers out there.
We are pulling to the front, and it is Jalapeno who is trying to get lead jammer, but is gonna have to get past.
That's Racer. It's Racer.
I don't even need to look down.
Why'd you look?
I don't even need to look down. It's Racer.
And now that's a Yar.
And Yar says, "You shall not pass." We are down to 2. Jalapeno is trying at the back. Meanwhile, Jawbreaker Jose is just stuck behind this 4 wall. We are 40 seconds into this jam. No lead jammer. Never mind. Jalapeno doing the work.
I gotta say,
lead.
they bridged that out, and they drew like a line in the sand for a good 20 seconds or more that jammer could not get away from those 2 blockers.
Absolutely. Michigan passing the star to Racer McChaser to force that call off from Team Pennsylvania. Both teams are utilizing the star pass really well here. They are not afraid to pass that star if they need to get someone out.
No points scored. Fist in the air
anybody.
Fist in the air for solidarity. We got a score of 42-33. 8 minutes left in this half.
Whew.
I'd like to give a big skate shout out to Modern Skate. Surf is the best inventory for your skate gear for sale in Michigan. They also offer a place for customers to show off their new gear. Once again, that is Modern Skate and Surf.
Another new jammer for Team Michigan and Sydney Bean, who is going to be going up against Bessie. I find it really interesting that Michigan is really trying a larger jammer rotation. Are they just trying to see what's going to work?
And it worked.
It did. Well, I guess so.
Sydney Bean is out.
There we go. Sydney Bean is lead jammer for Team Michigan. Bessie is back in the okay. When a jammer goes through that fast, you know there was offense.
Yeah, all right. Well, Pennsylvania actually was playing the offense. They didn't recover to catch that jammer fast enough.
Oh, that's a tough one for Pennsylvania.
They left lane 1 open completely.
They did. Bessie is now playing defense, which means the star was passed, and the pivot for Pennsylvania. Misery is now the jammer as Sydney Bean with a hop on the inside line.
Again, whose toe stops are those? Because I don't want to buy them.
It's like they're managed. I don't know how they're keeping these jammers in bounds.
And Misery finally gets out of the pack on their initial pass.
Sydney Bean currently on a scoring pass, having scored 8, going for 12. Misery coming into the pack. They are going to run it looks like, and let Misery try to score some points.
Well, they've already got 8 on the board and a couple more that they've already passed before they got knocked out.
Yep.
Offense coming. They just kind of let the offense go through and reform right on that jammer.
Very good awareness. Sydney Bean doing a really good job handling this blocktopus of 4 blockers all focused on defense. Misery gets through Team Michigan there, who's now coming back to help Sydney Bean out. I wonder, Sydney Bean's going to call it now.
Yeah, it's time to call it. Sydney Bean had their run. They got 8 points out of it, and 4 more, 12 points total, bringing their total to 54. It's an 8-point trade-off. It worked really well.
Yeah, absolutely. So that score now, I think that's 17. Is that 17 points between those 2 teams?
Yep.
I didn't bring my calculator today.
Yep, they're going to have an official review, and the official reviews are brought to you by Crash Course. It helps roller derby athletes build strength, track confidence, and winning habits to become MVPs on and off the track. Want to make a 2-minute jam feel easy? Well, visit ChrissyCrash.com for a trial of roller derby training camp fitness for just $1. Life's a contact sport. Win.
Team Michigan has called an official review, so we will hopefully be able to find out what that official review is about and what the result is in just a few minutes.
I'm having a suspicion there was a possibility of a cut track.
You think that's what Michigan is looking for, is a cut track?
I think. when the jammer got out on that inside line, I have a feeling they tiptoed up and around.
Yeah, I think I didn't see it myself, but hopefully one of the refs. Usually they like to talk and talk with each other, and usually they're going to send an alt ref to us to let us know what this official review was about. So hopefully we will find out, and we will share that information with you as soon as we know it. King, tell me a little bit about how you feel while we've got a little bit of a breather about where this game has been going. We've got about 6 minutes left in the first half. Michigan starting to pull away a little.
This really, they're pulling away because they had a good jam.
Yeah, good jam.
Yeah, they had one good jam. This is, I think, just going to be like playing chess against two masterminds. What are you going to do? Who are you going to put out there? Who are you going to pair jammer-wise against someone to negate some of their points? I think switching McDonald to play against T-Rex is a great move.
Yeah.
Because they weren't originally paired against them.
No, they weren't.
And so it's things like that. You've got to figure out who you're going to put manpower out there to counter what's going out against you. And if it means one wall has to sit a double and one has to skate a double to get the better pairing, then you do it.
Well, and what I'm also noticing with Michigan, I saw this earlier when I was announcing the again, which is their B team. They really like to look at those jammer matchups. I think that's a really smart thing that Michigan is doing. And I even saw them pull a couple jammers and to really confuse the other team, and I think that is potentially maybe something that Team Michigan as a group does, which shows that they have confidence in those blockers. It doesn't matter what jammer is out there, they know how to block for that jammer.
Yeah. And that's another thing. There are certain people that work really well with others when they play offense for you.
Yes.
So if a certain jammer is used to playing, having someone that go play their offense, normally you communicate, hey, I'm your primary offense, I'm your, and then you go and you execute it.
Yeah.
And there's others that don't. Like, they'll hit a certain way and they don't want to spin to the inside or the outside, depending on what's being fed to them. So it's about knowing your personnel, knowing what's working. If you're seeing something's not working, you better change it quick, because this game is not going to wait for you to figure it out.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, going to intermission on the other track is New York and Team Florida. New York is at 72 and Florida is at 69. New York just took the lead for the first time in this game.
Wow.
There was something dramatic happened over there, but they're in intermission, so stay on this.
Intermission.
And welcome to all of you joining us from the New York and Florida game to see what's happening in this Team Michigan and Team Pennsylvania game. Out of these 4 teams, 2 of them are going to be going to the championship game tomorrow night, and we can tell by how all of these teams are playing that this is something that nobody is going to give up easily.
All right, so they're going out there. They're talking to the coaches and captains right now.
Team Pennsylvania gave a thumbs up.
That they're good to go? Oh, yeah. Well, I see it, everybody's out on the track.
So maybe nothing. Team Michigan, we'll have to pay attention to see if Team Michigan loses their official review at the end of this. We've got our head announcer, Danny Mack, heading over to the table to find out, and we will let you know once we are informed.
Everybody's rolling back to that hating, not skating.
We've got McDonald for Team Michigan and Zora for Team Pennsylvania. Zora trying to find space on the inside, sweeping to the outside. It is McDonald who is somewhere in there. Coming out with lead jammer.
Wait, there they are.
Just wait, there's McDonald.
There you go. Zora right now having a hard time getting knocked down. Oh, in a direction of play penalty. That is going to send number 666 to the penalty box for Michigan.
McDonald going around the outside, almost untouched. Zora saw McDonald going and said, I'm just going to follow you.
That's a great jammer. You know what? If the opening's there for one, it's open for both.
Whoa.
Holy smokes.
That hit was amazing from Dash Ketchum, who I am surprised we have not seen jamming for Team Pennsylvania. I know Dash Ketchum is a very, very skilled jammer, but also, as you can see, a very talented blocker blocking right now for Team Pennsylvania.
That rattled my teeth a little bit seeing that.
Oh, it looked hard, but McDonald doesn't even look unfazed and is continuing to just try and break apart this wall on this scoring pass.
So up front, Michigan has Mangler and, of course, Racy McChaser holding on to that jammer and doing a great job. They're bridging it out, and that Zora has really not gone anywhere.
No. And it was a 2-wall that was holding Zora there, and McDonald able to find something and make a little hole to be able to get out and grab 8 points, coming in now to try and grab 12. Now stopped again. Look at the 2-wall. It's still the 2-wall for Michigan.
Yeah.
Zora is just now a 3-wall.
Yep.
But Zora has not. I don't think Zora has moved much.
Yeah, it's been primarily with that 2-wall. It's been Mangler and Racer McChaser, who are just both amazing and solid with their derby knowledge.
Absolutely. Very good awareness. There's a little bit of a tumble, and the pack is not together there.
Yeah.
I think we might be having a short medical timeout.
No, it was Yar. They came in.
Yar.
Yeah, they came in.
Ooh.
They hit, but then they got tangled up with the skate
Oh.
and went down. Both skaters went down. They're going to go ahead and call the low block. Yar's going to start the next penalty in the box.
Okay.
Or it'd be the next period.
Nope, next jam.
Next
3
jam.
minutes
There
and
we go.
37 seconds left. We are going to have maybe 1, 2 more.
Yep.
Well, at least one.
So what happened was the coaches in that last, when they wanted their official review, they were asking for that track cut. Unfortunately, the refs did not see enough or see that it happened. And so, unfortunately, they lose their review for this period.
Yep, so Team Michigan was still with 3 timeouts. Team Pennsylvania with 2 timeouts and 1 official review. Only 3-ish minutes left. Skater Boy jamming for Team Michigan. D-Rex for Team Pennsylvania. D-Rex, look at that smile on D-Rex's face. Matitude also smiling, and that was the thing we were looking for. Can D-Rex handle a Matitude hit?
And they can.
The answer is yes.
Yes, they can. Skater Boy getting dropped at the top of the apex. There's a forearm call. Skater Boy back and going for the. Yep, they're out.
D-Rex has scored 4 points for Pennsylvania. Skater Boy is in front of D-Rex has passed Skater Boy. That happened so fast.
I know.
D-Rex and Skater Boy both approaching the pack. D-Rex does decide to call it. Did D-Rex get any more points there? One more.
I just think one.
5 points for Team Pennsylvania. This is a 20-point game with 2.5 minutes left in the first half.
I'd like to thank the Lansing Sports Commission. It's your resource for sports tournaments, events, and planning in the Michigan Capital Region. As for a full sports commission, they work with you on every aspect of your event as dedicated to you as the success of your event. Located in the heart of Michigan, once again, check out the Greater Lansing Commission.
Jalapeno Jose jamming for Team Michigan and Jalapeno for Team Pennsylvania. Jawbreaker Jose getting out with lead jammer for Team Michigan.
That was a very slick move to get out of that pack. Again, they've got a goat in the back, and then they move on.
And, beautiful move by Jawbreaker Jose going to the outside and getting through for 4 points for Team Michigan. Jalapeno has that star off and is in the back of the pack. Jawbreaker Jose coming into the pack, getting slowed down by Team Pennsylvania.
And they're going the wrong way.
They are going the wrong way.
Yeah, there goes the explosion.
Jawbreaker Jose trying to stay inbounds on the outside line, but unable to.
And that's a good heads-up play. Veronica Getzberg did step out, but there was 2 other blockers there that didn't step out.
That's really good awareness. It's not just the person who hit you out that you need to watch. You need to also watch the other skaters that are inbounds and whether or not they went back as well.
2 more points put up there. That was 6 in that jam. Total right now is 72 Team Michigan, 46 Team Pennsylvania. We got 50 seconds and counting.
We're going to get 1 more jam in this first half.
1 more jam.
1 more jam. This is such a fun game. I am loving it. These 4 teams, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New York, and Florida, you're going to see 2 of them, and I still don't know which 2 we are going to see tomorrow night in the championship. McDonald jamming for Team Michigan and Bessie for Team Pennsylvania. McDonald getting through but having a little tumble and is going to be going to the back of the pack. Bessie stuck in a Michigan tripod.
You know, that was great offense. Simply what they did was they stopped all of the runbacks so that McDonald didn't have to go back any further. They just jumped right back in and corner.
Did you? Those toe stops. Those toe stops on the outside line, but not enough to stay inbounds.
Oh, that's going to be a cut track. And at the end of this half, or the beginning of this half, I'm shocked. So they're going to basically be able to try to get out and get lead.
So
nope,
Bessie,
we're going the full 2 minutes.
we are going the full 2 minutes, and the period clock has expired. We are in jam time only for this first half. Lollyrot is now jamming for Team Pennsylvania in this power jam. Can Pennsylvania? Never mind. Lollyrot is going to the penalty box as well. We're going to have a shenana jam with these jammers switching places. Copyright Kimbo Slicer Circle City with the shenana jam, which I love it. I love it when those jammers do that little switch around. And now we've got McDonald out there for a short power jam.
Yeah. Well, Maddie was trying to get Oh, okay. Well, Maddie picked up a penalty too.
No.
It's a penalty
It's
fest.
a penalty party. Not the kind of party you want to be going to.
Nope.
Not the best kind. Lollyrot able to find space and get out, but that was the initial, so no points yet scored.
What I was going to try and say was Maddie was trying to get a goat in the back for that short period, and unfortunately picked up a penalty during that.
11 seconds left in this jam. Now remind me, was Michigan, did they complete their initial before going to the penalty box?
No.
So Lollyrot currently in the pack on a scoring pass.
And this jam comes to an end. Time ran out on the clock.
It does look like both jammers might have scored points there.
They're going to talk about it.
Yep.
And wow. Okay, so currently as everybody's talking about their points, we're sitting 26 points difference as we're rolling into intermission.
Yep.
This is a game.
This is a game. Michigan has slowly but surely been kind of pulling away from Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania, this is still anybody's game.
Definitely the type of game that I was sort of expecting.
Me too.
I really, when I said earlier I didn't know who was going to win this, I really don't. It's both teams are playing hard. Their defense is showing. Their offense is showing. Every time they put somebody out there as a jammer, I mean, it's kind of an anything goes. 'Cause
Right.
They're so deep all the way across the board. So, I'm excited, and I'm kind of out of breath
I know.
for that exciting first half.
We're gonna go drink some water, get hydrated, make sure we are ready to go for the second half. You go get some soda, get some popcorn, get your adult beverage if you so choose, or some milk, as one of our skaters is suggesting to us right now, which we are in Michigan. Well, I don't know if milk has anything to do with Michigan. Indiana, we've got the Indy 500, which you drink milk after. But what does Michigan drink?
I don't know, but Wisconsin's right across the lake, so
All right.
That's probably where we're getting the milk from.
We'll be back in about 10 and a half minutes with the rest of this game. Welcome back. I think I've got my breath after that first half. This is Aria kidding me from Derby Date Night.
Yeah, and I'm the king from all over the place.
Yeah, from everywhere. You really are from everywhere. But mostly right now from Michigan.
That's right.
But announcing for these two amazing teams. And this game, tell us a little bit about what this game has been like for this first half.
Well, if you're just tuning in and you missed any of it, it really was. It's very high energy. It's very grinded out. The defenses from both of these teams came here to play.
They did.
Absolutely. They are not taking any crap from anybody. I don't care what kind of jammer you are, whether you're fast, whether you're herky-jerky, whether you like to bang. Both of these teams, their walls are ready for you.
Absolutely.
And there's some really standout players that we're seeing that are continuing to really shut down jammers and make it hard.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's a 26-point difference in this game, but that isn't really telling the story. Pennsylvania, they've got some good jammers, and they've got great defense.
Absolutely. Pennsylvania using a 4-jammer rotation, but mainly relying on D-Rex and Zora as their jammers. Michigan is using a pretty solid 3-jammer rotation, but they've got 2 other jammers that they have been kind of filling in when needed. So going to be interesting to see if they continue that in the second half.
And you got to remember, these teams have all both played today.
Yep, they've already played once.
I mean, this is, they're a couple games in, and they're athletes.
Yeah.
They're going for it.
Oh, yeah.
They're not tired.
Definitely. There is only one more game after this to be played, and both of these teams want it to be the championship. We are getting ready for this second half right now. We've got Jawbreaker Jose on the line for Team Michigan and Zora for Team Pennsylvania. And the whistle has blown, and we are in the second half. Zora trying to get space on the inside line and sweeping to the outside, but finds Matitude, who is going to try to draw a track cut.
Oh, I thought they were going to get that track cut with that last-minute hit. Again, I've seen it I don't know how many times in my life now. And I learned to expect it.
Zora had really good awareness there, though, to go back, but that allowed – what happened?
She called it off. I think they awarded her lead. They were pointing the hand, and everybody's kind of confused by it, too. How did they get lead? Well, they did. They got lead. Remember, it was Maddie who ran up and hit them out after they were awarded lead.
So why did Jawbreaker Jose call that one?
I don't think they did. No, it was in the back.
Oh, it was in the back. Oh, so they got
Zora.
lead with the hit.
It was Zora.
Oh my
Remember
goodness.
Yeah. Okay.
They tricked me.
Ah.
I was like, I'm like, wait, what? So they were lead.
The skates are faster than the eye.
The skates are faster than the eye. Now D-Rex is out as lead. Such a quick lead jammer established there by D-Rex, but Skater Boy is out about 3/4 of a track behind.
And if you didn't see this in the first half, D-Rex loves to bounce up that side, likes to get the hips past those blockers and use their inertia to get past them. Just did it there.
Ooh.
Does it over and over again. They're amazing.
I love watching D-Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Jam. I love it. And these jammers are really, Pennsylvania is really D-Rex and Zora. Like, they are using those two jammers. They know that they can get out and get points. Michigan is utilizing really, every single person out there. Their defense is really, really what is making the difference here with Michigan.
Jalapeno and Swift Justice, those are your jammers out there.
We're not moving. We're still at the jammer line.
Yep.
Swift Justice is digging into that tripod at the back.
Jalapeno throwing blockers off. Oh, my goodness.
And you go over here, and you go over here. I don't want to go past this many blockers. Jalapeno has 2 to beat right now. Is that... I'm going to look down, and I'm going to tell you it's Eraser Chaser.
It's Maddie.
It's a Maddie, and it is also Cookie Rumble. Cookie Rumble has been doing a great job in this game as well with that defense. We still do not have a lead jammer.
Oh, no. Matter of fact, we just got past the jam line and are creeping into corner number 1 with this very, very strong defense that we just got done telling you about.
Swift Justice getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack. Jalapeno also getting pulled back. I don't think they're going to the box. I think they're getting pulled back. Yep, getting pulled back.
Excellent. So now they're going to form up a 3-wall behind the jam line or the pivot line. And it's, again, going to be rough for these jammers.
A beautiful tripod of doom at the front of the pack from Team Pennsylvania, holding Swift Justice, who is trying their best to just break this back of the tripod open, but it is not working.
Cookie Rumble getting a multiplayer block. That's going to put Team Michigan down 1.
Mm-hmm. Some confusion and not confusion, but some mixing up of people in the pack is really causing, we don't know who's blocking, who's jamming. Somebody might come out here as lead, and it is going to be Jalapeno who takes advantage of that mixed up pack to get out.
Yeah, that was a really nice hit by Razzle Dazzle Basil, taking out Swift Justice right as they got to that straightaway.
Jalapeno coming in on a scoring pass. Finding Matitude chest to chest. These Jammer and Blocker are gonna be they just stared at each other for a second.
Did we run out of time?
No, there was. Did someone call it?
I don't know. That was a very fast jam or a very long jam.
Well, and I don't know where the Team Michigan Jammer went.
Well, they do have a tendency to hide from us.
They were just. That was a wow.
I need to thank Violet Spicy Designs. They're the penalty box sponsor, but they also make shirts, practice jerseys, sweatpants, sweatshirts, and much more. You need to go check them out. It's Violet Spicy Designs.
We got McDonald for Team Michigan and Bessie for Team Pennsylvania. I wanted this matchup because I was thinking, old McDonald had a farm. Bessie the cow with those cow shorts. It's the matchup I've been wanting all
you're
game.
Cut off. That's it. No, absolutely not. Keep talking.
All right. We have got McDonald trying to pull in front. Bessie taking a hit to the outside by Mangler, who's going to pull Bessie to the back. McDonald getting recycled on the inside.
Oh.
Bessie, I don't know how, found space on the inside.
Well, it looked like Mangler had them pinned up against that line, and somehow they got a foot forward and swung out of it.
Bessie is in the pack now on a scoring pass and finds that tripod, getting some offensive help from the pivot.
McDonald is out on their initial.
No points scored yet, but will be eligible to score points if Bessie doesn't call it. But as I said that, of course, Bessie called it.
Riptide did pick up a penalty later, right before the whistle was blown. They're going to start this next jam in the Violet Spicy Designs penalty box. I'd like to thank Capital City Market. They offer lower prices and a beautiful assortment of fresh produce and local Michigan-made products. We also offer a full grocery selection, including Meyer brands. That's Capital City Market. I walked over there, got myself a sandwich earlier today.
I need to go over there because I saw a bagel this morning that I really want, and I heard it's in the bagel shop that is in that market.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I am ready to go. Tomorrow morning, I'm getting one. Team Pennsylvania has brought themselves within 19 points of Team Michigan with 24 minutes to go. This is still anybody's game. So defensive, such good defense. But not only do we have good defense that we keep talking about, these jammers are doing such a great job on both sides. The pivot for Team Pennsylvania is headed to the box, and that helps Jawbreaker Jose find that space.
Lolly Rod was working over Jose, but they ended up with a direction to play penalty, and that's going to make him spend some time in that Violet Spicy penalty box.
Oh, pretty. Zora getting swallowed up by the blockers, and Jawbreaker Jose coming into the pack and getting hit out by Pennsylvania blockers.
And it looks like that's Riptide now picking up a high block. That's 2 blockers now for Team Pennsylvania in the penalty box.
Jawbreaker Jose has picked up 4 and is going to try to pick up a few more before Zora can catch up. Grabs those extra 4, bringing that total to 8. Pennsylvania got within fighting distance.
I don't know if you saw that. They had 2 blockers out there. They were basically lined up in 2 and 3. 2 of the Michigan blockers rolled back on both sides of them. And it gave Jawbreaker Jose an opportunity to figure out which side they wanted to go to.
Right?
They just gave a little push.
That was really
easy.
good. Really good awareness and planning on Team Michigan.
And with 2 blockers in the penalty box, it made it easy to pick up those 4 points.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Skater Boy for Team Michigan and D-Rex for Team Pennsylvania. Skater Boy getting some help from Blue-Eyed Bruiser. Pennsylvania coming up to try and stop Skater Boy, but it is for naught. Skater Boy is out as lead jammer.
Wow, that was some excellent fast footwork by Allie McKill. I am shocked that they didn't catch Skater Boy.
Skater Boy is out now with a smile as D-Rex is out with a smile as Skater Boy comes around on a scoring pass.
The Raceback Chaser had an opportunity to catch D-Rex, but D-Rex has that D-Rex effect.
Whoa, D-Rex effect. I like it.
Yeah, you can touch them, but they're going to glide by you on one side or the other, and you got to get lucky.
Yeah.
That's the only way
Yeah.
you're going to knock D-Rex out.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Team Michigan now at 88 with Team Pennsylvania at 57. We've got McDonald and Bessie on the line for their respective teams with 21 minutes left. New York and Team Florida are still battling it out, and it is currently a very close game between those
1-point
two with 15 minutes left in the period.
McDonald and Bessie, those are your jammers out there in this jam.
And it is Bessie coming out with lead jammer for Team Pennsylvania. McDonald able to follow on the outside line.
McDonald having a little bit of struggle with that Pennsylvania wall. They have locked in on McDonald's moves, and they're not able to get out as fast as they were in that first half.
Bessie sweeping in and grabbing a few points. It looks like 2 points for Team Pennsylvania.
So you know that chess match that I was talking about in the first half? That's what I'm talking about. They've made an adjustment, and they have switched the people they are putting out there whenever they see McDonald. They're getting that Pennsylvania strong wall out there, and they are locking them down, and it's allowing Betsy or whoever they're pairing against them to get out first and shut down some of those points they were scoring on that
But
first.
Dash Ketchum was just doing what looked like the Macarena, so I think they're hoping that is going to bring some luck to Team Pennsylvania and Zora, who is jamming for them. We've also got Jawbreaker Jose jamming for Michigan right now. I'm hearing some whistles being blown. Seems like somebody might go to the penalty box. Jawbreaker Jose says, I don't care. It's not me. I'm going to keep pushing.
It looks like a gummy worm was out there or something.
Oh,
Whoa!
Beautiful shirt whip. And how did Pennsylvania get up there to try and catch Jawbreaker Jose?
That was very, very quick. Jawbreaker Jose gets through. Took a whip off the back of Mangler.
Mm-hmm. It was real pretty. Jawbreaker Jose kind of taking a little tumble and going into a protective position, but now doing the truck and trailer, which I hardly ever get to see anymore. That was beautiful.
Yeah. So somewhere we missed it, but there it was a jammer penalty. It's because they had the cap in the hand.
Yeah.
And I do believe so they already served their time.
Yes. Did you see the way they closed the door right there with that defense?
But that's what I'm talking about. When you come in with that kind of momentum and don't scrub your speed and hit it like that, sometimes you can get skaters either off their skate or you can bump that out of position enough that you can get that gap to get through and at least get your points.
Well, a skater coming in with momentum is going to be stronger than a skater standing without momentum. And so allowing these jammers to get that momentum is something sometimes you can't prevent, but wherever you can keep it from happening is always going to be good.
Right. Hey, it's been Tom's Food Center's goal since 1982 to be your community grocer, providing you with a great selection of friendly services while at the same time always giving you a little bit further to stretch your dollar. Located in Portland, Michigan and Okosimo, check them out. It's Tom's Food. You know, believe it or not, I actually go to Tom's Food. I work in Portland, Michigan. I go there frequently. They got great donuts.
Say that again.
Tom's Food Center.
Tom's Food Center.
Yep.
Tom's Food
So
Center.
if you're here in Michigan and you are out and about, run by Tom's Food Center. They got great donuts. Tell them I sent you.
Okay. Does that mean I get a discount?
They won't know who the hell.
They won't know who you are. I'll just say, King sent me.
Yeah.
So all
Is
of
that
us
that
can
weird
go.
guy? We're going to charge you double now.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay, got it. What is your favorite kind of donut?
You know, Boston donut. Donut.
Okay,
donut.
okay.
You can pretty much put any donut in front of me. A pastry.
Yep.
Okay, actually, there is a favorite. Here we go.
Okay.
It's a apple fritter.
I love a good apple fritter. I am a
Good
big
apple fritter,
big
especially
fan.
fresh and kind of squishy.
Yes,
Oh.
and with the little chunks of apple in it.
Oh my goodness.
Very good. I also
Oh, my
really
goodness.
enjoy just a nice glazed donut that's fresh. Again,
Mm-hmm.
fresh. Fresh has got to be the best kind of donut.
Yeah.
Those of you at home, you can't talk to us in the chat, so talk to those that are around you or your pets and tell them what kind of favorite donut you like, and then go to Tom's Food Mart and get yourself a donut.
That was a super extended remix version of an ad read. Wow. Tom's Food, you just got your money's worth on that one. All
Skater
right.
Boy and D-Rex jamming for their respective teams. We've seen these jammers hires. They're using Skater Boy a lot more in this second half. Have you noticed that?
Yep.
D-Rex is up to the front, and D-Rex is out for Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and was able to once again get around the edge of Cookie Rumble. They slide the hips around, and once they do that, they can somehow matrix to the other side.
D-Rex coming in on a scoring pass, getting pulled to the back there. And it is up at the front. Skater Boy had that star off, but has not passed it, is hoping for some space on the outside. The Pennsylvania Tripod doing a wonderful job at the front with Dash Ketchum doing some bridging to hold the pack together.
Yeah, the pivot's in the penalty box. So Skater Boy's on his own. And they are finally out.
Able to get out. D-Rex does get out and grabs those 4 points for Team Pennsylvania, 59 to 90. Never mind, 63 to 96.
Well, that was the curse of the announcer. You announce the score and then say, no, it's not. We're putting those points up there now. So we got a score of 96 to 63. 17 minutes, just under 18 minutes left in this game.
So something that I always look for as an announcer is who is the glue from each team. So that's a blocker who maybe you don't notice out there as much, not the big flashy plays, but consistently there, consistently doing the work. And for Team Michigan, for me, that has been Cookie Rumble.
Oh, yeah. No, they are definitely one of those glue players.
Right?
Yep.
They're just there. They're holding that team together, and they're doing the work, not necessarily making a big deal out of it, but just there and doing a great job. McDonald jamming for Team Michigan, Bessie for Team Pennsylvania.
And again, Racer McChaser, last person, but they've got Betsy locked down. Allie comes in, caps it off. There's only one way to go.
Lead jammer being called for Team Pennsylvania. Did you see how they got their hips? Bessie got their hips right in front to get lead jammer, but has not yet gotten out of the pack.
I'm interested in the fact that all 4 blockers, every time McDonald's out there, it's a 4-wall. They're really... Yep. And so, again, they put Bessie out there up against McDonald, who had a really successful first half, and so far they've been able to negate it by getting lead each time they've gone out there against them.
Yep. Very, very smart there. No points scored there, but Pennsylvania really protecting their points and keeping Michigan from extending this score any further. Florida, on the other game, has taken a little bit of a lead for the first time, 115 to 100, that 17th ranked team. Potentially 10 minutes left in this game. I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying who's going anywhere because
it's 10 minutes.
These games are too close.
Oh, yeah. 15 points in a 10-minute game? Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. All right, we got Zora and Jawbreaker Jose out there.
Jawbreaker Jose making sure I'm not touching. Oh, Jawbreaker Jose is going to that's why, because Jawbreaker Jose is going to the box. And this is going to be a power jam for Team Pennsylvania, and Zora, who is out as lead jammer. This is not what Michigan wanted to happen right now.
No, this is an ill-timed power jam to give away. Zora comes in. What a move. Bump and move to the inside line. Uncontested run out of it.
Beautiful. The pack has not moved from between the jammer and pivot line for this jam as Zora is zooming around the pack, is in the pack, getting slowed down a little bit more than last time, but still trying to pull the pack forward. Decides to call the jam and freeze Jawbreaker Jose in the penalty box.
That's actually pretty smart. It's going to give you an opportunity to play some quick offense, get your jammer out, and stay in control of this game. You picked up 7 points in that.
Nice.
You've now put it to 26 points separating these two teams. If you can get a lead jam and rack out another 4, 6, 8 points.
That is super smart strategically
you're
for
right
Pennsylvania.
There.
Absolutely.
You're
really,
in
really smart.
Distance.
And they're putting Jalapeno out there for Team Pennsylvania. Jawbreaker Jose immediately released from the box. Jalapeno was not able to get lead jammers super quick, so both of these jammers are eligible for lead. Jalapeno has got a 4-wall, but is trying to pull the pack apart, trying to force skaters to bridge, trying to also stay in bounds.
Jalapeno is such a strong jammer.
Right? Down to 2, just continuing to push. Jalapeno taking a tumble. Maddie headed to the box, and Jalapeno has 1 blocker to beat. Ooh, nice reform. Nice.
You know who that blocker is, though?
It's Racer McChaser.
Yeah. Racer McChaser, though, I will say this. Any other jammer probably would have been thrown out of bounds. Jalapeno stayed in bounds. They countered the strength of Racer with their own strength and willed themselves to stay there.
So beautiful. Jalapeno was not able to stay in bounds with that hit from Oi. That made me go, Oi.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to say. That's what Jalapeno said.
Whew.
There's a big smack. Oi.
4 more points for Team Pennsylvania. Wow.
Yeah.
Last 2 jams, Team Pennsylvania outscoring Team Michigan.
22 points now separating these two teams. We got 13 minutes, 45 seconds left.
One thing that really impressed me there with Jalapeno was that they took a pretty hard fall here, and it looked like they were a little shaken, got back up, and was like, I'm continuing to push just as hard as I did before.
Yeah.
Team Michigan starting without a pivot in this next jam, so this will be a 4-3 pack advantage for Team Pennsylvania.
And we're going to have ourselves a quick timeout. I want to talk about Don't Let Them Eat the Baby. Erica Van Stone's debut, Memoriella, Don't Let Them Eat the Baby, tells the story of how women's roller derby televised a revolution. Van Stone weaves personal narratives and cultural journalism, bringing in many voices to the case of women's sports as a community lifeline and cultural treasure. Don't Let the Eat the Baby is told in a raw, unrelenting style by one roller derby architects. Now, more than ever, the world needs a safe sports space like roller derby. So check out Van Stone's. She shares why roller derby is the greatest sports never sold. Learn more about it on Don't Eat the Baby. There's ways you can support this Kickstart.
So something you taught me earlier today, as I noticed, Michigan decided to talk as a whole team during that timeout, while Pennsylvania decided to continue to, they didn't have much to talk about, so they stayed. The pack themselves that are out there on the track did discuss something with each other, but it wasn't an entire team chat. Michigan just had that entire team chat. And so going to be interesting to see. Michigan probably doesn't like the fact that they just were outscored the last couple jams, so I'm curious to see if the strategy is going to change again. That's what Michigan does. They throw people off and keep changing the strategy. So smart.
Here we go. There's that matchup again. Bessie and McDonald. McDonald is up front. Oh, man.
Whoa.
McDonald lost a cap.
All right, putting it back on. Maddie in there as pivot out of the box, trying to break up that pack to help McDonald get out. Bessie, though, sees the space on the inside and comes out as lead jammer for Pennsylvania. Giant hit. Oh, my goodness. We are doing twister and gymnastics at the same time. There's got to be penalties happening with that.
Yeah.
Oh, a beautiful pass from the inside line to Mattitude adjustment to help Mattitude get out. Bessie has gotten her points and calls it. Pennsylvania is chipping away.
Picked up 3. We're now down to 19.
You got your salsa and your guacamole for these chips?
Teens, yo.
Whew. I need to take a drink of water.
I know. That's why. That's why you heard my good cohort here chatting about that timeout. And really, what it is when they reel everybody in like that, it's a come to Jesus moment.
It is.
Do you really want to do this? Are we going to let them back in this game?
Yep. Do you want to go play for third or first?
And when the team's out there on the track and the coach comes out and just talks to that one little squad, it's about what are we going to do this?
Oh, and here comes Skater Boy with a very quick lead jammer. D-Rex, though, is the jammer. A push to the inside, slowing D-Rex down as Skater Boy comes around to try and score some points for Team Michigan. Is hit out there by Misery, making D-Rex, Skater Boy's life a little bit more miserable. D-Rex has the star off. Michigan doing a great job performing to the front to hold D-Rex.
Yeah, Russian Bayou with a nice little tap out there. They continue to hit the Skater Boy out one way or another, and it's really been effective.
Skater Boy able to pull that pack to the front and get out, scoring 4 points for Team Michigan, bringing them to the century mark. Coming around, trying to score a few more points. D-Rex is still in there, has passed the star to the pivot, Allie McKill, who will now be the jammer and is hoping to force the call off from Skater Boy.
Oh, Lord. Maddie's going back to that penalty box. It seems to be the place that they've been sending. They're playing very aggressive, but unfortunately it's not paying off right now. They keep getting a penalty and having to spend their time there.
Oh, I hear. So Allie McKill is the jammer, but has the star in. It is not it has fallen off and is laying on the track behind Allie McKill, who needs to go back and grab the star. Currently grabbing the pivot, but not the star. Throughout all this confusion, Skater Boy has gotten 4 points.
Wow, that is unfortunate for Team Pennsylvania.
It really is.
Yeah, everybody was yelling, but it was so loud in this venue with these 2 games, they couldn't hear it. Allie McKill was completely oblivious to the fact that she lost a star. Great opportunity for Team Michigan to try and rack some points out and get distance that they were so sorely needing.
I'm not ever speechless. I just am staring at this like, wow. This is just been a crazy game. Skater Boy getting pushed to the inside, has scored 12 points, highest scoring jam so far in this game, and it's about to be higher. Team Michigan coming out with 15 points. Team Pennsylvania with 3, I believe.
Yes, it is. 3 points is what they gave them.
To give you an update on the other score, we have got Team Florida at 116. They have only scored 1 point in the last, I believe, 5 clock minutes, and New York has caught up, and it is now a 1-point game.
What did I tell you? 10 minutes. They weren't pulling away.
No. You're right. They were not pulling away, but they've kept Florida with 1 point.
All right, we got Jawbreaker Jose and Zora out here. Again, I think they've settled on this matchup, and they found a winning combination. Zora dropping players on the ground as they run to freedom to become your lead jammer.
Woo, Zora, nice job. And there was that a pass from? No, Jawbreaker Jose just got through, but Zora grabbing those 4 points, keeping Team Michigan scoreless there.
Yeah, that was a good quick hit. Call it off. All 4 points put on the board.
9.5 minutes left in this game.
You know, we've talked about Chrissy Crash, but not nearly enough for my opinion. Crash Course presents Derby in Paradise, a 7-day roller derby retreat to recharge your body, ignite your game, and connect with new roller derby friends on the coast of Nicaragua. Visit ChrissyCash.com for dates and details. That's brought to you by Crash Course.
Here's that strategy again from Team Michigan, bringing Sydney Bean out to get the quick lead jammer on the inside line. It totally worked for Michigan. Jalapeno jamming for Team Pennsylvania is taking that star off. Might be looking for the pivot. Sydney Bean coming around on a scoring pass.
Oh, Sydney Bean trying to get around the inside, but unfortunately gets knocked out of bounds. Great move by Pennsylvania. You're not going to get by Pennsylvania doing that.
No. And both of these jammers are stuck in the pack right now. Jalapeno's still on that initial, trying to drag the pack apart at the front, forcing the bridge. And down to 1, able to get through. Jalapeno is hard to get out of bounds.
Team Michigan needs to get back there and get their jammer free. They weren't quick enough. Sydney got knocked out on the inside line. Honestly, Team Michigan needs to be more aggressive about that. That's a good opportunity for good offense to spring your jammer, pick up those easy points, and it just didn't happen.
Yep, not that time. 8 minutes left in this game. McDonald and Bessie.
Good way is it, not that time, because we've seen enough of it today. They're probably like, I'm tired. Do you know how much outfits I played today?
Do you know how tired I am?
They're going to come back and later and hear this and go, Eric, that dude needs to shut up.
Well, I'm not the one who said it, so. All right, we're back in the game, and we got Bessie and McDonald. It is Bessie who's pulling out to the front. McDonald is now they switch places. McDonald is in a tripod.
There you go.
Oh,
that has been mini jams waiting to come. McDonald with a nice little jump to freedom, gets out, and there your lead.
McDonald in the pack right now, trying to find any space that she can on a scoring pass. Takes a hit to the outside from Russian Bayou, who is going to pull McDonald all the way to the back.
And we got a cap pass. That is going to now be Misery as your jammer of note on their initial pass coming out of its pivot. And they're going to call it off. There was a whole lot of action for just 4 points.
Right. It is hard to score a lot of points. Team Michigan has had 2 jams where they have scored 1 jam with 15 points, 1 jam with 12 points. That is what has made the difference in this game.
Yeah,
Pennsylvania
really
has not had any of those bigger jams like that.
Yeah, no, it has been really, really. I mean, you can look at the score, 84-117, and we've got 6.5 minutes left. It has really been a struggle. We've got a timeout on the track.
Pennsylvania, this is their last time out. They do still have their official review left, but if Pennsylvania being down, they might want to stop the clock a little bit in this next 6.5 minutes, but they're only going to be able to use that one official review potentially as a timeout.
Yeah.
So something interesting I've heard from another coach before is when you have that official review, don't use it as a timeout. Think of something to give to the refs to have them look at, because
You
You're going
I
to
always
use it
do.
anyway,
Always.
so why
I'll
not
go
think
out
of
there.
something?
I will always tell them something stupid that might have
Right?
happened.
Yeah.
It kind of looked like they stepped out of bounds and there was possibly a cut.
Yep.
It's probably very, very thin. But you know
Yep.
what? I'm going to go out and say something because you never know.
Yep.
Maybe they did and I didn't see it.
Yep. And I got to shout out Coach Eric from Circle City, who is the one who taught me that. I
Yeah.
never did that as a coach, and I should have.
Yeah.
Although one time I did call 4 timeouts in a game, and the refs didn't notice till later. I'm still proud of that.
Cheater. I'm playing.
No, I actually didn't even know I'd done
but
it.
that is another reason why, in my opinion, even when things start to go off the rail, there's times where you can go talk to your team and not have to call that timeout to get them all on the same page. A lot of times people want to change the momentum of a game by calling a timeout. And again, that's not always the most effective way to use those, especially when you're in a game like this where you need to claw your way back in. Or you could have relieve what we got, official timeout.
Or an official timeout. I was like, if Michigan used a timeout, I was going to be surprised. Because when you're up that much, you want to kill the clock at this point
want it to
as
go.
the game is starting to go down. I keep looking over at the other game between New York and Team Florida. They have been in an official timeout for, I think, at least 10 minutes, maybe even 15.
Wow.
It is a 1-point game, and it has been. I was like, wow, they're really grinding. Nobody's scoring anything, but the clock also has not moved.
It has not moved. Maybe they broke something.
I'm not sure.
The clock. God, you can't say that in Derby. I apologize, folks.
Oh, yeah, good
it's been a
point.
long day.
Good point.
Jawbreaker Jose and Zorro, those are your jammers out there on the track.
Ooh, I was worried that was going to be a back block there for Jawbreaker Jose, but it was it.
Oh,
it
yeah.
was.
Yeah. I believe it was hitting the down skater.
Mhm.
They were just trying to keep their balance, and it's unfortunate. It's a coin toss on
Yep.
whether or not it sometimes could be called.
But this is going to be a power jam for Team Pennsylvania, and Zora, who is out and has been called lead jammer.
And Cookie Rumble also just headed to the penalty box. That's going to put them down in a short staff situation.
Pack advantage for Pennsylvania. Zora hoping to get out. Matitude letting herself be thrown to just try and slow down Zora. Zora, good awareness of being able to.
There, it's the Maddie effect.
But Maddie coming back took a huge hit there.
Yeah. Well,
And-
that's at this point in the game, who is your problem child? You attack
Yep.
them as soon as they do something like that.
Yeah, Zora, and this game is getting real physical. Jawbreaker
yeah.
Jose is out of the penalty box and dealing with some trouble at the back with a tripod of Pennsylvania.
Here
Zora.
comes Cookie Rumble. They're going to try and pull that apart and give them an opportunity to at least get some movement.
Yep. Ooh, Jawbreaker Jose has that cap in hand, still on the initial at this point. So not currently scoring points, but Zora is scoring points as this clock goes down to 5 minutes left in the game. 31 seconds left in this jam. Zora has scored.
Oh, that great defense once again. It's that 2-wall. Holding
Yep.
on. Here comes the third person knocking out. They capped them and then pushed them
They
out of
did.
bounds. Beautiful, beautiful move by Pennsylvania's defense.
Zora is gassed. Zora is tired. Zora is standing. Zora is.
Yeah, just spending time waiting for the last second before they just call it off.
Why would Pennsylvania decide to wait there instead of stopping the clock so that they can have more jam time to get more points?
I don't know.
Okay.
I would have called it off as soon as I knew I was going to
Right?
call
That's
it
what
off.
I was thinking. I was kind of
Yeah.
like, I didn't know.
You're
I
down.
didn't- okay.
But neither here nor there.
D-Rex still has enough energy on the jam line that D-Rex was just dancing back and forth and just having fun. I would be conserving my energy. But D-Rex is just having the best time out
I
there.
think D-Rex is wired that way.
Just an
they're probably
Energizer
going to
bunny.
go dancing after this.
Right?
Wow.
Skater Boy avoiding a hit there from Veronica Getzberger to get out as lead jammer.
Yeah, that was an absolute great move. There was hits coming, but they bounced through the hit.
Razzle Dazzle Basil doing some beautiful offense there to get D-Rex out.
And
D-Rex with a great apex hop to try and grab some points at the end.
but they didn't get it. There's a fist in the air. Okay, 3 points being picked up by Skater Boy.
Skater Boy gives a shrug, like, I tried.
Yeah. So 28 points now separate these two teams. We got 3 minutes, 15 seconds left.
This has been such a fun game.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
really, really enjoyed watching it.
I I keep thinking Pennsylvania is going to like lock it down and pull this closer, but every time they do, Michigan answers.
Absolutely. And we have got McDonald for Team Michigan. McDonald and Bessie. I don't know. Is Team Michigan purposely putting McDonald out every time Bessie is out?
Probably.
I'm guessing that's what's happening because I have not seen Bessie out without being up against McDonald. McDonald is got down to 2 in Pennsylvania trying to push through.
Multiplayer block being called. McDonald is out and free to go as your lead jammer.
This is now a beautiful chance for McDonald to do a jump, but did you see how they all reformed to the front there?
I think they were going to worry about them getting caught back in there, so they moved up to try and stop anybody and hold the jammer in all at the same time.
Yeah, Bessie stuck at the back, and Bessie looks more tired. Okay, Matrix again. How did McDonald get through?
But they did a hard stomp to the in to going to the out, and then took the inside line, and it juked everybody, including me, out of my socks.
And then just juked again to get around. Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
McDonald coming out with 14 points now.
That's the magic of McDonald. When they have the speed, when they got the momentum, they can find the hole and get themselves through.
I thought the magic of McDonald was whatever they put in the soda that makes it really good.
Oh, I thought it was the salt on the fries.
Oh, maybe.
Okay.
But we're talking about this McDonald, and that was magic.
Yep. Oh, we got a score now of 136-92.
It got real loud because the other game, things are happening, and Florida is up by 5. That game is about to be at an end. This game is about to be at an end.
The official review right now is called for
Team Pennsylvania?
There we go. Team Pennsylvania, and they're going to stop the clock. They've got a pretty big gap between the two teams.
They do. They are putting Dash Ketchum out, who I have been so surprised that Team Pennsylvania has not been utilizing Dash Ketchum at all in this game, because Dash Ketchum jammed so much last year and so successfully. And so it'll be interesting to see, what they decide to do. I don't know. I mean, how many points would that need to be? 30. A lot. 37 plus 8 is 45. It just took me a second to get there.
Yeah, 45 points. I've seen that actually done once, but that was
Really?
also when there were minors in the game.
Yeah, I was like, the biggest jam I've seen, and it was a juniors game.
And you have jammer points. So
I've seen juniors this year do 36.
Wow.
Yeah. Those juniors. Think about.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The little. They're like Gumby. They're just like rubber, and they just bounce around. But
Yeah,
36
they're
is the
amazing.
highest I've seen this year.
Those are some of my favorite games.
D-Rex is headed out. Or just not out. Just consulting with the officials. I think. I was like, wait, where's D-Rex?
Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
But
We have 1, 2, 3. No, we only have one person with 6 penalties.
No.
No one has fouled out.
so now we've got an official timeout. I'm not sure what they're trying to set. So the crowd goes wild beside us, if you can't hear it on our broadcast. And it looks like Team Florida just pulled the upset, 123-115 unofficial score. So Team Florida is going to
Number 17.
is very likely going to be playing Team Michigan unless something happens here in the next minute and 26 seconds. Now, don't quote me on anything I'm saying. It's unofficial score over here.
It is
And
final.
We still got a minute and 20 seconds
It
left
is
to play
now
over here.
final. So Florida for sure is going to the championship.
There we go.
Michigan is hoping in the next minute and a half they can solidify themselves also facing Team Florida. If Team Pennsylvania does not get the win here, they will face New York in the battle for 3rd place tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. Exciting. This has been a
I
great
love Skate Wars.
tournament.
One of the other things I really love about Skate Wars is tomorrow is my favorite day. These teams have played against each other and really sorted themselves out, and we start with the battle for 23rd place, and we all day long, it goes from 23rd, 21st, 19, 17, all the way to 1. Every single team will play one more game to determine that final ranking in Skate Wars. I love roller derby.
Yeah, well, that's
That's it. That's
Yeah.
the story.
that's why we've committed 20 plus years of our lives to this.
Right. Well, and right now, one team just finished playing. There is. It looks Team Philippines and Team California are playing over here, and they are finishing. But tons of skaters have stuck around and are here to watch the end of this game. Oh, we've got spinning on the line. The coach for
dancing.
Team Pennsylvania is dancing in the middle of, and being circled by Pennsylvania and Michigan skaters. Is it a birthday? I am thinking it's a birthday.
I sure hope it is. That's, and I hope they were singing because I couldn't hear it over the crowd.
No, this crowd is so loud.
That's the other joy of Derby is the dancing and the, joyous occasions when there's a really long official timeout like this.
What? We're in an official timeout? I've just been talking.
Oh. Well, this official timeout is brought to you by Crash Course. Once again, Crash Course helps roller derby athletes build strength, track conditions, and winning habits to become an MVP on and off the track. Want to make a 2-minute jam feel easy? Visit ChristyCrash.com for 1 month of $1 free trial for the Derby Training Club fitness app.
All right, have you started thinking about MVPs at all for this game?
Oh, there has been some MVPs, but really, if you think about it, the jamming's been great, but I'm always a defensive guy. I loved the defense by both of these squads.
There was so much strength there. Remember when I talked about the glue and I talked about cookies being the glue, Cookie Rumble being the glue for Michigan. I think Misery has been the glue for Pennsylvania. But there have also been some more flashy blockers that you see out there doing the work.
Yeah.
Who do you like?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I know.
Well, I want to say Racer McChaser.
Yes, Racer McChaser.
Racer McChaser. Honestly,
has been doing that one-on-one.
Team Michigan in this game, they were up because Racer was able to stop
agree.
jammers from getting out enough times. It was able to put enough points on the board. That might be who I'm probably going to be looking at.
Yeah.
Maddie, leveling enough skaters, although they've had some penalty issues. The Maddie effect.
Mangler's been out there the whole time doing some big stuff.
Another glue player. When you need someone to get everybody together and form a wall, that's your person, and that wall is going to be solid as hell.
Can we just give the MVP to the Michigan defense or even the Pennsylvania defense? Because these two defenses are ones that rewatch this game and watch those defenses with your team and think about how can we do that defense.
So you had said
Dash
Jawbreaker.
Ketchum.
Yeah, Jawbreaker Jose.
No. Dash Ketchum headed to the penalty box with a I don't know. And it is Jawbreaker Jose who's scoring 4 points as lead jammer with 1:04 left in this game.
And that was a great hit. They came in, got low, and both blocker and jammer collided. But Jawbreaker Jose is so aggressive, they just ran through it.
At this point, I think Jawbreaker Jose might try to just let this jam go to its natural conclusion.
Absolutely. I would get through. I'd score this last, get out of this pack, and then kind of lollygag to freedom.
Yep. Dash Ketchum has been released from the penalty box, has the star in hand, is coming around and going to be trying to get through. 30 seconds left in this game. Dash Ketchum able to get out, smiling to the crowd. Jawbreaker Jose with a very professional nod to the crowd.
Well,
I love that.
I think they were also looking at the coach like, hey, I got it. I know what we want. I hear you.
And both jammers in the pack right now. 10 seconds left in the period. 43 seconds left on the jam clock. Jawbreaker Jose looking at that clock as she's going around trying to find some things. Dash Ketchum through for 4 points.
It is it.
That is the ball game, people.
That's how you do it. They had great defense set up in the front, holding on to Dash Ketchum, and it was enough to burn all that clock down and get this game to a conclusion.
Woo! So unofficial score of Team Michigan 151, Team Pennsylvania 96. Tomorrow night you are going to see Team Pennsylvania and New York. Those are some neighbors.
Oh, yeah.
Battling each other for third place. And then after that, our final penultimate game is Team Michigan 151. Well, that's what they got tonight. But Team Michigan and Team Florida, I don't know what to expect from these two teams tomorrow.
So we do have an official final score. Team Michigan 151, Team Pennsylvania 96, and like you said, we are moving on. Great win for Team Michigan.
Absolutely.
Again, I want to say Pennsylvania, they really gave them
Yes, they did.
a run. If New York can come in and do what Pennsylvania did, they have a really good chance with their defense of shutting down those Jammers, locking them down, keeping the scoring low. That's what I think you need to do to Team Michigan.
But when I called the game earlier between New York and Texas, the reason New York won that game was because of how strong their defense is.
Yeah.
So New York has a super strong defense. Pennsylvania, super strong defense. That is going to be an interesting game.
Yeah.
Team Michigan has just got, I feel like Team Michigan has a bag of tricks and is just ready for almost anything.
Well, AK is a shifty little guy.
I love that.
All right. So what are you thinking about for MVPs?
I gotta go with Racer McChaser.
I'm right there with you. I was already going to do it.
Those braids were all over the place, and
Yeah.
we're just ready to block. Whether they were blocking with 3 other people or by themselves, Racer McChaser just had
did
it locked down.
Yeah, and really, when you come in with that kind of intensity and you outshine,
Yep.
and are able to one-on-one block someone for 30 seconds,
Right.
while your Jammer's lapping, it really just shows your dominance on the track.
Absolutely. Well, it was a pleasure to be here. We will see you again tomorrow for all of our trophy games. I'm going to give a trophy for everything. 23rd place, you get a trophy. 21st, you get a trophy, because all of these skaters have done a wonderful job this weekend.
Everyone gets a trophy.
Everyone gets a trophy. I am Are You Kidding Me?
And I'm the King.
And
Thank
we'll
you very
see you
much.
tomorrow. Good night.